Okay, we are streaming live, and my voice is shot, and I'm going to try and get the call rolling with people we're all familiar with. All right, let's bring them on. Okay, let's see if I can protect my ears from the eardrum-shattering ring of the Skype service, and hopefully Jameson Reese picks it up in time, so that happens. It is 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And, because that's saying that Jameson Reese is not picking up. To write the call on. Ow. So that's really inconvenient as hell. And, in which case, let me go check around on the production set, so to speak. Alright, let's see where we're at now. Okay, refresh everything, reset the pages. And I'm not here after a wild weekend, not mentally or physically. Okay, Jameson is unavailable. Alright, so let's start the call with our man, Mr. Pac-1 Morales, and bring him on with us. And Brendan Zogit, here we are. Where the hell is Pac-1? Okay. Oh, that's fucking brilliant, you idiot. Okay, there we are. Okay, it doesn't work when you call me. I have to call you. So, okay. So let's get all this on with Pac-1 Morales, because otherwise I was going to ride the call on somebody else, and that would make the whole thing untenable. And we will call Salman Sheikh as well. Call him, and then we will attempt to add Brendan Zogit, and hopefully he will respond. If not, that's fine. And the most important person here right now is Pac-1 Morales. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your joining us, and deeply indebted to you. Hope all is going well with you. Salman Sheikh is also here with us. Do state your greetings as always.
What are you doing, mate?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Douglas. Good evening, Salman Sheikh.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum and happy Father's Day to Pac-1, Douglas, J-Mo. My love to all of you.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Our love to you in turn. And just going to check a few other things here, see if there's anyone else that I have not thought of. Our man Peter Moon will join us at the top of next hour, and that's certainly helpful. Let me see if there's someone else that I haven't thought of. And I guess that is everyone that I can think of right now. So what we're going to do is kind of explain the general situation to everyone. Understand, of course, that my voice, as I said, is really not here right now. We're starting the live streaming. We're going to check who's in the chat room, see if anybody's with us. And I'm going to, of course, thank everyone who has joined us, and explain that this was a very packed weekend. And there's several reasons behind that. Aside from the fact that it is Juneteenth, which was a holiday that has always been celebrated in many states long before they legalized it. The fact that they did legalize it, and even though it's not official until next year, everybody went all out in celebrating it this year in Oakland, where we have the largest concentration of black people in the United States in a single city is actually Oakland, San Francisco. And I've given the history behind that before as to why that is. So Oakland is very much considered in many ways a black city. And so all of the fireworks were going on throughout yesterday. And aside from all of that, we have just recently instituted demasking. We have eliminated the masking policy in California for everyone who's vaccinated. And so this was the first time people were able to participate in social activities and breathe freely while doing so. So this drew many, many people out. And so aside from that, of course, it was Father's Day. And it was, of course, the first day of summer. So this is a potent combination of events that just led to Stuff I'll try to describe later. Of course, I had access to one of the blood boys provided by my wonderful son, who took me to many of these places, and that's in the image that's embedded in the live stream for tonight. And aside from that, the promotional banner shows that wonderful blind escort who I requested was able to join myself again on Sunday. And if any of you needs any explaining or detail concerning how is it then that I can even bother with trying to fundraise for my dentistry, I can go into that the next hour or the hour after that. Understand, of course, that none of this money is my own, and that the reason that I'm given access to these privileges is because of the services I provide in turn to the parties involved. And aside from all of that, I can go into further details. It really isn't all that difficult to understand. I really don't understand why most people don't understand it. Now, aside from all of that, we will not have Derek Talley with us tonight for a number of different reasons. And this is where we'll start with Paquan Morales in particular, and Jameson Reese more, just as much almost, to provide some, how would I say it, validation and verification for much of what I say, because anybody who really wants to can go back into the audio files and take a look at all my videos in the past, and they can verify everything that I'm saying if you are that so inclined. All of this is a matter of record, but I don't think many people understood this or ever understood it in context. But I have been talking about this with many people in Team Dietrich, in fact, everybody, for quite some time now. And the fact that we came to grips with months and months ago was that very much identical to Lena Shea, Derek Talley is very much an asset. And this is not to slander him or defame him. He honestly is unaware of what he's doing. Maybe I give him too much credit in that, or perhaps give him too much innocence, but he did disaffiliate after my latest transmission, in which I spoke deeply on the Peacock Angel and spoke, and this is where Salman Sheikh can verify what I'm saying. There's nothing that I'm saying that is not actually written of in true Islam. And of course, the Sufi disciplines will verify everything that I stated, whether I'm speaking of such entities as the Niega or the Ghul, or whether I'm speaking of Maluk Tawish, the Peacock Angel himself. And interestingly enough, Derek Talley's own son is named Malik, which really ought to tell you something. And that, of course, means angel. And so you have him naming his own son Angel, and he has a familiarity with that word, but he believes that I am too much of the fell angel, and expressed that I am of Satan, and scrubbed me completely from his timeline. Now, there's a little bit of reciprocity that goes on here. Honestly, there are things that are simply expected from each person, one of the other, where if someone is providing platform and favor to an individual, that individual reciprocates. So Derek Talley wanted to cease that relationship, and that's fine. He can disaffiliate, and that's fine. But this is something where he wanted to continue to come on the program, except, of course, for tonight, where he said, after my exposing myself as possessed of Lucifer, then he was not going to come on tonight. By the way, there's an entire context to all of this, and until you review the transmission preceding tonight's, none of this is going to make any sense. But all of this is part of shall I say, a resolution. The situation had to resolve at one point or another, and the only way it could resolve ultimately was by Derek Talley disaffiliating. And this is because he was essentially someone who volunteered to come and help me, and for that reason alone is very suspect. The first thing you will notice about many of the people around me is that when it comes to Salman Sheikh, or when it comes to Paquan Morales or Jameson Reese, these are people who just kind of fell in. They kind of were in contact with myself for years. In the case of Salman Sheikh, he was actually contributing monetarily what he could for years. And so these individuals are people who I came to know, and they are different from people who suddenly approach me and say, oh, I volunteer to help. Now, everybody knows my experience with that because there's been an ongoing pattern to that when somebody comes to volunteer to help, there's usually something the suspect. And so I have never been in a position where I could refuse. I needed all the help I could get. And Derek Talley was helping me before Jameson Rees came on board, at which point Derek Talley had a lot of hostility towards Jameson Rees. But here's where things began to really expose themselves. And I'm going to bring up Crystal River. Hopefully she's not offended by this, and hopefully she's listening, and hopefully she's doing well. She hasn't bothered to respond to me in forever, and she's on her own trip, and that's fine. And, hopefully she can join us sometime in the future whenever she wishes. But when Derek Talley really exposed himself as an asset was the night that he came on. And this is on record. This is literally on one of my transmissions where anybody can review it. He said, when I was in Marine Corps boot camp, and I made certain I entered boot camp before I saw the movie Full Metal Jacket. And when he went into boot camp to see the movie Full Metal Jacket, when he went into boot camp and then after he graduated from boot camp saw the movie Full Metal Jacket, which I'm surprised they don't show actually inside of the boot camp, and they may actually do that at some point these days. Who knows? I mean, they show stupid movies all the time in boot camp that they think are influential or are good for indoctrination, and that film would fit in right into that category. But he went to see the film after he graduated from boot camp, and he said it was exactly like my experience in boot camp. And he said, oh, yes, we had a Gomer or some individual, just like in the film, who brought out jelly donuts and was passing them around to all of us. I have no idea where he got them, he says, but he was passing them around to all of us, which takes it further than the film, where the man has one single jelly donut that he's hiding in his footlocker that is discovered by the drill instructor. Instead, he says this guy somehow pulls it out of his ass. And I mean literally out of his ass, because where would he pull it out of? When you're in boot camp, you are dressed in only a few things. You're either in running gear, which has no pockets, or you're in this kind of field uniform, which for all intents and purposes has no pockets. It has pockets, but there's nothing you're going to be able to put in them. Certainly not a jelly donut that would survive whatever you're doing throughout the day, which is either sitting on your ass, in which case you're sitting on the jelly donuts, watching a bunch of fucking training films, or you're out in the field, crawling around. And so, by the way, I got a call, which means that someone's off call. Call came from Jameson Rees or something? Did he drop off call or?
No, I'm on call. It's Amanda. Her Skype is acting up.
Oh, okay, her Skype's acting up. Oh no.
So I tried to add her again.
Okay, so let's see if we can add her. And so aside from that, my point being that so there's no place to put jelly donuts on a person's physical body in boot camp, let alone how would he get access to them. Amanda. Oh, honey, thank you for coming on. I love you dearly. Now, I want everyone to know Amanda's been through some terrible stuff, but I hope you can be patient and you can, Pac One and I are going to be dominating for about, the next few minutes, maybe to the bottom of the hour. But introduce yourself, Amanda, say hi to everyone. And then I want you, towards the bottom of the hour or a little after that to come on, and we're going to talk a bit about what's been going on with you. Is that okay?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm sorry. Skype was just being so funky on me for a minute there.
Oh, no worries, honey. So say hi to everybody. And like I said, Pac One and I are going to discuss something, and then we're going to bring you on, okay?
Sure.
Yeah. It won't take long for us. And perhaps you can tell people you've been through something very difficult lately, and we're going to go into detail about that, all right?
Sure.
Yeah. Is there something you want to say before?
Sure. Yeah, hi to everybody. Happy Father's Day, happy Summer's Day. Summer's Day, first day of summer.
Yeah.
It's been hard. It's been hard for a lot of people. So just thanks for everybody that sent wishes, and I hope everybody's doing good.
God bless you. Thank you. And we're all going to pray for you. Just briefly, what happened was you had to put Kronk down. This is the dog that saved your daughter's life. This is the dog that's been protecting you forever. And he's been around for how many years?
11.
11 years. I'm not quite sure what that is in dog years in terms of human years. How old would that be approximately?
I'm not sure because he's a Great Dane, so he's already about 5 years past what they would have considered a geriatric senior dog. So he had many, many years past what was even considered logical or able for them.
Well, that's because he loved you, and he was surrounded by love, and he didn't want to leave, and for the moment, what I can say is, at least it was quick, and there wasn't a degenerative arc where you got to see him disintegrate. It was just like one morning he couldn't get up, and I mean, that's pretty much how it happened, right?
It is, and it was at the same time that my cat suddenly, out of nowhere, just went downhill and died in my arms too. So
yes, that was it's this sort of thing happens, and I'm so sorry, and we're going to talk about that and some other things going on in your life, and oh my God, I'm just so glad you're able to join us at a time like this, and our prayers are with you, and so Pak-Wan and I are going to take over for about 15-20 minutes, okay? Along with Jensen.
Sure.
All right, and so bless you, and so then, the point about that was, I have every confidence that our man, Mr. Derek Talley, was in the Marine Corps. I have no doubt of that. The point is that something very strange happened to him, and that he was probably taken aside, and he was indoctrinated. This is an education for all of our listeners who, when I bring up this aspect of mind control, believe me, there is mind control. And for him to have this fantasy fabricated in his mind that this happened just like in the film, in fact, beyond what the film even portrayed, and then to say that, oh yeah, and then we blanket partied the guy just like in the film. And okay, if I had experienced something in life where I went through some experience like that and then saw it reflected on screen, this would be a pivotal moment of self-examination. I would seriously question my sanity. I would seriously question reality. There would be, first, I would, this is mind-blowing. I mean, it's literally mind-blowing if something like that truly happened. And then when I asked him about it, he was totally evasive. And he would not answer the question about how mind-blowing this was. There's several other aspects to his Marine Corps service that indicate he went into a mind swipe program. But this is the major one where he gave it all away. And when he said what he said, Crystal River responded by telling me when she had listened to that, she said, wow, he didn't even have the originality to change it from a jelly donut to a bag of Doritos or something. It was just, she said, it's just, yeah, it had to be a jelly donut like in the film, because that was obviously part of the, would you call it, the trigger mechanism, that would be the key to the memory programming. That was... and the way Brendan Zogid expressed it was that they almost certainly dragged him into another Stanley Kubrick type situation like Clockwork Orange, and they just made him watch Full Metal Jacket over and over again 20 times in a row. But what our man Pak-Wan Morales is here to help me out with is to validate and verify what I'm saying. There's no way physically this could have happened in the Marine Corps, and that, yeah, there are times in the Marine Corps where things do happen that nobody remembers, which would be like what happened to himself. And this kind of verifies and validates, but it goes a little beyond that, and I'll contextualize it after Pak-Wan Morales speaks. And so Pak-Wan will take the stage now and also provide some of his background and exactly why this is so bizarre. And so Pak-Wan, by all means, the stage is yours, and you can take it from there.
Thank you, Doug. Yeah, I went in 2003. I don't recall any kind of donuts ever being provided. I think there were bagels, and closest thing to a snack you would get is maybe like Jell-O or the little tablespoon scoops of prepackaged Peter Pan peanut butter. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy things that happen in boot camp. For instance, when I was in there, there's a section of the time in boot camp for Marines. You go to boot camp for 12 weeks, and 4 of those weeks, is pretty much like an education like they tell you about like chesty puller, and you go to like these classes in these auditoriums, and you learn history of the Marine Corps, and recall one, and not just me, a couple other Marines that I went to boot camp with, who I am still in contact with. But there was a time where we went in, and for a educational video, you get the little clock countdown. And most of the time when you're in those classes, the scenario's like this. You wake up 5-6 o'clock reveille, and you're running around all day. You're being IT'd, which is intensive training. That's where it's pretty much like a discipline thing, where the drill instructor pretty much just fucks you and your whole platoon up for however long they got to do, and it's scheduled. It's like a scheduled beating almost. So you're extremely fatigued, and you go on from being in the California heat, all day, and then you go into these auditoriums, and it's nice and cool. You don't have a drill instructor yelling at you. It's quiet. They turn the lights off, and you're left to watch these videos, and they start off. They can start off with the timer clock down. The 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Well, one in particular time we were watching, and you don't dare fall asleep in those things. Either you're chugging water, or you're terrified of the drill instructors. But it clock counted down, and then all of a sudden the lights are turning on, and you're being yelled at to get up, go, 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 go. So I don't. There was lost time. Don't know if it was 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 5 hours. Clearly not 5 hours, because you would tell the difference between the time. But it was still daytime. So there was that instance where there is definitely things that happen that time's missing. Don't know what it could have been. Same thing like with the hallway of doors. You're walking through a hallway, and on each end of you there's another little door frame, but instead of it being a hallway or whatever, it's just a little cubicle with a table, and they hit you with the like needles. They're not even needles. It's like a vaccine that they blow it on the top, and it's an air pressure gun. They pretty much shoot the vaccine into you. You walk through a hallway of those, and arms, ass, whatever, you get these air injected vaccines, whatever they're doing to you. So there's a lot of testing, a lot of things that they practice on. You're basically, when you join the service, you sign your life away. They always constantly remind you that you no longer own yourself, that you are now property of the United States government. So same reason why you can't sue any type of military doctor for a malpractice, or anything that happens to you. You in boot camp, you don't get to sue. You die. That's it. They literally have you have a life insurance policy on you. So if you die, your family get money. I mean, that's a plus. But aside from that, yeah, you get I think it's $250,000 you get, life insurance policy. So you're better dead to your family than anything. Yeah, definitely a lot of crazy things happen in military, or especially the Marine Corps boot camp. I don't ever recall there ever being donuts, so I don't.
Yeah, no, they just aren't there. And this is what was bizarre. And the other aspect of we could go on for little nitpicking things like this, but it really added up. But that was pretty much it. That's really what gave it away. And then when when he also somehow didn't serve his full term. He didn't serve his full term in the Marine Corps, but he's never said why. And that's very similar to Richard K. Cole Jr. has never stated why he doesn't serve his full term in the Marine Corps. And we know both of them got out early. They both got out of the Marine Corps before they served their full term. And but they were always communicating with each other, in the sense that what happened was that Richard K. Cole Jr. and our man can validate this, Pac-1 Morales, he was on a group Skype call with myself and Peter Moon and Madame Selena Khan. And when we were on the Skype call, then I brought up the fact that Richard K. Cole Jr. had been putting up pictures of Derek Townley's family members online, doxing him and putting up pictures of his family members, which is a direct threat to his family. And when it came to this direct threat to his family, say, for instance, if you go to Derek Townley's timeline, he's promoting his cousin has a new indie film, an independent film out called Black Girl versus Ambiguous. But that was June 4th that he was promoting that. He never brought that up when he was on any of the recent transmissions. And of course, if you ask him, he'd say, oh, I'm protecting my family's security. I don't want my family's security to be threatened by bringing my relations up. But I said, oh, but Richard K. Cole Jr. was threatening your family and putting up photographs of the youngest members of your family who are underage children. And why don't you report him? And he would never report him. And so when we brought this up with him, he basically went into this kind of macho mode where he said, I'm going to kill him, going to do all this shit to tear Richard K. Cole apart, where to the point where Mr. Moon said, stop talking like that. Douglas Dietrich's phone or his conversation, they're always listened to. You're going to get yourself in very serious trouble saying what you're saying. And so he just basically kind of shut up after that. But, it was only until he was confronted repeatedly by Selina Khan that he finally reported Richard K. Cole Jr., which resulted in their having to be taken off the public internet and render their LGAB column, which is all based on myself, literally was titled Douglas Dietrich, Critical Omissions with Douglas Dietrich, so that people searching for myself would find only Richard K. Cole Jr. Now, this went on for months, all the while that I was helping him with his cancer. So all the while I helped him with his cancer, I said, can you do something for me and report the fact that Richard K. Cole is threatening your family? Oh, no, I can't do that. Oh, no, I can't do that. And it's like, I believe that Pac-1 was on the call with us. Am I remembering correctly? I do believe you were on that call when this was confronted.
Yeah, that's how it went. I was on the call.
Yeah. Thank you. And so it's important to emphasize this is that he was very much protective of Richard K. Cole, would never report the fact that the man was threatening his own family. And by the time he did, and it resulted in Richard K. Cole finally being taken off the public internet, in terms of his LGAP column, this was because the FBI responded, because they had someone else reporting besides myself. And of course, this was threatening children. And yet this was something that Derek Talley never wanted to do. And he was very angry about being forced to do this. And so he's very much an asset. And in his own mind, he's not. This is the point. He'll deny it till the cows come home, to the point where he'll get violent about, say, oh, I'll kill Richard K. Cole, all this bullshit, but he won't do anything about him in terms of reporting legitimately valid threats. So that was the most important thing, to have Pac-1 back up until this point. We're very glad to have him with us, and I will ask him to, aside from that, relate the fact that this has been a wonderful few weeks for him. He's been stabilizing his own personal experience, and he has found time with his family, and I hope there's some pleasant things you can share with us. Happy birthday to Elizabeth and all your beautiful family, and so glad that all of you have gone through your birthdays so recently. You both were born in the same month, apparently, right? Am I right on that?
Yeah. So me, my wife, and my oldest daughter were all Geminis, and our birthdays are like consecutive. Mine's the 9th, my daughter's is the 15th, and then my wife's is the 20th. And I'll tell you what, this has been past couple of months have been really great. We've actually, just buckled down and said, we're gonna do more as a family, take the kids, do things, have experiences and whatnot. And so I mean, we went to Chicago, we went to Pittsburgh, we just went to down to I think it's called Carson City or something. It's out here. It's further north here in Michigan, and it was like a lake shore house for my daughter's birthday. We spent the week out there, did kayaking and bonfires, and it's been really great. We've all been enjoying ourselves. Today, me and my wife, we went out, and it's her birthday, so we went to this restaurant called the Tangy Crab, and they do like seafood boils and stuff, and it was really good, So that was like it was like 2:00. We went out there, had lunch, and hung out and enjoyed our time. It's been really nice. It's been really, really, especially like this past week, because I didn't take the taco truck out at all this week. Just kind of been, because I've been taking it out 3-4 times a week, and it's such a crazy routine. I mean, like, I'm the only, it's my business, so it's only gonna thrive as much as I put into it. So I could be lackadaisy on it, but I figure if there's opportunity right now while I'm here and while I have, the strength to do it, and the blessings coming in, just take them as they come. And took this week off, and next week I'll be back out on the grind, running around like a crazy man. But it's been a wonderful week. Topper was today, just having, this being the last day of, relaxation and stuff. So yeah, I the blessings and the good times and the good business is just it's been something that's I'd say well deserved and overdue a little bit.
Yes.
But I'm not complaining, and I'm enjoying life right now. I'm enjoying life.
I really appreciate that, and I'm really proud of you for having the courage to take that time and spend with your family. And honest to God, just understand that we don't get a second chance, and you have to take moments like this for yourself, for your family, and don't allow your sense of responsibility, the puritanical work ethic that kills so many people in America, don't let it kill you. Honestly, make certain.
That's what happened, Douglas. Because during when it's not taco truck season, I do tamales, and my son's 3 years old, and I've been, since he was born, I've been on the road running around doing, I've spent time, we've still done things, but with my tamale business during the winter, which, I'm probably not going to do anymore. I'll probably do a couple batches here and there, but nothing big like I was before. It just, my son past 3 years, I've always been like, when I'm done doing this, I'm cooking, I'm prepping, I'm rolling tamales, that's really what pushed us to start these vacations and do them more as a family, because it's like, we do work, my wife, she works 16 hours a day and sometimes 5 days a week. Sometimes, on her days off, they call her in, and it's just, it's definitely something that we recognize, and I'd rather, jump on it right now. And, money will always be there, man.
Yes.
But these times, like you're saying, these times with our kids and the moments. I took my son. So when we went to Chicago, we did a little tour they do right there in the lake, in Lake, what is that, Lake Michigan, and they just drive you around right there at Navy Pier, whatever. My son, he was kind of scared, but then he liked it, and so past couple of weeks, all he's been talking about is boat. So
wow.
When we got out to the cabin, they had kayaks and a little fishing boat. So took him out like 2-3 days in a row, in the morning time, and on the kayak, he sat between my legs in the kayak with his little vest, and I just paddled him across the whole lake. It was a huge lake. I paddled him all the way across the lake and back, and we'll just float around, and he loved it. He loved it, just being chill, and it was funny because he's 3 years old, and you would think, being 3, that he'd be kind of like irritable or antsy to move around. No, he was just chill. He was really chill. He liked I think the serenity of it, the sereneness, being able to just enjoy, and it was cool. It's been so cool, man.
Thank you. I really appreciate your sharing that. There was another thing, of course, there's so many others. I'll just cover them briefly as the night goes on. When Peter Moon comes on, we'll cover some more. But the other thing, of course, about Derek Talley was there was really a passive terrorism involved with him. And that involved the fact that I told him I really don't like seeing him in that Marine Corps uniform, in that photograph showing up on my Facebook all the time, because I was dealing with him constantly because he was volunteering his services. And he refused to change it, and he kept himself in this bizarre we're talking about a stupid pre-graduate photograph, which is like Richard K. Cole Jr.'s. People who get those photographs taken, that's for the yearbook, for when you graduate from fucking boot camp. We're talking about a mere 3 months of your miserable fucking life, and probably 3 of the most miserable months of your fucking life. Anyone who maintains a pre-graduate photograph of themselves in Marine Corps uniform is sick. That it shows that they're infantile, that they never grew up, that there is nothing beyond that for them. That is their sense of identity. He always maintained that until his kidneys blew out. Then when his kidneys blew out, he finally took that down because he was coming on my show. And I told him, please don't talk about your financial situation. I have to raise funds for myself. I have my own problem. All he talked about was his financial situation. So people stopped donating to me. because they kept sending me basically communique asking how they could donate to Derek Talley. And I said, I have problems of my own. This is not his venue. He's welcome to start his own venue, which he hosted once himself. I'll bring up an example. Our friend Brendan Zoget had this automobile crash, and he's lost everything. He's had to buy, spend all the money that he saved up because of this automotive crash on attorneys that have to sue the insurance to make certain he gets something. And even then, God knows, this might be a lifetime in which he gets nothing, because I see people win these lawsuits and they're awarded, it doesn't matter. You can award somebody millions of dollars, but you have to pay for the creditors to collect it from the party who's responsible, who crashed your car, who wrecked your car when they crashed into you or whatever, however the accident went down. And even though he's considered legally in the right, they could award him $1 million, and how's he going to collect it? This guy, his life is fucked. He doesn't come on my show talking about his financial situation. So this is very important to emphasize. I'm here because I have issues that I'm dealing with where I can barely make rent. And Derek Talley, when he blew out his kidneys at just the right time, there's a lot that's going on that's suspect about this. And he may very well have blown out kidneys. It's what is bizarre about it was, first off, he showed up in the chat room tonight to say, what are you guys talking about? As if he didn't know. After scrubbing me completely from his own Facebook timeline, all of the posts that used to be on there. And then he says, what he's doing. He's just going into that full denial mode that they always do. Like, oh my God, what are you saying? This is all, this is something that's been building up for months. When it comes to his kidneys conveniently blowing out, and again, anybody can access all of the past transmissions. You can hear the quality of his voice has never been stronger. In the past, it was like Brendan Zoget said, what the fuck is wrong with him? Everybody was saying that to me. He sounds so robotic. It sounds like he's waking out of a deep sleep. He would come on, he's just like barely able to talk. And then suddenly, over the past ever since his kidneys have blown out, his voice sounds stronger than it's ever sounded. And then he told me that they have to take him off the 3 days a week dialysis and put him on 4 days a week dialysis, which means you're like knocking on death's door. The one thing I can guarantee you is if you're on dialysis 4 times a week, travel is not on the table. But he sent me a note saying, I'm not going to be on tonight's show because I'm visiting my father in Alabama for Father's Day. I'm going to be in Alabama for Father's Day. Now, anybody can remember, he said that his car blew out, like his kidneys, and therefore he had to try and tell the insurance to pay off his car, but the insurance said, no, we're not paying off your car. And so he had to buy a $100 car from his son, which was only for use in the city. Only for the use in the city, that he could not take it anywhere outside of the city. Yet he's now he's traveling to Alabama from Michigan or wherever he's at. It's not that far away from Pac-1 really, and so it's like all while he's on dialysis 4 days a week. Okay, there's just everything going on about this doesn't make any sense. So not only, one, he wouldn't have the strength, he wouldn't have the time, and second, first off, let me tell everyone this much: he's got the VA. It's that simple. He's got his father. His father's still alive. He's got the VA. He has no financial problems. All he has to do, his father can take him in, is move in with his dad and go into the VA, and all of his care is for free. It's none of the problems he's talking about are there, except he's staying in the place where he's at, which all he needs to do is abandon it. If he can't make the rent, he goes in with his dad and he goes in to the VA to take care of it. He kept bringing up all these financial issues, and, basically all these people are writing me to donate to him. I have problems of my own. And in terms of all of this, again, it just goes back to this kind of passive sabotage of my program that he's basically assigned to participate in. In the end, now this is something I can go into in depth, but it would be nauseating. The military is permeated with deep-rooted racism. Today, as a matter of fact, I can't go into this later tonight in Arc of Narrative. I'm not going to spend the time on it now. Might even not spend the time on it tonight because it's just something that should be self-evident. But the highest ranking officer of the United States Navy, to which the Marine Corps belongs to, had to confront the Republicans just this week last about the fact that the United States services are full of racist discrimination and colored people aren't promoted, and that this is a real issue. And if that's going on now, imagine when his dad was trying to become an officer. And this is where the crux comes in. When it comes to his father, who I had on this program, when I had his father on this program talking about, yes, he was the Mustang, which, by the way, for those of you who don't know, that means somebody who goes from a enlisted man all the way up to a commissioned officer, which is so rare that, believe me on this, it is more common to be awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor than it is for a man to transfer from the ranks of enlisted up to officer. And for a black man to do that in the 1960s, obviously it happened, but what price did that man pay? Usually what I see in cases like that, and I worked with Michael Aquino, is these men offered their children up for some kind of mind control program. This is what Peter Moon and I were talking about with the whole Montauk trip all these years. So that's how he got turned into the Marine Corps, and then wound up thinking that he's in this boot camp where, oh, jelly donuts are just available for everybody, and you carry them in the field, and somehow this gets passed out, and then they blanket partied the guy, just like in the film Full Metal Jacket. It's like when your life plays out on the silver screen, you know you're either losing your mind or something radical has happened and you've been part of an indoctrination process. This has been going on for quite some time now. It just had to stop at some point. And then when he says, oh, well, now I'm of Satan because of the entire episode with the Peacock Angel. I don't know if you had any time to listen to any of that, Pack One, but you can bring that up as well as whatever observations you have on that. But mostly you can bring up just how easy it would have been for Mr. Derek Talley to change his photograph from that Marine Corps photograph. And you can back up what I'm saying about why would anyone do that when that's not expressive of anything you did as a career in the military. That has nothing to do with a military career, this pre-graduate photograph. It is almost as if any other military man who looks at that would say how stupid it is, because they'd say, why do you have this photograph of yourself before you even graduate? You get what I'm saying? You back me up on this. Help me out here, Pack One.
Yeah, so I took the picture, but everybody usually, I mean, it's that picture in particular is like a one-size-fits-all jacket, doesn't strap up in the back, or has like a Velcro to kind of hold it in place for a photo. But yeah, typically, when you do pictures, I think the only time other times I've only ever taken pictures in the.
Oh, you dropped out.
In a certain.
Yeah, you dropped out there for a moment.
With your spouse.
Yeah, just make certain to repeat yourself. You dropped out. Yeah. One of the other times you took pictures.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. So I said, the only time I've ever taken a picture outside of the initial boot camp picture, which is a Velcro jacket that straps on from the front. It's one size fits all. Everybody puts the same jacket on.
Yes.
But the only other time I've ever taken a picture in the Marines was at the Marine Corps ball, and it's typically you in your dress blues with your rank insignia and medals and your significant other, almost like a prom picture, but for the Marine Corps ball,
Yes.
So that's the only other time I've ever taken a picture in my service dress blues.
Yes.
But they were actually mine. So it's not very common to use that photo. People usually post it like a Pride or Moto type, Moto being like a motivational photo or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really been one to want it to be my profile picture like that.
Thank you. I mean, for one thing, you're more than that. You are more than that time you spent in the Marine Corps, which was pretty much a miserable time anyway, as it is for most people. And
Sure.
Yeah, now that we've gotten that taken care of, honestly, thank you so much for being with us tonight, Pack One, and
No
do
problem,
check in.
Doug.
Yeah,
Yep.
check in anytime you wish, but I have a feeling you'll be involved with your family. I'll try and add a comment to that wonderful post you put up about yourself and your wife, and I'm so proud that you have a wonderful wife and children like that. You have honestly done so well for yourself and for the world.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you. Love you guys, and I'll be hanging out. So
Thank you so
all right.
much.
Yep,
Look forward
no
to
problem.
it.
Talk to you
Take
guys
care.
later.
Yeah.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. And so, Amanda, if you'd be kind enough to come on with us, if she's there. Let's see if she's still with us. And okay,
I'm here.
Yes. Oh, thank you. Yes. No, I mean, believe me, I don't like doing these things, and honestly, it's one of these things that it just comes after a while of where you're just dealing with too much. Honestly, the man's kidneys blowing out, it was so convenient that they suddenly blew out like that. And it's bizarre to me that, as Jameson Reese has said, Jameson, by the way, you can back me up here verbally. You can tell people you remember all he said about his car.
Yes, I remember. He said he made it sound like he wouldn't be able to go anywhere.
Yeah.
He was having this problem with his insurance company. But I think what really stood out to me about his tenure was the sort of him being jealous of me at a certain point in time, and also his the fact that I found it highly suspect that he's just a very simple guy. And his father sounded like a very, very intelligent guy. I'm not calling the guy dumb or anything, but it's just that like there's something, just something like very mind controlled about him.
Well, do you remember one time he stopped and said, "I call on Jesus Christ as my personal savior," and that is nothing that I'm laughing at or dismissing, but he said it in a context that implied that I and the rest of us did not, as if somehow there was something. Now, in your case, of course, it's something where people would assume that that wouldn't be the case. But in my case, I've always come from a Christian perspective, so it was very bizarre that he did that. But we could go on and on about this, but I think people get the major points, and there's still many more details, but the major points are what counts. The interesting thing was that I did review the response from Lena Shea, which he had sent to her, relayed on my behalf, and then Lena Shea returned it, and I was able to actually dig that up. It showed up in my emails in the most obtuse fashion. I mean, literally like hidden in a reply. It was one of those things that you had to really look for it to find it. Now, I was just in the mood to do that the other day, and I found it, and this was, and what she said really wasn't all that bad, but it was also an example of kind of her revising history, in which she said that I had claimed she had stolen all of the money. That would be the most thing that I would have the most argument with, the most contention with, was that she said that I claimed on record she had stolen all the money from the PayPal account or the web that was connected through the website. And what I always said was I had offered for her to take all of that money because it would have been just easier if she could have just maintained the website. And it took a very long time until fairly recently before Selena Khan and I were able to get the website back to the functionality that it was when Lena Shea was with us, even anywhere near that functionality, into a presentable website format that I could be more proud of. And so, we finally gotten back to that point, but she did all the damage she possibly could. So it's that people understand this. She's like revised history in her mind. And of course, this is something people don't like to hear, is that they're mind controlled. But in her case, her father was a very famous, he's not an architect, but like I said, the closest thing to it, something that's just as technically skilled, an interior decorator who worked with wood. And these were like wood carvings that would be installed in churches, that would be carved in various museums and the like. These are like exquisite carvings made out of wood that he, as a master craftsman carpenter, would handle. But he was from a privileged background, and like so many privileged young white boys, decided he was going to have a fun, exciting life and get all the girls he wanted by selling drugs. He got into very deep trouble for that, and got his way out of it almost certainly by bringing his, basically promising that he would turn over his daughter for mind control. Now, this sounds incredibly indulgent, like some kind of fantasy, but it's not, because she herself approached me, very Christine Joanna Hart-like, saying that she had repressed memories and she felt that she had been abused when she was young, and wanted to pursue that further with myself. So this is quite common how people approach this. When I said to Derek Talley one time, I really think her dad at one point turned her over for, as repayment for his being rescued from what otherwise would have been a very long prison sentence, in which he would have been not come out well at all if he came out at all. Then Derek Talley says, "Oh, that makes sense, because that's why, who was it? The senior Gosh, that's why the father of Johnny Gosh basically turned him over to Michael Aquino, was because he had heavy gambling debts." And I was like thinking, how would you know that? Anyhow, Amanda, did she take off? I saw her signal vanish. This is
she's still here.
I'm here.
Oh, good. So So, honey, so you take the stage now. And she said, I'm home, all good to go. I'm so glad. And so tell us about, I hope you haven't had any close calls lately yourself. How are your children handling this? And how old was the cat, if I might ask? You made it sound almost as if this were a kitten.
Well, he is about 5 years old, or he was going to be 5. He was the kitten that I rescued and gave to my kids as a pre-Christmas present before I went into surgery, because I didn't know if I was coming out
alive.
And so
oh my God. And so this was the surgery we kept talking about on Revolution Radio, that you gifted this cat to your kids before you went into that surgery.
Yeah.
That feels like 100 years ago by now, but it was only less than 5. How many years ago was it?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It's just like yesterday. It feels like so long ago, and yet it was just like yesterday. That's incredible. So this cat was not that old. How much would it have been in human years?
I don't know.
Okay.
He was, I mean, cats are known to go, 20, 22 years. Like he was still a little guy, all things considered, and perfectly healthy, perfectly fine. I don't know what happened to him. And, the kids and I talked. I asked him if, how they felt about taking him down to the vet anyway and getting him tested to see what it was. And, they just wanted to bury him in our special little spot where we have our other birds that have passed. We have a little pet cemetery, I guess, in the back. So, so we didn't do that.
I was going to ask where you buried Kronk, and I presume it's in the same area?
Well, no, that would have been like a man-size,
right.
burial.
Right. That's a lot of work. Are you going to have him interred in a pet cemetery, a formal one?
No, I had him cremated.
Okay.
I'll be getting some ashes and a paw print in about a week.
Okay. And, oh, that's wonderful. And, I'm just so glad he was able to gift your life the way he did and save your child's life. That's truly a legendary dog. That's a heroic dog, and he lived as well as he could with you. And I'm glad to find out that he was as old as he was, because it makes it easier to handle. And your children, how are they handling this?
They're handling it, but they're not okay. But I mean, they're getting through it, I mean, their cat was very shocking. We have 2 older cats whom I had before my children were born. And so they've known for quite a while that, their time would be up, not anytime soon. It's not, on a death watch or something, but just, realistically, about their animals and the age and whatnot. And so having our youngest cat go and out of nowhere and with no other signs or reasons for it, that hit him really hard.
Yeah.
And then to lose Kronk, I think like you had said, he was just been around and fine, and then just literally he stood up and relieved himself of his bowels right there, and I shooed him outside and cleaned up, and he came back in and he went right to his bed, and then he just wouldn't get back up.
Yeah.
So it just happened, and I had a really nice vet. He was telling me we could try and see and do some things, and it just wasn't worth putting Kronk through that.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
what was he recommending as potential options? Life support?
Well, life support, basically. Yeah. Put him on x-rays, put him on an IV, look inside of his stomach. He was eating and he was relieving himself. But his stomach started bloating, and then he started peeing blood. And so they were saying it could be cancer or just an infection. but he was going. You know, to give him a month, you know, to be hooked up and stuff like that, it just wasn't logical or you know, humane to put him through that just to keep him around for us.
I agree. That would have been selfish and a form of torture.
I feel like I was, or I don't know. I feel like I failed them.
No, you did not. You did not. You did the best by him, I assure you. To fail him would have been to take those options. If you had followed through on those options, that would have failed. I'm surprised the veterinarian even came up with a potential for something like cancer or something like that. I mean, oh my God, it's more like just, you know, it's that time. It was that time, and we're so fortunate that it was quick. Rather than a degenerative arc, which can be fairly common, because I know other people and they keep the dog around because it's their mother's dog or something, and you know the dog's just pissing and shitting all over the place, and the degenerative arc is horrific because you're talking about something that's still ambulatory. Lena Shea was kind of like that way with her cat, you know, as it passed on, and of course it was a bad enough experience, that deathing process where she's not going to have a cat again. So it was that was interesting. I'm going to ask our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, to try and put all of this into context. You know, and again, I do want people to understand that when I speak of this and what happened with Derek Talley, this is not defamation or slander. This is what it is. It's not like a trial in absentia either. The judgment was already made a long time ago. Any one of the people that I spoke with in terms of Pac-Man Morales and Jameson Reese, and even Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon will confirm the fact that I told them that Derek Talley was an asset for quite some time. You know, he's going to, you know, when you think back to his dad and his dad when he was on this program, and I, without confrontation and very respectfully, I brought up the fact that during 9/11, NORAD, which his father was a part of, an officer with North American Air Defense, the first black officer with the U.S. Air Force, probably, and to have climbed up from the ranks to do that, this is like, you know, statistically, with the kind of racism we still have that is so pervasive, you know, without dismissing this as an accomplishment and saying, oh, well, you know, that's it was political machination, we have to face the reality of this situation. How would this happen without some exchange of the kind that I'm talking about in an environment like that? And when his father was on this program and I asked him about 9/11 and how America has no air defense whatsoever, and understand this, when those Twin Towers came falling down, and this was based on the civilian airlines being hijacked and crashing into them, which did happen. Anyone who says otherwise is just full of shit. And then the one plane that was headed towards San Francisco that ultimately wound up in that field where the rioters on the plane, the people, the passengers had to take over and said, let's roll. And that went down into history when the passengers resisted suicidally and took that plane down. The only other way it was going to stop, and that term, let's roll, was uttered by Todd Beamer, by the way. And when it comes to that, the only other way that plane was going to stop from crashing into the Trans-American Pyramid in San Francisco, which is where it was headed. You'll hear some bullshit. It was headed towards the White House. It's all bullshit. It was headed towards Trans-America Pyramid in San Francisco, and that was United Airlines flight 93. And but the one plane that they were able to send up, because every plane in the United States, the first moment that those towers, the first thing that was done when those towers went down was George W. Bush grounded every single plane in the United States, including all military planes. He did not trust the military. And I'll tell you why, was because right before then, you can look this up, there was a Lieutenant Commander Craig Button. Craig Button took a fully loaded, what they call the flying tanks, the fully loaded A-10 Warthog. He took a fully loaded A-10 Warthog, which can wipe out a city. I'm not shitting. This is no exaggeration. You could wipe out a city with an A-10 Warthog. And he took it fully loaded and armed, and no one knows where he went. And when Craig Button disappeared with that A-10 Warthog, at that moment, nobody could trust the military. So that was one factor. And they said later on, oh, they found the crash plane and they found his remains. It was all bullshit. They never found anything. They said that they found it, but they never really found it. And when that happened, everybody thought the military was involved. And because of that, everything was grounded. And the only thing they could do was her father, who had gotten her into the Air Force, sent up Heather Penny. And I'm sure the young lady named Amanda, you can verify this. And she must remember it. You might remember Heather Penny was sent up to take the plane down by kamikaze dive. She was supposed to bodily crash into the plane because she had no ammunition. And when I brought this up with Derek Talley's father, and he was just in total denial. Oh, these are all rumors. These are all internet. This never happened. I said that's not true, sir. I said that's Heather Penny goes around speaking publicly about how the fact that there were no planes available, there was no ammunition available, and she went up in the sky, and all she could do was bodily ram that plane, and the only thing that saved her was the passengers took it down first. So he, at that time, excused himself and said, oh, I must go now. Probably thought, geez, my son set me up for an ambush. I thought he was going to set me up with some Christian rapper, but this guy knows what he's talking about. And then he took off. But there's only two things to conclude. Either the United States military was part of the conspiracy, or the U.S. military provides absolutely no air defense, which I'll tell you is true. It's the latter. The U.S. military provides absolutely no air defense. There's nothing they have to protect America from any attack. That was evidenced on that day. So this whole thing about all these people and what they do for you, it's all bullshit. And anybody who listens to me should know that by now. And yet these people are held as the only institution which Americans trust. If they take any surveys, the Americans trust the military more than any other service. All of this, of course, Amanda, you grew up in the military and surrounded by the military, so she can tell us her own observations about this before I bring on Salman Sheikh and introduce Peter Moon whenever he comes on. Salman Sheikh can help us transition there. But Amanda, I don't know if you remember anything I was talking about, Heather Penny that day, any of that ring a bell with you?
I do remember that.
Thank you.
And I want to say there were several different news stories about it, of how much the passengers were heroes because they saved one of our Air Force.
Yeah, there we are.
So, yeah.
as if her life mattered more than all of theirs put together.
Right.
So, oh my God. At any rate, Peter Moon has joined us. I definitely want him to say hello. Peter, I want you to know that Salman's been here for an hour very patiently, hasn't said anything. I'd like Salman to introduce you. So, Salman, yeah? Oh,
let me.
Sure.
I've got a bunch of stuff to do, so let him keep talking, and then I'll come back later, okay?
Oh, okay. What time are you coming back? A few minutes or a few hours? You're welcome throughout the night, of course.
About an hour.
About an hour? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, because I got involved in a project and I didn't even know how late it was. But anyway, okay. I'll be back in about an hour. So I've got you here and I'll just go on mute.
Sounds good. Bless you. Thank you so much. And,
all right.
So that's so Salman Sheikh and Amanda and Jameson can take over at this point. What I'm going to do is just kind of refresh myself. I'll be back. I'm going to start the roundtable with Salman Sheikh. We'll host the roundtable, and I will be back in a matter of minutes. And so I will let everybody know as soon as I return. But honestly, the most tense part of the night has been taken care of, and it's just one of those nights that's highly uncomfortable. Before I go, of course, I want to hear what Salman Sheikh has to observe about it. Now, Salman Sheikh, of course, I did share this with him months ago when I was telling him about what was going on with Derek Talley, but there is I believe he was in the Marine Corps. I believe his kidneys may have gone out, but his behavior is very strange in the way that, and actually Jameson, verify this for us. Tell us, has his voice not become more clear and more like he's got more strength than he had in all the years you've ever heard him as soon as his kidneys went out?
Yes. I mean, he actually sounds better than he did when he had cancer.
Yes.
So apparently, it didn't hurt his, his kidneys going out didn't really harm him to the point where it's like weakened his body. The only other thing I found really odd was when he had was the fact that he was communicating with Lena Shea. That was something I also found kind of odd.
Oh, yes. People have asked me about clarification on his communicating with Richard K. Cole Jr. He basically would go in and read Richard K. Cole Jr.'s stupid little blog, which is like why I guess he didn't want it taken offline. And so he was like saying, he talks to me directly. He'll say, "Oh, Derek Talley, like I'm right there. He knows I'm there." And I asked him, "Why do you keep looking at that?" And but he has no answer. And so again, it's just, this is what he does. And so he's obviously, on that individual side, which is why he refused to report him until Selina Khan really told him that if you don't report him, you must really hate your kids and all your grandkids, because, he's putting up photos of all your child relatives, your nieces and nephews, and you do nothing about it. You must be as bad as Michael Aquino. And that's when he was finally shamed into reporting it to the FBI, which finally knocked Richard K. Cole Jr. off the public lines. But he's that and the passive terrorism of him dressing up in that stupid Marine Corps outfit all the time he was, dealing with me. When it came to finally this, in this case, the worst of it was that when I need money the most and I'm dealing with my own dental emergency, and this is nothing that is innocuous. This is something that is, at this point, this is turning into a major project that requires thousands of dollars, and I still have to make rent. So this guy comes on and keeps talking about his, monetary problems, which are non-existent for all the reasons that I gave. And for some reason that I think is totally inappropriate, Richard K. Cole Jr., who did not serve a full stint in the Marine Corps, Derek Talley, who did not serve a full stint in the Marine Corps, they get free medical treatment the rest of their lives at the VA. And these are guys that never even served a full stint in the Marine Corps, and they get the rest of their lives free in the VA. Your tax dollars pay for this. So he has all this free option. And it's aside from that, he could take advantage of counseling. He could go in there for counseling. None of this seems to be happening. He doesn't pursue any of it. So he's not pursuing anything he could do. All he has to do is, and again, his father's still alive. So you might say, well, if his father turned him into some mind control program, how would he respond to that? Why would he want to go back to his dad? Well, at this point, why would his dad care? He's retired. He's gotten everything he wanted. So, the son they made use of, he might as well, get him there.
Yes, that's that chronism, the Chronos devouring his children to advance.
Yes. Yeah. And I truly believe that that's what happened. And this is why you've got these blank spots in the memory of Derek.
I feel bad for the man, but the fact of the matter is, it's just, it is kind of bizarre. I also found it interesting, how he was able to, I don't know, maybe I was looking too much into it then, but when he was able to ride the show after you were knocked off, during that siege with Lilith Aquino.
Yes. Yes. Great. And our man Brendan Zoget can come on with us too for a short time in a few minutes. I'll tell him, just tell me when. In the meantime, by all means, come on now, Mr. Salman Sheikh. Thank you so much for being with us. God bless you.
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. And I will extend my love and greetings first to brothers Peter, Pat Cohn, Jameson, Douglas, to Sister Amanda, and my condolences to Amanda for your dog and the cat. And I pray that God gives peace to you and comfort to your family during this time. I was aware of this situation that was going to take place probably for many months now, and it was just a matter of time before it was going to pop up, because Douglas, being the soul and the heart that he has, the darkness and the enemy see him as a threat. So they will do anything or anything possible to basically bring that morale down, destroy his platform, destroy his message. But at the end, just like what I said, and I always say, that when they dig their hole, they end up falling in their own hole. So Douglas's message of goodness, unity, love, peace, and light, including what he said about Malik Taus, and that anyone who's on a Sufi path or any spiritual path know that that's not anything that's of evil or darkness. You just have to have a perception to understand what is it that is being said. And even though when we were talking about Sufism, he had brought up the concept that I only believe in Jesus Christ. And we Muslims believe in Jesus as well. So you cannot be a Muslim unless you believe in Jesus. So I had a feeling that, you know, for many times now that this kind of situation was going to take place against Douglas. But knowing Douglas like I do and how resilient he is against the enemy and the darkness, we just put this behind us and we keep moving forward and spreading our message and just keep doing what we're doing like we always do. And Team Dietrich always survives. They always rebuild and they always spread their message. And Brother Douglas is a man of God. So anyone that says that, you know, he's the enemy of the, basically that he's a man of darkness or he's something else, they got it twisted. Because I've been listening to Brother Douglas for many years, supporting him for many years, and I thank God for giving me that opportunity. So I expect everybody not to fall for these tricks by the enemy who use these, you know, different assets or different beings that come into or they pop up into your life because they're there to sabotage you ultimately. And, you know, ultimately they dig their own hole. So that's what I would tell Brother Douglas, that I'm with you. All of us on this platform here are with you. And you continue spreading your message. And we all stand by you, my brothers, side by side, continuing your fight against the enemy and the darkness.
God bless you. Thank you so much, Salman Sheikh. And honestly, truly, you are the chaplain of Team Dietrich. And that probably raised some jealousy in Derek Daly as well, I'm sure. That's probably a position he would have liked to have been recognized for. So, yes, I definitely appreciate your being here. And please, host the roundtable. I'll be back in just a matter of minutes. And I want to invite Amanda Ute and Jameson Reese now to speak upon certain things. Our man Jameson Reese has been through hell. I'll explain to people exactly what was going on when I was talking with him, but I actually, thank God, caught him just as he was trying to, deal with his pain by basically doing something stupid. And I told him, no, you're not going to do that. I need you, this night
Douglas,
more than ever.
I truly value being able to have those exchanges with you. You literally helped me pull my head was so far up my ass that it was popping out above my shoulders.
I knew you were going through hell, and that's why I stopped what I was doing to speak to you. And honestly, it's I'm glad that you seem to be in a better space now. But believe me, I know what you felt, and it's one of these things where it is what it is. And I was fortunate to be able to catch that and interact with you as busy as this weekend has been. And so right now, I'm going to be back in a matter of moments, and I want to thank all of you for your patience. If we could start with Amanda's sweet voice, if you're there, honey.
Oh, I'm here.
Good. Start by saying hello, and at least the squirrel came out of it all right. You can catch us up with a status report on that. No?
Oh, his toe fell off.
Oh.
Poor guy.
Yeah. What does that mean? What happens now?
Well, so between the cat and Kronk, I had him in his little area, and we were still treating his finger, and it was still looking good, and then it suddenly got inflamed really bad, and we were doing antibiotics on him, and my daughter picked him up today, and he's like, his toe fell off that he broke. I have no idea, except he must have re-injured it. And it's healing fine. It's closed up. His infection is going away. It's and he's running around and he's doing fine. But his finger that he broke, that was healing, that was doing fabulous, is now gone.
Wow, that is so strange.
I don't even know what.
Things get better.
Thank you very much. That's very deeply appreciated.
I do as well. I mean, I know what it's like to lose a companion, especially a cat and a dog. Because there was a dog I lost there was a dog last year. It wasn't my dog. It was a friend. It was a dog of back then, a friend who was a person who was a friend at that time, who I did not realize that person was actually a handler. But nonetheless, I was really bonded with the dog, and it had passed, and that left me devastated. And I've also had I have had a cat that did die on us. I've actually witnessed the death of two of them. So I understand how deep and visceral that pain is.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for your losses too. They are family. We do have spirit bonds with creatures and animals, and their loss, just like our other family and friends, really does affect us. So I thank you guys.
Definitely. And it's Sister Amanda, I also wanted to thank you when you had mentioned the aspect of basically that teacher that I had in the 3rd grade, and you had said in the chat of expressing support, and I wanted to thank you for that also, and to say that all of us in this life, our animal companions, our brothers, sisters, our friends, Brother Douglas Dietrich, all of us on this table, everything is part of this one guiding hand. And it says in the Holy Quran, Surah 7, the aspect of following your destiny, where in the Arabic word they call maktub, which they also use in the alchemist a lot, to be the alchemist or to be the master of self, is to basically believe in your destiny. And every event in your life, negative and positive, it's a chain of events. It's a chain linking you back to the Creator in whichever way you perceive that divinity in your own personal journey and way, and to basically listen to your heart. Now, the aspect of experiencing loss and heartbreaks, those strengthen us, and we wouldn't be who we are today if it wasn't for those moments and experiences, even with Jameson identifying handlers and other things. So all of these events in our lives are there to shape us in some ways. In the beginning, we might think that something is going down with us, or maybe I have something going on with me. But in the end, it's all part of a grand design, because usually everything is part of the same thing. So the aspect of Sufism, they tell you that God is the only reality. Everything else is an illusion. So you have mates come in your life, you have friends that come into your life, you have your jobs, you have your life, the aspect of the human life, which goes through its ups and downs. But ultimately, everything is usually of that same source, whether it's both good and bad. They're to either teach you, uplift you, guide you, and in moments of heartbreak and defeat, lift you up and teach you the lessons so you could rebuild yourself back up stronger. So I know, even with the intuition of a woman and the divine feminine, Sister Amanda, that you and your family are going to rebuild with your bonds for yourself, for each other, much, much stronger from this situation as life goes on, and new lessons, new memories, new friends, everything that you deserve and more shall find its way to you with the heart and spirit that you possess.
Well, thank you very much. And you're 100% correct. Absolutely.
Speaking of animals, I did have something really strange happen over the yesterday. It was kind of weird. And what made it so peculiar was that at that time I was working, I guess I was making a sort of offering to a specific spirit. And so I'm like walking down the street, and I walked down the hill to get to like Bay Street to, just go about my daily routine. And I see this bird perched on on the edge of like a sidewalk area, except there is no sidewalk. It's literally just like it's just like street, and this is like a grassy area heading down like a hill, but there's like a very, very narrow ledge that's made of concrete. And so the bird's just sitting there. And so it wasn't a bird that I've seen before. I mean, I've seen all types of birds. We got all kind of birds up here in New York, but the way it was standing looked peculiar because I saw like a fly coming out from the bottom of it, and I'm like, well, that's weird. If the thing's dead, why is it still standing upright? Maybe, you know. And so I found that really strange, and I paid no mind to it. Several hours later, I'm walking up the same hill, and the bird's doing the exact same thing. Now, a car passes me, and the car doesn't actually hit the bird. It just rolls, you know, because whatever area, the tires didn't hit the bird, apparently, but the car went over it. And so the bird was still perfectly safe. And so I walked up the hill and I looked at the bird and I'm like, how the hell did it get from over there to over there? And why is it standing perfectly still? You know, so while I'm walking past the bird, the thing is just standing perfectly still. I'm like, I know it's a real bird. I know it's not a fake bird because I know it's not some kind of decoration because the thing obviously had like a fly coming out from its feathers. I know what a fake would look like, you know. I mean, maybe someone was playing a joke with taxidermy or whatever, but it was just weird.
Oh, definitely, brother Nemo. You know, it's funny that you know, birds are basically messengers from the beyond, and I have built that bond too with the birds. Just feeding them every day, connecting with them spiritually, metaphysically, etherically, and it was funny one time. It was a few weeks ago because my like room is on the top floor, and my window was open, and it was in the morning. It was usually when I go out ready to go and feed them. And this bird came in my room. It came in my room for a brief second. It looked at me, and then I opened the window a little bit more so it could fly back out. So they were basically telling me that, all right, it's time to come out and feed us now, because they can identify like how we build bonds with one another and how we build bonds with different beings around us, including our animal pets and companions. Birds are on that same metaphysical level as well, that they are the ones who can see from the highest point of view. That's why even in Native American culture, the eagle is regarded with high esteem because it has the power to perceive from the Most High in many ways. And why when you see with the vision of the eagle or with the vision of the bird, everything in your life becomes much, much clearer in many ways. And why I always reassure those that are on the path of light and goodness are doing what they do. They have nothing to worry about. You just keep being yourself. You keep doing what you're doing, and everything eventually falls in place. That's absolutely correct.
Well, what I will say is that I suspect what made that bird so different was that, you know, birds they move very fast. They have these like very fast micro movements, and they're much faster than we are as humans. They're very light, they're very fast, they're very agile. The thing that was so interesting, that was so eerie about this bird was that it was like perfectly still. It was almost like, I swear, it was almost like it had a spirit in it or something. I think it did. I think it might have been a messenger from something, or it might have been a familiar of someone's. I don't know. I mean, I know that's sort of, I know I'm bordering on the occult right now, but it did seem the behavior of it seemed peculiar, because other sparrows, most likely when you walk past a sparrow, the thing would just fly away, or the thing will be hopping around, and they'll always be moving around. They're always moving around. They're very active little fellas. You know, even if the birds aren't scared of you, they'll always be like hopping around or darting out the way or doing something. But this thing was just still and silent. And it had a different feel about it. I almost took it as an omen, and I decided, oh, fuck this shit. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go right back home. You know, I was gonna go out that day, but something just didn't feel right. And so what I wound up doing was I wound up going home early. You know, I only made it to the bus stop, and that was about the time when I was like, something just feels off. And I wound up going back home, and the night didn't seem to be a very good night for me. last night. I think my muscle enzymes were probably really elevated because this is a condition that comes with I have a metabolic myopathy. A myopathy is when your muscles aren't able to function as they ought to. They're not able to produce a certain sugar that's needed to keep them repaired. So what happens is they're prone to breaking down, and I'm prone to getting rhabdomyolysis due to either overexercise, due to dehydration, or if I drink too many carbonated beverages that have a lot of caffeine, which I, of course, didn't have too many yesterday. And so that's what made the entire thing, really miserable. And I was just really angry. I was just in a very bad headspace, isolated. But
yeah, definitely. I mean, the birds, Brother JMO, are basically an omen. Basically, you're getting a message from the above that it's time for you to rest your body and mind a bit, and it's time for you to take care of your health, because you have neglected your health in many ways, and that's what that bird is telling you, to be still. And keep doing what you're doing, but avoid anything that's abusive to your mind or body in any way. So that's the message that you're getting from the spirit realm, to start taking care of yourself, just like how Brother Douglas always tells you.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And that was sort of the message I got, that was sort of the feeling I got from the bird too. The feeling I got from the bird was that it was serious. That was that whatever the spirits I work with were telling me, dude, slow down. You're going to die if you keep this up. So I listened to it, and I was able to hydrate myself, and today I was able to have a relatively good day.
Right. That's basically it. I mean, avoid a lot of those energy drinks. Remember I told you I had that one protein shake from the store, and I had this like really fast heartbeat, and it wouldn't go away until I started drinking a lot of water. And I don't even drink that kind of stuff. That just happened once in a while that I tried it. And I think the best thing you could do is just drink water. Add vinegar, apple cider, salt, lemon. That'll really clear you out. Drink as much water as you can. That will clear your system out very well.
By the way, that reflects what Amanda Ute said. And Amanda, are you with us, honey? Or did she take off?
I'm here.
Oh, yes.
I'm here.
You said something very similar for Jameson Reese to drink the time he was melting down on us, and basically was, I can't remember what it was that time, but obviously he had overindulged in something. It's always something.
Yeah, I had gotten the second vaccine. I think I had gotten the second, the first vaccine dose that time, and I had overindulged in things that I usually overindulge in, and it led to what was probably rhabdomyolysis. So the apple cider vinegar cleared it.
Mm-hmm. And
it cleared it, cleared it probably better than the hospital's IV bags did, honestly speaking.
Yes. And what Salman Sheikh has just said, I hope you wrote that down, or is that something you feel you'll intuitive?
Well, that's actually what I did yesterday. I realized that I was feeling like crap, and that the way I was feeling, because I didn't abuse anything yesterday. I've realized that with the way I was feeling, I was probably best to put some apple cider vinegar in some water and just keep drinking it, and that's what I did. Mm-hmm. And I keep like a glass container that I keep a glass container that has like one of those metal caps, and I fill it up with water. This is something that, it's not much, but it's like a small thing of that used to have juice, like lemon juice in it, because I have to keep myself hydrated. I don't know why. It's just the way my body is. It needs to be hydrated more than most people.
Every human being needs to be hydrated, and most of us are dehydrated all the time. They're just not aware of it until it's too late. And I really appreciate your courage in sharing all of these struggles. Hey, Mandy, you must have had so many encounters with animals that border on the supernatural, giving you messages every once in a while. Obviously, squirrels come up to you and ask for help while their toes fall off. Certainly, there's other examples of warnings from animals or the like you can share.
Warnings. Yeah, I guess, I mean, being out in the wilderness, in Alaska or Eastern Oregon, you're taught to pay attention to the signs of animals, whether it's just, if things go quiet, you're in trouble, to be aware. Yes. Or, my dad was the same way. He helped take care of a wolf, and he'd take them on walks and scare the ranchers, not on purpose, but a man out in the middle of the woods walking with a wolf is mind-boggling for them, to say the least.
Yes, yeah.
I would say I wouldn't say so much as warnings, except I would just even as a small kid, I would go out and wander off and into the forest and go pet deers, and I'd always come home with like the wild bunnies and rabbits, because they'd let me pick them up, and or birds, found a lot of stunned birds, and I would always just put them in a safe spot, or make sure they were okay, not broken, and because birds will fly into buildings kind of a lot, especially with reflections or windows. So I would say the most amount of warnings would have been my dogs and my cats, I guess, around the house. They would definitely clue me to when things were not good and not okay. I was having a full-blown anxiety attack, and I was starting to pass out from it, actually. And my other dog, who is a puppy of my father's dog. She's not a puppy anymore, but we got her as a puppy from my dad. She came over and started licking my hand and sitting on me, and then started licking my face and made me come to.
Wow.
So she's kind of when she starts following me and nudging me, I know that I'm not doing good. And so she clues me into try to chillax, and I'll always do some apple cider vinegar and water, or coconut water, and kind of get myself re-centered. So
that's beautiful. Really appreciate that. And it is the way it should be. Honestly, these animals are, they really are guardians in so many ways. And I'm certain that the birds are cognizant of Salman Sheikh. When you go to the park, they recognize you, I'm presuming, Salman, and flock around you. Is that not the case?
Oh, definitely, Brother Douglas. It's such an amazing feeling to be connected with the beings that are around you. And Almighty God, in His grace and favor upon us, has created such a beautiful world that humans, majority of the time, my brother, think the world revolves around them. But there's so much that's going on in this world, in the seen and unseen realms. And when you are on that path, like a Sufi master, or path of any metaphysical master, or you basically connect with all of these beings and species around you. And that's what happens with the birds. They watch over me. They basically keep their eye on me. I see them sitting on the wires all the time, watching me. I even had an experience one time. It was in the morning where my window was open, and one of the birds had came in during the morning time in my room, and I opened the window. He just flew, levitated in the air, made eye contact with me, and I opened the window back up and I let him back out. That's usually the time I go out to go and feed them. So I guess they were reminding me to come to the park. Wow. And it's the amazing thing, my brother, even in Native American culture, the aspect of the eagle and the birds and connecting with, I guess, the different elements around you. And that's basically the Sufi path, my brother. So connecting with the Sufi path, that's basically teaches you that everything on this earth is one, and nothing was put here without purpose. And that includes Malik Taus, the peacock angel, that in order to find that divinity and love and unity of Allah, God, and the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. And what they truly taught you as the seeker is to become one with everything. No judgment, everything serves a purpose, and basically to become one and find that peace. And if humanity can elevate to that level, then maybe hopefully we'll have a future where we can save this planet and turn this thing around, and just basically to become one with everything and anything around us. That's when humanity will find true peace with ourselves and each other and this beautiful world that God has given us, to cherish it, to protect the species, subspecies. Everything around us is there as a beautiful canvas that God has painted, and including our lives, the good times, bad times. And for you, my brother Douglas, you're always loved and protected. And I assure you, no matter what the enemy does or plots against you, they're not going to succeed, because anyone of a good heart, good soul, good mission to spread the message of unity, true knowledge that no one else is teaching, you're protected, my brother, and you just keep doing what you're doing. We're all with you, and we're all on this mission to teach humanity to become one with not just the human family, but all the beings and species around you. So that way we can be a source of hope and inspiration to those other humans out there that are still not acknowledging it, or are still stuck in their bubbles of ignorance, thinking that it's usually what they've been programmed with or what they've been taught, and their level of thinking and learning doesn't extend beyond that. And, my hat's off to you as always.
Bless you. Oh, you're so nice. Really appreciate that. Oh my God, I just remembered now. I was supposed to send Selena those images, so let me get these off to her. And with that, I'm really so glad that all of you are speaking about these sorts of things as well as you are. Please continue by all means. Honestly, I need time to be bought for myself, as much time as possible tonight, since I'm still basically as plastered as hell, and really trying to ground myself. Just wanted to get what we got out of the way before that festered, and it's just, how would I say it? Of course, as Salman says, there's nothing to worry about here. Things really are stable, but we're in this situation where, when Derek Talley said he wouldn't be on tonight because he's going over to Alabama, and then shows up in the chat room, I mean, it's just like, why? Well, you really wonder. It's like, it's so irritating, but then that's, of course, what he was there for. And of course, I did my best by him forever. And when, it's not like Our Lady Amanda Ute. With Amanda Ute, there was something I truly owed her. Amanda Ute wanted to become my sponsor, and she almost paid for that with not only her own life, but the life of her family. And so I owed her a great deal, and for that reason did all I could to help her get that operation. And that helped a bit towards striking the balance. Let's see if we can bring Brendan Zoget on. He is indicating he is ready to come on now, so let me tell him we are calling. And let's see if he responds. And
all right.
And okay, this should take a few moments because it is what it is. And there he is, a slave in a fortune cookie factory, and as they used to say, that was the old joke. Brendan, are you there? I don't hear him. And so I sent him a message that we're calling, and whether he responds or not, it's something else. Honestly, I'm still so frustrated about my voice. Of course, it wasn't unexpected after everything that I did, but still. Aside from all of that, Brendan and his, whatever he's
doing. His avatar pops up, so I think he's on.
Oh, Brendan, can you hear us? Okay, he's probably on mute.
Hello?
Oh, there we are. So, Brendan.
Yeah, it just kept saying call failed, but I'm here, I think, now.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Bizarre. At any rate, when it does that, see what you can do to,
And it almost activated the camera, and like that you guys would have been unfortunately. Yeah.
Regaled with your vision, your image. Yes. Well, where are you right now?
I'm at my house. I just
Oh
got
God.
back from doing a bunch of stuff.
Okay, so Amanda Ute says she'll be back, and so yes, let us know when you return, honey. Bless you. And I have totally lost my voice, so I'm counting on everybody else to hold things for me until I can try and regain it. Cut loose, Brendan. What we spoke of earlier was basically about Derek Talley and why he's not affiliated with us, and how he disaffiliated. It was mainly my speaking about the Peacock Angel, and how he took offense at that, and
Right.
feel that, and it's like you said, how can anyone miss that through all these transmissions? And you brought up everything from the
Right.
vampirism to the you can go to town on that. And
I don't know how you draw. I'm like that, but how do you draw the line at that and not blood drinking or anything? It doesn't make sense. But whatever.
But you were also pointing out. I mean, this is actually, we might as well go there now. You were warning Derek Talley at the time that he had cancer to change his diet radically. And then when he was at the hospital, literally for kidney failure, rather than accepting their food, which was the renal diet, he said he never learned what the renal diet was while he was in the hospital, because he kept ordering out. Once he found out he could order
lower
out.
lower sodium, higher water, higher liquids. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, oh my
Less
fucking God.
calcium. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, really. Instead of pursuing that, he he ordered all. He said he spent. One of the reasons I'm running out of money is all the money I spent in the hospital when I was ordering all these pizzas and steaks and all this stuff. And first thing, I couldn't believe that hospitals even allowed that, and because that doesn't make any fucking sense. And
apparently nowadays you can just DoorDash anything. They'll just let anyone walk in. Security will just be like, "Oh, it's a DoorDash." Okay.
Well, think what that means for people like me. That means anybody can walk into a hospital and kill you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And as someone who packs that kind of food, it's interesting. Some places don't seal it properly, so they could tamper with the food. And I've seen people, they've gotten their food and it's already parts of it are eaten.
Yeah.
So many makes
Oh
that's
my
why I've never used it personally.
Well, tell us about this. Some of the horror stories are. You don't need to go there. You can go on where you want to go. Tell us about your friend got his leg torn up, and they're not even.
Yeah, poor guy. His ACL is completely torn, and that's the main ligament in your knee that you use to walk and stuff.
Yeah, it's so important. They don't even call it a muscle. They give it an acronym.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's a common sports injury, and he does skateboarding, so it's been 2 or 3 months now since it happened to him, but because of COVID and all the different stuff, it's taking way longer to get into the surgery. And he finally scheduled the surgery recently. It was supposed to be today, I think, or yesterday. And he slept through the COVID test appointment, and they canceled his surgery, and he can't even walk. And I was just wow. I was dude, go, just still go in and make them be I need this today. My leg is tore up.
Yeah.
I can't just walk. What is COVID gonna do if you can't walk? He can't spread it.
Yeah.
If he's bedridden for 6 months,
Oh God.
Yeah.
It's so awful. And but aside from that, there were so many other things going on aside from Tojo's remains and how this is an admission.
Right.
Yeah. So tell us about that.
I wanted to go into that. Yeah.
And anything else?
Let me just get some water real quick, and
Sure,
we can
take your time.
just discourse for a second. I just have been getting looking into the whole situation in the Middle East too. I'm sure you've gone through it, but there's now the 2 new presidents. 2 new presidents in the Middle East now.
Yeah. No. And help me out here because one of them is in Israel. Where's the other one again?
Iran.
Oh fuck yes, that's right. Well, they guaranteed that they would get a reactionary to go on.
Yeah, and it's funny because the other day I was talking to my friend and we were watching the whole Israel thing, and that new guy gets elected, and we kind of we looked at his facial structure and just the way you can get a lot of information from that through diplomatics. Yeah. It's called in the Chinese. It's called Mianxiang.
Yes.
The art of face reading.
Yes.
But there's Western versions, and so basically, if you know how to read people's face, you can kind of predict their personality and certain things about them. And so when we saw this guy, we were like, oh man, like this guy's like he's pretty hardcore. And then like literally the next day they start shelling Hamas again, or like they start like, so instantly he's on the offensive, and that's kind of like how we predicted it. And then a couple days later, you have this new guy who is the Iranian president, the new president. His name is Raisi or something like this, Raisi. And he's pretty hardline as well. Obviously, I mean all those mullah guys are sketch, but he was like this guy's like really like more hardline. He's against, like, overtly against America, like not even trying to talk or something, allegedly. So we'll see how this all goes, and like within like a couple hours of him being in office, like Israel denounces him and says like, all kinds of bad things, So it's like it's within a couple days we get these two crazy hardliners in like one of the most tense regions in the world. So it's just a matter of, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see now.
Yeah, wait and see while the world falls apart. Honestly, oh, by the way, Maria Michaela Gregorich, I hope I got her name right. I'm all slurring tonight because, like, effectively I'm still drunk, but love you, honey. So she says, Ebrahim Raizi, which sounds like one of those South Asian guys that's always trying to make a pass at me on Facebook or poking me. That's what it sounds like. He probably is one of the guys that's actually poking me all the time on Facebook. So now he's president of Iran, and he's going to try and use that to impress me. But there we go with that. And so this guy came in just as the hardcore right-winger in Israel came in, but he's supposed to be part of a coalition government. But tell us about the balloons. They're sending fire balloons, incendiary balloons. They're using balloons.
Right, and that's what I showed. That's what I showed you the other day. Is that the latest tactic from Hamas, which is the Palestinian side? They're using artillery, or this is what Israel is reporting / claiming that they're sending incendiary balloon bombs over the wall from like Gaza and the other. The West Bank and stuff. And so that's interesting, obviously inspired by what you've exposed. I mean, how else would they someone had to have known history for that kind of military tactic.
Thank you. And so they've been reading about Douglas Dietrich online and using that, putting what I've exposed to use. Good for them.
Right, and I think the key here is what you exposed about how the Japanese were able to do it for pennies on the dollar.
Yes.
At almost no cost. So that's kind of like probably what they're like, oh, okay, like it's very practical and cheap, so.
Yeah. So aside from all of that, you said what else was going on in the Middle East and the like? There's all kinds of things you're bringing to our attention these days.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to it. My brain, like I was talking about it today earlier about like the demographic changes in Syria and various things that are happening out there, and but a lot of that, like, I don't know, my brain can't even remember it because I don't want to go into it twice in one day. It's just the horror stories of like that area and like different things that have happened. Yeah.
Oh my God. So
it's like some kind of built-in filter in my brain right now is not allowing it.
I don't blame you. I feel that way.
You pull up this the Tojo video here.
Yes.
And just to quote his grandson, because I feel that's related to what you speak of.
It's relevant. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But other than that, we're getting roasted out here in California, like in like the Central Valley. Like it was 111. I just came in from outside. It was like 108. So we're getting just totally roasted out here.
Yeah.
It's a dry heat. If you've ever been to the West out here, like the American West, it's like a dry heat. It like feels like you're cooking in an oven. But personally, I don't use the AC in my car. And when I'm at home, I don't really use the AC either. It's actually on right now, but I don't normally use it.
Mm-hmm.
So I've like acclimatized over time to it. And I find that that's better. And that's kind of something I wanted to bring up too, that like, and most people would probably complain about it, but if people really want to make a difference in like the climate change, the carbon output, the degradation of the ecosystem, all of that, like one like surefire way to help is if you get ties to weather changes, just like people who have the ability. So instead of always just being sitting in AC all day, which is bad for your health anyways, it damages health anyways, sitting in AC in your car, all of that, like if people were to lower the amount of energy used in those forms, because the human body can handle like temperatures of like, what is it, 30, it's like 38 centigrade is like the human body temperature. So like you can handle up to that amount of heat and not have discomfort if you just get acclimatized to it. And so if most people were able to do that, or at least gave some, you know, more, if they had more, physical discipline in that way, then it would help reduce emissions by exponential amounts. It would help clear up carbon, you know, all of that. Just by doing that simple thing. And I'm not even going into the vegetarian aspect. Just that alone, just using your body's nature instead of artificially cooling it, wearing like business suits in 90 degrees, and then you have to use the AC after that. Like if people just used simpler fabrics during the summer, and like you could still look stylish, but you would have, you know, less clothes. So made more practical changes like that. That would actually lower the CO2, lower the human damage to the environment. And it's a very simple, practical thing. It's not like we're not overhauling the whole oil gas system. We're not doing any of that. Just all you got to do is allow your body to acclimatize to natural conditions and stop using the AC 24/7.
Right.
You know, so that's my solution, or that's my suggestion, I should say.
Right. Thank you. And here's something I want to emphasize. This is so important. I want you to tell people how this is. By the way, Maria Michaela Grigorich says it's 70 degrees where she's at in Canada. But of course, you know, Canada, right. That's as far as I'm concerned, that's the North Pole. It's just an extension of the North Pole. But
right. That's like pretty hot over there, though.
Yes, true enough. It is. It is.
That's like the preferred temperature. I have like a preferred temperature of like 72, you know, to like 85. And then, you know, I could tolerate up into the 90s. Like I was out there in 108, no AC. So, you know, it's possible. That's all I'm saying.
So tell us a little bit, because I think this is important to emphasize. Two things. And again, not because I'm shitting on or defaming Derek Talley. It's one of those things I just want to get out of the way, because this will hopefully be the last time I speak about him for a long time. And this is just, you warned him about his diet. He did not listen to you. And he really pursued pretty much what you said he should not pursue in terms of diet. And then aside from that, I want you to point out just how you have a situation that has devastated you financially. But I want people to understand he has never come onto my program, Brendan Zogit, and ever brought it up in that sense. He has never brought up this has devastated me financially. He's brought up only what I've asked him to bring up, and he left it at that. He never went any further with it. And so unlike Derek Talley, who kept concentrating on this financial need of his and basically begging on my show for financial support, and there's no other way to look at that, then we had our man Brendan Zogit, who's never once asked for money, you know, and as a matter of fact, the only time I gave it to him was under protest when Lena Shea took my money and sent it to him, because I was giving him such a hard time on air when I says, oh, you know those cards that people send you that have money in them? I was looking for some of those in the card store the other day, but I couldn't find any like that. And that's when she said, you're about $20. But anyhow, yes. So tell us how this has devastated you financially.
And any of that money that you gave me, I repurposed it into like sending you vitamin C and helpful things.
That's true.
So
yes.
I tried to do a positive, like put a positive spin on the repayment. So
he did. Yeah. Honestly, and that lipospheric C has saved my ass so many times. I want people to understand how important this is. It's really relevant. Humanity is the only mammalian species on the surface of the earth that does not produce its own vitamin C. And by all rights, we should never have evolved. Yes. We should never have survived as a species.
And for some reason, guinea pigs too. But that's another matter.
But who cares?
Which is why they're used as lab animals, by the way, because that's where the term a guinea pig comes from. Because
interesting.
That's that way the scientists can account for the lack of vitamin C and how it would react more closely to humans.
Mm-hmm.
therefore, yeah. So it's a
Okay.
well-known thing, like that vitamin C is essential in that way. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And so go on, by all means. Talk about some of these things. What I'm worried about is that if you get awarded like $1 million by the, and hopefully it comes out of the insurance company, but otherwise, most of the time when they give awards to people in these accidents, then these people are left, oh, well, I've been awarded this, but then it's up to you to hire the private detective to trace down the person who was responsible for the crash, up to you to hire the creditors. Okay, hopefully you don't get in a situation like this where they're putting it all on the woman who's just going to run away.
Right. I mean, I already have like some litigation with like, the so-called lawyers or whoever these people are. So, so the situation, at least I have some kind of support or recourse because like the dude's on the case, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's things I presume you have to keep secret for the time being, right?
I mean, I can't really talk too much about it because I don't really know. It's not like
Okay. All right.
Like I've tried to ask questions and they're just like, oh, just keep going to the chiropractor. They just don't really give you a time frame or any kind of info. Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. So
it could take years. I mean, it could take months. It could take years. Like, who knows?
Well, obviously, the important thing to know is that you've been left financially devastated. And
Right.
so tell people how you're handling
Yeah, I guess
this.
it would be a good place to put it on record. But yeah, like basically, like my last car, like the car I had before was like, it was pretty much going out and it was a very unsafe kind of cruiser, like really cheap car. So I upgraded to like a safer car because I knew that the prices were going to inflate. Like I just knew inherently because of knowledge of economics that the situation would be, and plus I knew about all the chip shortages in the cars and how the trade war with China had to do with those resources. And so basically I hurried up, like I was panicking to buy a car earlier this year, finally got a car, put all my savings into it, something that would last me the 6-7 years that the loan was good for. And then basically it gets totaled within like a month or two. And it was like the worst possible time to buy another car. So to get another car, I'm going to have to put what little money I have to survive into it. And at that point, it's like I'm basically paycheck to paycheck or like even less. I'm like living off credit cards and shit. So basically, I went from like being somewhat comfortable to like right back where I was in the negative. So unfortunately, and it was all due to someone else's negligence, which is really annoying.
Yes.
Because I had a car and like the lady did like a maneuver so quick.
Okay, you're dropping off.
Evasive. Oh,
You got to repeat yourself. The lady
did.
did the lady did what?
She did such like a quick maneuver or like such an abrupt maneuver that caused me to hit her. Basically, like I didn't have time to react or do evasive maneuvers, and like the car was equipped with like a computer system, and that computer system didn't even have a chance to react either. So it was like one of those crashes that like there's nothing that could have been done. That's why it's so frustrating. Is like, it just came out. It's like, just having some really bad situation just like dropped on your head. And it was the night of the blood moon. And it was the night like around the time when Saturn went retrograde. So it was like, of course, something like that would happen. Like if you're not like minding, your stuff. And I admit I was slipping on discipline. And so that was, one of the reasons what happened. But,
Oh my God! But still, I mean, this is.
I mean like spiritual discipline, not like I was like drunk or something, because I had just gotten off work.
I understood.
That's the worst part is I just got off work and I was just totally just going home, minding my own business, and my car gets just destroyed like right in front of my work. So,
it's just awful. I mean, accidents always happen.
It sucks.
Yeah, closest to home.
Driving is dangerous, and like I definitely am like way more. I don't want to call it PTSD, but it's definitely like scarred from it, because like when I drive now, it's like I can't go over 60. I start like getting sweaty and shit, because I saw what an accident at like 30-40 miles an hour does, and my body's messed up. And so like I can't imagine hitting something at like 60-70. Like people that speed are crazy. I'm sorry, you guys are fucking out of your minds.
Thank you. Yes.
So sketchy.
Oh God. Yeah, the human body is a fucking tomato, and
yeah, like even at my speed, the speed that mine happened at, like the chiropractor confirmed that my spine is misaligned and my lower back is kind of fucked up. Like pretty much, it's actually confirmed. Yeah. And it's funny. When I was there, I was telling him like the exact vertebrae. I was like, it's the T6 or something like that. And he was like, how do you know what vertebrae it is? I had to explain him. I was like, I've taken like anthropology. Like they made us learn all of that, like the spinal positioning and stuff.
Oh, cool.
And so he was just like, wow. Like, and then when he was doing the adjustment, he's like, wow, you're right. It's like exactly at that point. Like,
holy shit.
So yeah.
Oh my God. I'm so proud of you. You really know how to, yeah, it's incredible. Oh, and Salman, if you could again put some of this in context for our man. And we'll see if Salman is here.
Hello. Yes. Assalamu alaikum, Brendan.
How's it going? Good to hear you.
Yes, definitely. You know, they say in Sufism that Allah is the best of all planners, and the harder the better. So everything in your life is shaping you back into the spiritual discipline that you need to become the full being and complete being that you're meant to be. And it's funny, the name of the president of Iran, it made me laugh of all the men from Pakistan who messaged Douglas. Yeah, because you know they're hoping that he could get him a visa to get out of Pakistan. So it's funny that his name and both sides having extremist leaders at the same time. It's basically a shaping the world events or the geopolitical events up for the next maybe 5 to 7 years from now until probably until 2027, 28. And Brother Douglas would explain this in a better way, that both sides having, you know, extremist leaders, it's not going to be anything that leads to anything good, because both are going to have a point to prove to their people. And in terms of, you know, what you're dealing with, Brother Brendan, is you just hang tight. You know, your situation reminds me a lot of the Sufi who loses one thing and then he gains another. And then he's on this path. Let's say he goes to the desert. He ends up getting robbed by the thieves. And then what happens is he ends up working at this shop. He ends up making his money back. He gets robbed again, and then he gets his money back. So on the path of the Sufi master, you win some, you lose some, but ultimately, with Allah being the, you know, best of all planners, and you gaining the experiences and the knowledge through all the good and bad times of life, I know ultimately, knowing the individual you are and everything that I learned about you and spoke with you through Brother Douglas, you are going to be all right, my brother. You just keep being who you are, and everything is going to be absolutely fine for you. And I will continue to pray for you as well, that Allah continue to guide you and protect you and give you the financial abundance that you're looking for, and get your spiritual life back in order. And everything is going to be absolutely fine.
Yes, gratitude. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have learned, you know, like, and it gave me like a pause, you know, like gave me reflection time. And the time I was taking the bus too, I was able to get more into like the Vedic stories, like the Amar Chitrakatas and stuff that I wanted to get into, but I never had time for. So like you said, it all happens in due course for, you know, for a certain end. And it's always part of divine plan. Like, it's never outside of divine plan that all these things come around. So thank you for that.
Honestly,
yeah, my pleasure.
Yeah, it's one of those things where I really appreciate the ability of you two to talk. Both of you have so much to offer from your own perspectives. And in terms of where you've been at with your friends, has there been any chance for you to even cultivate some of these, I call them these drug experiments, whether it's the blue honey or whatnot? Have you been cultivating anything that bears relating?
Oh, no, recently. I mean, you don't want to take that stuff when you're having like a bummer situation in your life.
You would think that might be one of the times you want to take it more than ever, but you know,
no, I mean, depends. I mean, psychedelics and stuff, you don't want to, like, it just makes you think more into what your situation is. I mean, there's certain, like, I'm not saying it would be a bad situation, but like, it just wouldn't help. Like, I'd prefer to have like a clear mind, personally.
Yes. But
I still have like you know, psilocybin if needed.
Okay. And how's your work treating you? Tell us how you're being exploited.
Oh, those people, I mean, totally just absolutely, what's the word for it? Incompetence, really.
Like I'd go so far as to say a kind of corruption. Really, a kind of moral corruption.
Oh yeah, corruption, moral corruption. I mean, all of it. Yeah, pretty much just all the negative qualities of humans just coming out, and so-called management. Anyone who works in retail will just agree with me probably, but like so-called management, like they couldn't manage a fucking fly, or like, or like if they had a cat that had like an auto feeder and an auto litter box, like they still couldn't figure that out. Like they couldn't manage it either. It's like, it's on that level where like they are called management, but they don't do anything like management related or even work related. It's like they just dodge work. That's like, management should just be changed to like work dodge.
Yes.
Dodging work for more money.
Yes.
That's what it should be called.
It's so true. It's so true. And it's so awful. And it's so unfair. And it's just wrong. It's just so fucking wrong.
It's just topsy-turvy. It's just, yeah, absolutely. Because I guarantee you it doesn't work like that in Deutschland or Nippon or Sweden or anywhere where like work sometimes gets done. I'm not saying it always gets done, but when it sometimes gets done, even like but apparently in like certain places out here in the West, like in America and stuff, like something as simple as like what is it in English, like a shop like can't even run. So it's not, it doesn't bode well for the future, let's just say that.
No, it doesn't. And of course, nothing we got going really bodes well for the future. And
worldwide, but you know, whatever.
And this wasn't anything I wanted, but it's one of those things that just I kept predicting. It doesn't mean I wanted it, but I kept predicting it would come to this.
Pretty much stuff you were saying from like 2015 like still rings true for sure.
Oh God, tell some of the people what I was saying back in 2015.
Oh, I just remember one of them where you were saying like every day you look out your window and you don't see like rapine and chaos and people getting murdered in the streets. Like it's probably a good day.
Yes,
because it could be any time. You were like it could be any time.
Yes. Because there's nothing that works here.
Now this situation, it's like nothing works. Not even like
Yes.
So.
Oh my God! It's just the entire situation is such where you just are, you throw your hands up. But okay, so go on.
Yes.
And there's other things that must come to mind for you to bring up and share with us while we're gifted with your company.
Like about my work, I don't really want to remember anything about that crazy place.
I can understand that. Okay, it doesn't have to be about that. Tell us a bit about. When's your next order of Lipospheric C? So so I can look forward to.
It'll be rolling in soon, but right now, like I said, my finances are.
Terrible. Yes. Oh my God. I shouldn't expect anything from you. Oh my God. Yes, that's right. Take your time then.
We'll see. I mean, things could happen. Things could change. Like I'm always hopeful,
Yes. And I'm glad.
I have like money coming back from my car and stuff. It's just a matter of waiting like the eternity for the insurance and the finance company. And they, of course, like, even though my car's totaled, they're like, no, you have to still pay the finance charge. And it's like, are you guys out of your minds? Like the insurance already sent you the check and they're like, no, like you have to pay for it. It's like, oh my God, it's just sick. The system is just disgusting. It doesn't even make sense.
It's so awful.
They have a record, like they have a letter that says that the insurance is guaranteeing to, but they still want me to pay them. So it's just like ridiculous. Like, yeah. Bonkers.
No, this is terrible. By the way, I've got something in my eye. I've got an eye winker I've got to take care of. I'll leave you two gentlemen to speak for a little bit. If you have to take off soon, go ahead. But otherwise, stay as long as you want. I mean, this is
should I cover that? I wanted to wait for just when you get back. I'll talk about the thing with the Chojo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, by all means. Cover that when I return. I'll be back as soon as possible. And so in the meantime, Salman and yourself and maybe Jameson can join in on conversation. I think he's eating right now, but he's welcome to speak so long as we don't hear him chewing. And okay, I'll leave you gentlemen to it.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, that's...
Brendan, it's funny you mentioned that about the discipline. One of my Sufi friends that was usually here in the Philadelphia area, he would often tell me that one thing I noticed about the Americans is that majority of them like discipline. That most of them, like, they don't have that, like, the kind of I guess it's like you said about the management. Like, they really don't care. It's usually about covering their own self. And you do have a few of them that have discipline, but majority is, like you've stated, and what my Sufi friend stated, is they lack the spiritual discipline in their lives. So, I agree with that.
Right. And that's like, I think that's the most important thing, like, in the human birth, right? Like being human is like an opportunity that's like given pretty much. It's not something to just kind of like, how people say YOLO and all these different satanic stuff that's going on. No care for the future pretty much. But in reality, it's like all about the future, like your future as a spirit, and like how like the body is given to like by God, by like divine, so you can use it and like move forward. So even the Buddha says that, like the prophets have said it, all of them, it's just part of it. Like once you start evolving, like you notice that's actually part of it. It's not good to be stuck. Like you don't want to be stuck, like, or devolving, because neither of that's fun. Like neither is fun.
Yeah, that's right. And it says that in the Quran that basically the man, or you being a representative of that divinity on earth. So mankind is basically Allah's vice-grant or deputy on this earth. So it is our responsibility to basically, that we've been placed here on this planet and on this earth at this specific time to not destroy the world or be in division or chaos, but to leave this world in a better condition than what we found it in, not just for us, but all species and beings of this earth that the divinity has placed here. And it's about finding that balance in between. I agree with you completely.
Yes. And like the way it doesn't be like that. Like there's enough given of like food. There's plenty of food, plenty of water. Like even for like billions of people. Like they've done the numbers, and it's like the Earth can support like up to like 10 billion without any issues. It's just a matter of putting the resources where they need to go and eliminating, and this is the hard part, eliminating like the greed and the kind of the satanic like overlay that they have on it, where it's like some people call it like resources. It's like having resources and not having resources. Like they've created that whole scale, but in reality there's enough resources.
Scarcity.
Oh, thank you, JMO. Yes, scarcity. Yes, that's the word. Yes, the artificial scarcity, and I've seen people even here in the United States, like where they go around and they say like, oh, I'm so poor and I barely have enough food. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. But if you, and myself included, but if you actually do like what is it called? Like get a little bit more observation on it, or you get a bit wider angle view, it's like you're making whatever some people make, like $20-$30 an hour here, just doing like a regular job. And that's actually like way more money than someone would be doing like a 10 times harder job somewhere else. And so it's a matter of, like exactly, scarcity comes in. They create that scarcity, and it becomes a mindset in people, is what I'm trying to say. Where they're like, oh, I don't have enough money because I don't have a Ferrari. But in reality, there's plenty of food. They have access to food if they need, and water and stuff. They just can't get whatever they want whenever they want. So it creates like a psychological scarcity where you're like, oh man, I can't do this. But in the terms of surviving and evolving, like you actually have enough. Like people right now actually have enough. On the whole, like in the most part, like in generally, most people have enough.
When you actually consider the capacity that we have technologically, and you consider the fact that we only are on 35% of all the surface land that basically we're not even inhabiting area. There are so many areas that are untouched by us.
We're leveraging only like a percentage of like what the earth can offer, and like even without agriculture, like we could still survive like on the rest of that land, like in certain ways.
And so the claim that somehow we're running out of space, we're running out of resources and all that stuff, it just falls flat on its face with ridiculous.
It's exactly that. And yeah, like the earth can provide, and that's like what people need to understand, I think, is important.
Yeah, that's
Like,
right. And
like-
you know what's going to happen, Brendan, is it's
Yes.
like I said, that you know, as much as I try to stay positive, there is truth that 85% the ones that are upholding this type of system on this world and are keeping it in war, greed, famine, division,
Yes.
they will find their way out somehow, some way. And those that are remaining will rebuild this world in a system of love, abundance, light, and all those things for all beings of this world, including humanity. That is just inevitable at this point, the way that
Yes.
humanity's currently, the current course that it's on.
Thank you. Beautiful. And so now that I'm back, you can talk about Tojo, by the way, is a very ambiguous figure in history. He was essentially there to be the perfect scapegoat. We're talking about a man who did not really have military experience of his own in terms of combat experience. And he was put in charge of the war cabinet. And this individual was basically exactly what Emperor Hirohito needed to just pin the blame for anything that went wrong during the war. And certainly once Hirohito brought the war to a victorious conclusion, basically this was the man he turned over to the Americans. And of course, Tojo felt betrayed by this, but it's one of those things where his daughter, since his death, was always campaigning on redeeming his name, because of course most people understood that his being prosecuted as a war criminal was simply a political act on the part of the Americans. But in terms of his grandson now, apparently is also talking about how the truth will out. And what they're really talking about is the simple fact that Japan won the war. This will be put into some context with the details that are going to be brought up by, our man, Brendan Zogiet. So it's all yours.
Yes. And so I guess for years, like the remains or like the whereabouts of what happened to Tojo after he was hanged in Japan, people never really knew, especially scholars, like they had no idea what happened to his body. So I guess like these Japanese scholars that were studying here in the United States, like the war and stuff, they found these documents that finally, and they put in air quotes, revealed the whereabouts, the final fate of Hideki Tojo.
His remains. Go on.
His remains, yeah. And they made it, at first I clicked on it because it made it sound like he like survived or something. And I was like, oh shit. And then so I read it, and it turns out that he was hanged in 1948 after they had I don't know what it would be called, like a Nuremberg style kind of trial.
Yeah, just a show trial.
In Tokyo.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
the Tokyo war crimes trials. Yes. Go.
Yes. Okay. So they, him and 7 other Japanese were hanged sentenced to death. And after they died, according to this report that this scholar found, they basically cremated them on the spot, like at that place. And then one of the American naval planes, took their ashes out to sea and scattered their ashes in the Pacific. And so it was a bit of like a clickbait article because they didn't really reveal what part of the Pacific.
Right.
They dumped all these ashes.
Well, I mean, it almost wouldn't matter anyway because there's nothing. But go on.
Yeah. So it was kind of silly the way they worded it. Like, like they revealed the location of his body, but it was just ashes and whatever. So at the end of what that film was showing, or the small video, they have his great grandson comes on, Tojo's grandson. And, he's like postmodern Japanese, like clearly a scholar or something. So he's explaining a quote. And he says, when he was alive, and he's talking about Tojo, my great grandfather used to say that history eventually settles down at the appropriate time. As time passes, such reality or truth comes to light. And so the video kind of leaves it at that, with that kind of like enigmatic kind of statement. But obviously he was like, Tojo was telling his family that like eventually you guys will see like the reality of the situation as time goes on. And so that's why it connects with what you're saying, Douglas, because it's just like that's what he's talking about. Like, obviously, like Japan won the war and why he was scapegoated, and that's why like it seems like his family's pretty well known in Japan still. So they didn't have to go into hiding because he probably told them like, you don't have to be ashamed because like, you know, I did my duty. Like he probably felt it as a duty to get scapegoated. Like who knows how that worked, but
yes,
it seems like he told his family that is what I'm saying. It seems like that's what he told his family.
Well, the way it's supposed to work is, let me bring Peter Moon on. He's supposed to, let me tell him, calling, and let's get that there. And let me bring up the production equipment that I can work with while I'm still drunk as a skunk, and see if I can bring Peter on with us. And handling all of this now, it's amazing that I get anything done. Actually, Peter, you can just jump on the call.
I'm here.
Yeah, there we are. So if you've heard what Brendan Zoget said, I'll be glad to provide any details about that. In Japan, of course, the ancient samurai tradition was that the family that is within the hierarchy of the position where they are able to sacrifice themselves or their family members on behalf of whoever is higher than they on the hierarchical ladder, that this is done and it is a noble thing to do, and that this is it's exemplified mostly by the story that is often on stage plays, and somewhat similar to kabuki, but there are stage plays that are different than kabuki, which is very stylized, where the Japanese...
The dramas, the traditional dramas.
Yes,
Yeah.
they learn morality lessons. And within these stage plays, my mother brought up the example of where the samurai family that was in charge of that particular dynastic family that was overwhelmed by enemy forces, where of course they seek the next in line for inheriting the position of authority in that family so they can kill them, the enemy does, so that they can kill them and prevent these people from ever arising again to make claim to that position of authority. And so long as these babies are loose that grow up into adults that can try and reclaim their title, it's always a threat. So anywhere in Asia, the pursuit is to eliminate all members of the family who are the enemy. And that includes, of course, the Middle East, which was what Muhammad was faced with when he took on that young daughter as a bride, and as opposed to allowing her to simply be annihilated. And so he made himself her care provider and her protector, essentially her guardian, by doing what he did. There was no other way to do that in those days because we didn't have options in terms of social services. But when it came to this one case on the stage play my mother was talking about, then what would be pointed out was that the lower family, right beneath the highest authority, would turn over their children and say, oh, these are the children that you're looking for, so they could be killed. And that way the family that was defeated could escape to regroup and rally at another time. So this was viewed as the right thing to do. This is what the military was supposed to do for Emperor Hirohito. And because many of these people were simply, as far as Hirohito was concerned, not really with the program, in the sense that there were a number of them who just he felt were incompetent or just so involved with their own projects they weren't really operating as a cohesive element. He would get them purged one by one, as he had Yamamoto assassinated. And with Tojo, it was just he was the ultimate in terms of a scapegoat. He was just there for a person, like I said, who had no combat experience in the field, who just was there as the man in charge of the war cabinet, who was easily turned over to the Allies, and then he was scapegoated. Now, his children always said this. His children and many Japanese, everybody understood this, that this was a political show trial, and that Tojo was being persecuted politically. It wasn't because he committed any war crimes personally, because he wasn't in the field. The man was nowhere in the field anytime any of these atrocities were being committed. Of course, the best that they could blame him for was maybe a treatment of Western prisoners in Japan itself. But
right. It's funny. The reason they gave for him being hated was that he unnecessarily prolonged the war, and so that's why he was so reviled, according to the video I watched.
No, this is the insanity that Brendan Zoget was pointing out, and this is from the Americans, not the Japanese. And so the Americans are saying that that Tojo was a war criminal because he wouldn't surrender. And that if he would only surrender,
which doesn't really make sense, because like no one would surrender just willingly. Like you would have to force them, right?
Yes,
in a war.
Yes,
like, okay,
of course, of course. But the insanity of the American position is that the Japanese were in a completely untenable position, and they knew they were going to lose. So the longer they prolonged the war, the more death and suffering they would cause for no good reason. This is what the Americans keep claiming. And of course, the insanity speaks for itself, because the Americans were demanding the end of the emperor system. And that, of course, was going to be the end of the Japanese sense of world, of their identity. And of course that wasn't going to happen. And the Japanese obviously won the war because the emperor system is still in place. And we've had a transition of power, not just to the son of Emperor Hirohito, but to the son of that son since that time. Which, by the way, if you look this up in Wikipedia, I don't know if they've changed it, but they actually showed in some Wikipedia articles a while back when I looked at Emperor Hirohito, they claim he was the last emperor of Japan, and that the Americans eliminated the emperor system after World War II. Of course, none of this is true. And anyone can.
It's funny because like Hirohito like wrote the Constitution and stuff. It's like I don't even know like what they're talking about.
Thank you. And so this is the insanity that we're dealing with. None of this makes any sense, but of course it doesn't have to, because the Americans have a totally.
It's like even the kings of England didn't like write their own constitution. They had like the Parliament do it, and
Thank you.
Cromwell. They had like Cromwell do it and shit. You know, like so. Yeah, there you go.
Yes, and that invites all other kinds of tangents. But you know, your point's well taken. Yeah. Yes, it was like, as a matter of fact, with the King of England, when you speak of the Magna Carta, the reason the Magna Carta is historical is because essentially all the nobles revolted against the king, and they basically put the blade to his head and said, you'll sign this so that we have a more equitable system where we can divide power among all of us, or basically they were going to kill him, at which point the king signed it. And so this is what made the Magna Carta historical, as this process towards egalitarianism. And yes, you had, Japan was much different than that. And obviously the Americans, as Peter Moon has mentioned in our book, the Americans simply said the Japanese form of government will be decided by the Japanese themselves. If that isn't a surrender on the part of the Americans, then what is?
I explain that kind of thing.
So the Americans aren't,
because even Deutschland, like they really just like, they like did it themselves, as far as like the different states kind of like came together and did their thing.
Yes.
And then you had the communist element. So even that was like, the secrets of that is, a whole nother thing, but similar.
Yes. Well, I'd like you to find out, as time goes on, what exactly is going on in Germany, because honestly, I have always been under the impression the Germans have been so indoctrinated that they really have no real sense of Nazism in Germany at all. And yet I turn on to YouTube and I see these
AfD.
Yeah.
AFD in English.
Well, there's that, but then that's manipulated by the Russians. But I saw something more ridiculous. It was just more absurd. It was just these ex-Nazi bikers, and they were all just a bunch of fucking teddy bears who had just given up their criminal affiliations and were just like had these social clubs where they're like making sausages and shit. And it's like, honestly, them and their girlfriends, they're all just drinking and barbecuing.
And they like call these guys like neo-Nazi.
Yeah, they were saying these were all Nazis. And I was like, dude, I mean, and people were saying how neat their helmets looked. And these were just those cheap plastic.
It's almost like I don't want to call it a caricature, but it's almost like Norwegian black metal, like, where they just do it just to be part of a club. It's, it's not even like they really care about the ideology.
Thank you.
It's like, when you like join a punk band and you do the spiky hair, it's like that.
It's just and
just to make you seem cool, like, oh, he's different or something,
Yes. Oh my God. And so,
not defending them for being neo-Nazis, but you get my point.
Well, if they're German, it's a totally different trip from what's going on in America. So I would defend them myself, but that's not what I saw. All I saw was a bunch of it was just a social club, and these were guys who were supposed
like a card club or something.
Yes. Oh my God.
Or like a cosplay club, or like a Civil War reenactment club.
I wouldn't even go that far. No, I wouldn't even. That would at least mean they'd get the look right. I mean, these guys didn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't look. They didn't. Look
That's what's
right.
funny about the neo-Nazis is like the real Nazis would just be like, you guys look like you're fucking all like trashed out. Like, you don't look really put together at all. Like.
Oh my God. Anyhow, so we introduced Peter Moon, and we're so glad he's with us tonight. Now, Peter, of course, has reviewed much of what I said in the last transmission. I very much look forward to his observations concerning that, and also I'd like you to start off with how your day went and how your past few days have gone, Peter. Honestly, I was worried sick about you. Peter had an enormous amount of books to move, and he had to measure himself because he had all these trays or cartons, the dollies full of books, and it's like, I'm glad he survived. Honestly, I had him in my prayers, and when I saw some message
I'm
from...
in great shape. I'm in great shape. Everything went seamlessly, and most things are going very well. And
happy Father's Day, by the way. Did your daughter contact you?
Oh, of course. Yeah, we spent a week together. One of the best weeks of my life we spent together.
Wonderful.
And she's fine. And so we're moving out of the retrograde. We're not quite out of it yet. Things should start happening. Your book should arrive a week from Tuesday, I would estimate. That's what the printer estimated. They said they would ship it on probably Tuesday. Mm-hmm. It takes about a week to arrive. And so these orders should be sent out soon. So reasonably soon, the people that have ordered the book. And it's going to be very exciting when the book is actually in hard copy form as opposed to just ebook form. So I'm looking forward to the effect it has. I heard from what Brennan said that they're already using what's in the book, either they might have garnished from listening to you, incendiary bombs.
Yes.
By balloon.
Yes.
Gee, whoever thought of that?
Yes.
It's curious, too, because sometimes these Middle East people are so out of touch with the West, it's not funny. They have no idea what it's like in the United States because they have no exposure to it. Bin Laden did have exposure to the United States, but he was culturally clueless as to what it was really like here.
Yeah.
So...
By the way, by that, what Peter means is that you had a man who was going to strip clubs and drinking heavily to take advantage of his ability to get away with drinking alcohol in a environment, for lack of a better word, just for ease of understanding, infidel environment, even though that term is completely misused and misunderstood by most people on both sides of Islam and outside of Islam. But as Salman Sheikh will explain, when they use the term infidel, that really means somebody like an atheist. It means somebody who doesn't believe in anything at all, as opposed to a Christian or a Jew who would be considered actually co-religionists with Muslims because they're monotheistic and they're Abrahamite and they're of the same religion. So they really wouldn't use that term to refer to Christians or Jews. But this is, of course, then you get the idiots who are brainwashed by the House of Saud, and everything goes downhill after that, and which is where Bin Laden came from. And then Bin Laden was basically heavily influenced by the House of Saud, and he didn't really understand America outside of the strip clubs and the bars. And I'm sure Salman Sheikh would agree with Peter Moon on that.
Well, it's very common.
Yes. Yeah. And so, well, go on, Peter. I don't know if Salman's...
I once had an encounter. I once went to a birthday party for a friend of mine in New York City. This is in the 1980s. And I was sitting at a bar, and there was this, I would call her a very beautiful woman next to me. Mm-hmm. And she was blonde. And she spoke perfect English, and she got me involved in a guessing game. Where are you from? Where are you from? What country are you from? Because she looked American, she sounded American, and I was guessing Scandinavian countries, because she looked that way, sort of, maybe German. And finally she says, no, I'm from Saudi Arabia. And I said, what? And she said, well, yeah, you think that, we all look a certain way, but no, we don't. We're not necessarily what people think. She was very intelligent. She was engaging. She was very, I'd say she had signs of being nice. She was nice, certainly polite, but she said that, she would not appear the way she would appear here, the way she was appearing to me in Saudi Arabia. She would be wearing a burqa and all that.
Well, it's not that extreme, but it's, her face would be veiled. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was interesting because, she was saying, people don't understand Saudi Arabia. They don't know what it is. And I really don't know what she seemed like she was extremely well kept. It might had to do with her beauty. I don't really know. It was just a curious experience. I've never met anybody else like that from Saudi Arabia. I don't even know if I've met anybody from Saudi Arabia. One of my friends, when I lived in the desert, his father was, and I knew his father, he was a welder. And he did welding for in the oil field work. And he was brought to Saudi Arabia, contracted to Saudi Arabia to do work with a bunch of, what do they call them? Roughnecks. And this guy made a good living, no mistake about it. But the oil people, to do whatever they needed for the oil wells in Saudi Arabia. This is the early 1960s, and they get to sitting around in the desert heat, and they were pretty confident that they could, pretty much make anything they wanted. So they got to talking, and they weren't allowed to have alcohol in Saudi Arabia, so they decided to make their own still.
Of course.
They did a good job of it, and they got kicked out of Saudi Arabia. I didn't learn this until me and my friend were old. I mean, we would met up and hung out together in our older years, and he told me the story of his dad, and it was pretty funny.
That is hysterical.
But that's.
In fact, they called them wildcatters, is what they called the oil.
That's a wildcatter is somebody who goes looking for oil. He wasn't really looking for oil. He was just welding stuff and being well paid for welding whatever they needed done. Okay. My father was in the oil business, and he worked with roughnecks. He was not a roughneck. The roughnecks were the guys that did the dirty work on the oil well.
Right. My
father was an engineer, and he'd work with them, tell them what to do or whatever, but cooperate with them always. But they were just called roughnecks because, man, the work they did was heavy duty. If you want to see an example of it, you see the movie 5 Easy Pieces with Jack Nicholson and Karen Black. That was the shot in the very town I used to live in. Speaking of the oil field, when I was in California, one of the sites I remember, not only as a kid, but I'm returning there, were these pumping oil wells that were always pumping. You don't see them anymore. I mean, they might still exist, but I remember seeing Signal Hill. Now, when I was a kid, you could look up and see Signal Hill, and it was full of oil derricks.
Yes.
Now it's got huge buildings and apartments. They've taken all the oil derricks off. Southern California was like a big oil plant.
And yeah, it's true. And with those derricks, they were very similar. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, I can't believe the difference.
Yeah, it's pretty. How would I say it? It's pretty disconcerting. It's really jarring because, as Peter Moon said, there were different parts of the United States where you'd see these oil derricks that looked exactly like those little bobbin birds. And if you've ever seen those little bobbin birds that would have that kind of water weight in their ass and they'd bob up and down, it was like a little desk kind of toy that would be sold so that people could put it in their room or something to bob up and down endlessly and irritate everybody. And so these little bobbin birds would look exactly like derricks. The derricks would be motioning up and down all the time, and getting the oil out of the ground. And you don't see that around anymore. All these things are offline. That's the term they use. That they're all offline. So that's because any oil they get now is up near the Canadian border, and they're fracking. And that, of course, is a whole different process. So if you go up there, it looks like mortar, of course, but just the way the times have changed. And of course, we're in pursuit of new sources for the black blood that powers our civilization, and everything is made out of oil, from the petroleum jelly that we put on our lips, and all the way down to the lip balm, and what else? Cassette tapes it used to be, but nobody uses cassette tapes anymore. With the other things, CDs, anything with plastic, it's all oil and petroleum. But go on, certainly. One of the things you saw with that woman who was saying, I wouldn't be dressed like this in Saudi Arabia, is, it also depends. If you go into certain shopping malls where everybody is just like really part of the upper class of the royal family, the woman can get away with looking very Western and just kind of presenting themselves the way you would in the Western world. There are certain places where this is permitted and kind of tolerated, but the other lower order of people who are citizens but not members of the royal house of Saud would be required to be veiled when out and about. This is like, it's just the kind of corruption of this kind of world. And honestly, not that I want everybody to be in veils, quite the opposite. It's all problematic because of their religious form of government. It's basically a kind of, it's autocratic theocracy. And of course, as Brendan Zogan brought up, we've got all the extremists now have come to power in both Israel and Iran. And it's just, God knows where we're going to go from here. But like Salman Sheikh said, it can't be anywhere good. So, you and I will be watching all this. And honestly, when Brendan, reported, of course, the Jewish or the Israelis claiming that they're using artillery to strike back, rocket artillery or whatever they're using to deploy to strike back against Gaza Strip, because the Hamas is unleashing incendiary balloon bombs against them. You really wonder why they haven't done that before. And then, of course, it has to be connected to our book, because why haven't they done this before? Why this new development? And of course, it comes from being online and people hearing about us. And we'll see what kind of effect this book has otherwise. It's going to be profound as far as I'm concerned. And by that time, the wave of damage control will be over, or would have died down. The Pentagon and its release of all this UFO films will go absolutely nowhere. And they're saying it's not aliens. So hopefully our book will put some of that into perspective for people. Maybe they're acting unintentionally, of course, as kind of like a ad campaign for us. So hopefully it works out that way.
Well, they just are just, sometimes they just put out shit because that's what they do. They don't even think too hard. Sometimes they calculate. Sometimes they're pretty calculatingly, but they're insufferably stupid, especially that press release with the stating that the Air Force was using test dummies.
Yes.
When the Air Force didn't even exist.
Yes. But nobody caught that. I mean, not your average.
No, why would they? Because and now there's Grant Cameron is a famous ufologist working out of the Washington, D.C. area. And he's been posting on Facebook, these documents that he got from the Freedom of Information from naval intelligence, he's trying to construe that they were talking with aliens. I don't understand. I can't understand how he concludes this. It's just very weird. It's like I don't even engage it because I don't want to waste my time debating or arguing with him or his fans. It just, it's like, okay, we rely on naval intelligence documents. And it doesn't even really say it's an alien. It's an implication. Well, I guess that naval intelligence guy said he was talking to an alien or something. It's stupid. It's just stupid. But such is the lot of mankind.
Yes.
It's there's no shortage of stupid opinions and stupid conclusions and stupid people.
Yes.
One of the things that amazed me in Los Angeles driving on the freeways, there's so many cars. I mean, there's a lot of cars in New York, but in LA, it's just there's so many more.
Yes. Yes.
And I'm thinking like, well, so many people are autistic, so many people are dysfunctional. Well, you can't be driving in LA and be too dysfunctional, or you're not going to last long.
Right.
So the drivers are, for the most part, competent.
Yes.
Even if they're irresponsible and wild at times. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stay on the highway. They'd crash.
Yes.
You have to be sharp, a lot sharper.
Did you have an opportunity to drive yourself in a rent-a-car or anything while you were here?
No, I drove my daughter's car a couple of times because, she got kind of tired, and she asked me to drive for her. So I drove from Huntington Beach back to her house, and I think I drove. I had another. I think I drove out for a ways. So it just, but I mean, I've driven in LA before, of course. But it's, you really have to be on your toes, even more than in San Francisco area, where you have to be on your toes as far as going up hills and stuff. Mostly in San Francisco or the surrounding Bay Area, you have to be patient. But I was shocked when I went out there in 1989 to San Francisco and saw how screwed up the traffic was. It was just ridiculous. Around San Francisco, in Vallejo, it was just ridiculous because they didn't have the infrastructure, highway infrastructure to support. It was so much more crowded. That's 1989. Then I found out that this was the case when I went to Toronto. It was even worse, and Chicago. These cities are horrible when it comes to traffic. Just ridiculously bad. Of course, Toronto and Chicago are both big towns. New York is better than all of them, including LA and San Francisco, because not that it's great, but it's got a subway system and railroads. So that it doesn't. New York doesn't really grow too much in size because it's kind of at capacity. So much for the traffic report. So I think I listened to the entirety of your diatribe on the ghoul, and of course, the more I listened to it, I'm thinking like, well, why does a housewife in Des Moines need to listen to this? Why do kids going to school need to listen to this? Why does a person who's interested in offbeat or conspiracy theories need to listen to this? Of course, the most obvious answer is that it's a piece of history that's been overlooked in the extreme.
Yes.
And, what is a person going to do with this information? It's going to, about all they can do is present it to others and kind of knock them off their rocker, or get them to dismiss it. well, I think what most impressed me most about what you said was about the letter Aristotle wrote to, not Aristotle, Alexander wrote to Aristotle, his teacher.
Thank you.
In school, I learned that Socrates was the teacher of Plato. Plato was the teacher of Aristotle, and Aristotle was the teacher of Alexander. And I guess the teacher probably said Alexander went off the rails. He wasn't a philosopher. And they all liked it. They all liked it in the rear.
Yes, it was that kind of culture. Yes, including Alexander, of course. Yes,
I had a Greek man contract to do my roof. He's a very nice man. He told me a very remarkable story of he came to this country. He didn't speak English, and something had happened. He was down on his luck. He's sitting on a bench. He doesn't know what to do. And this woman came up to him and spoke Greek. She says, you can get a job over at this diner. A friend of mine is a diner. Go over there and you get a job. He goes into the kitchen. The guy speaks Greek. He gets a job, and this kind of saves his butt. And then he asks he talks to the guy. He says, I was sent here by so-and-so. I don't know who the hell you're talking about. He said, the woman was an angel. She just appeared out of nowhere, told him to go to the diner. She wasn't a corporeal person. This is what he figured, because the Greek diner didn't know who the hell this lady was.
Wow, incredible.
So anyway, this Greek guy, he loved to tell jokes about Greeks, even though he was Greek, about, Greeks liking sheep and this sort of thing. Mm-hmm. He had a lot of jokes to tell me about Greeks liking sheep over humans. But Greeks are known for their peculiar habits.
Yes, they are. It's kind of like Morocco. Well, the entire Mediterranean area, really. Honestly, even the Buttigieg, the gay guy who was running for president for a while, the very name Buttigieg means is somebody who raises sheep. Basically, chickens. It was chickens. That was what it meant. Somebody who raises chickens, and that's in the Arabic. So it's kind of like I guess you could say that was the profession of one of his ancestors or something like that. It might have insinuated something more.
I don't think Italians or Serbo-Croatians have that reputation, with the possible exception of the Vatican. I just don't think they have that reputation. Not that I've heard. But in any case, back to the ghoul. Mm-hmm. The ghoul. What was one thing I wanted to clarify, and I know you couldn't say too much about it, but this man that you met that had been into the tunnels and had had intimate contact with the ghoul and their traditions. You met him. You were working then as a mercenary.
Yes. And
how did you encounter him? I didn't get how you encountered. I don't remember how you encountered him.
Mm-hmm. I probably spoke of that in the earlier transmission, and
I just don't remember.
No worries. So in terms of what was going on with that situation, and this is what makes it so sensitive, I'll try and give you an example without too much of a tangent here, just to give people some example of what this is like. I forget who it is, but there was somebody I was speaking with recently who had some involvement with the University of San Diego. And when this person was, I said, I get the impression they're going to be on my show at some time. And I'm trying to remember who that was. Let me see. I'm getting some messages. Maybe somebody's sending me something about that. But let me check the messages. I heard the sound signal for that, and I don't know where that's coming from. But whatever it is, the point that I'm trying to make is a good example is the University of San Diego, where somebody I was speaking to was involved with it, and they might be on the program. And then what happened was that when I was talking to them about the University of San Diego, it reminded me of, here we are. This is from, here we are, Cookie Monster, and Maria Gregorich sent me messages at the same time. By the way, yeah, I'm assuming that Jameson is back with us, and Maria Gregorich, I want to thank her very much for mentioning the fact that the Italians are not going to be involved with any of the kind of proclivities that were described by Mr. Moon. And so Jameson is back with us. Good. So he's there in the background. And I'm not quite sure what happened to Solomon Sheikh. But in terms of the University of San Diego, just as an example of this.
Still here, brother.
Oh, good. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you so much. Because I was calling out for you earlier and you didn't respond. So we're wondering what had happened. But we do know that you have family around. I do know that. And so there we have that. So just answering some of these questions here in the chat room. And so moving back to where I was. Anyhow, my point is that this very famous professor, James Cook Brown, who I brought up in the past, was developing an artificial language. And he was working on contract with the U.S. military to develop a trans-military language that could be used to create what were supposed to be supranational units. Supra is spelled S-U-P-R-A. And the supra would mean that these are transnational units. In other words, units that would involve different nations from NATO. And many of the people in NATO were not trying to they were trying to emphasize that NATO was not a bunch of American industrial satellite states, the way the Warsaw Pact was to the Soviet Union. So because of this, they were trying to develop a NATO language that would be non-English. And so what Dr. James Cook Brown was working on was a language that was called Loglan, or logical language. And he took the most spoken languages in the world at that time, and he combined them into a synthetic language. And so while he was working on this military contract, one of the men who was sent down to work with him, who I personally knew, wound up raping his children. And this was, of course, a military U.S. Army Ranger. And so the man was supposed to be working out of his home with units in the field so that this language could be tested in the field so that they could test the efficacy of it, because what Dr. James Cook Brown was doing was bleaching out all unnecessary semantics, all unnecessary linguistic baggage. So he felt by combining all of the major spoken languages in the world and bleeding out anything that was superfluous, they could create a perfectly efficient language. And so this was something considered revolutionary and pioneering, and they were using computers to help them do this, which was, at that time, revolutionary. This was the first time.
I remember you talking about this a long time ago.
Yeah.
But carry on.
Yeah. And so what happened was this guy ultimately wound up he went crazy and after his children were raped, and eventually, I don't know what happened to his children, but somehow he and his wife wound up sailing the world trying to promote this language as a universal language of peace. And he ultimately died at sea. And so, I could go into more detail, but that's basically the summation of it. And with Dr. James Cook Brown and this horrible experience, when I called up the University of San Diego years later, and I was speaking with their linguistics department, and bear in mind, this was a man at the University of San Diego that was their most prestigious linguist. And when I called their linguistics department, I wound up in this long conversation with this woman who worked at the linguistics department. And then when I didn't introduce myself as a friend of James Cook Brown or bring him up at all for hours. And I spoke with her for about 2 hours before I got into that area, when she herself brought up, how these languages that are artificial can get political, like Interlingua and Esperanto, and they can be used for reasons of espionage and whatnot. And so that's when I brought up James Cook Brown. And I said, could you tell me what happened to him? This is before I found out what had happened to him. I was trying to follow up on him, and that's how I ultimately found out his ultimate fate. And once I brought his name up, she shut down completely and went into this damage control mode saying, there's no such individual has ever worked here. And I said, there's no way you can say that. This man was the preeminent doctor in your department. Not only that, but he was a celebrity. He was a celebrity in the sense that he produced the game Careers, which was the most popular board game in the world after Monopoly. So for those of you who don't know, Monopoly, everybody knows. The second most popular game in the world after Monopoly for generations, I'm talking like 30 years, was the game Careers, the board game. And that was designed by Dr. James Cook Brown. So this was not somebody you could just sweep under the carpet. This was like a known name, a brand name. And but she kept insisting he's never worked here. I've never heard of such a person. Okay, and that's obviously it was just bullshit. And this is the level of what we're talking about when it comes to the expedition to Africa, where there was a university. And bear in mind, like I said, I am not going to betray anyone who hasn't betrayed myself. Now, I was paid the money I was paid, and I was never betrayed by these people. So I'll honor my respect for their secrecy that they asked for, and the secrecy of the personnel involved. But this was a real ill-fated expedition to Africa in terms of anthropology, and not everybody made it back alive. And those that did, the majority of them were not sane. So when they brought in this particular character that I'm speaking of, the individual whose face was literally ripped off, understand that.
Who brought in that character, Douglas?
It was when they were contracting with the locals. To tell you the truth, he basically showed...
When the mercenaries were contracting with the locals?
No. Let me explain it. These are complicated situations, and they involve layer after layer of
contract. I understand where he came out of, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get to, yes. So in terms of the contracts, bear in mind that they needed security, and that's where I came in. They needed translators, so other locals came in. They needed guides, so other people came in. But when this individual came in, like so many other individuals with this expedition, he was obviously in thrall or under the influence of parties that had no good interest at heart for this expedition getting anywhere. And this is kind of the problems that I ran into, having seen everything I have throughout my life. You're dealing with people who are incredibly stupid, the academicians, I mean. They're incredibly prejudgmental. They have what they believe to be the answers to everything. They don't know anything. And they're in a situation like that, and they don't know what they're dealing with. And when this individual came in, bear in mind, many people in that part of the world, of course, keep their face covered. And the face is covered for reasons of protecting yourself from the elements. Everybody ages very quickly who's not constantly covering their faces. The weathering on a person can be extreme. But the natives, of course, because they're always out in the elements, are certainly far more than many people are, take these habits sometimes to extremes. Other tribes, you never see them covered in anything. And so Africa it's a land of extremes. But in this case, the individual's face was usually covered. When you're dealing with somebody like that, at that point, I pretty much realized this person's hiding their identity for a reason. And of course, he was hiding his deformity, which was his face being torn off. And in this case, as he insisted, it was by the ghoul. Now, there's no need for even a guy like this to lie, because nothing he says is going to be believed. So you're dealing with people that he could tell them the truth all day long. They're not going to understand anything he says. They're not going to believe anything he says. And that's, of course, when I was relating to them the kind of stories that had been told to myself by the police chief over in Southwest Asia. And I said, I can verify what this man is saying. And I told them about that police chief in Saudi Arabia was nearing retirement. He had pretty much said that at this point in his life, he was, how would I say it? He had entered that state of peace with himself and peace with the world around him, where when you see everything you see in a police environment or a career, you give up a lot of hope for humanity, and you begin to think that many people are simply not worthy of any sense of sympathy. Most of what you see are people who are criminals, so you really wind up giving up a lot of hope for humanity in terms of respect for them. And at that point in his life, he had made statements like, in some ways, the ghoul are superior to human beings, in that they would never do to each other what humans do to each other. And because I had so much time with him, because it literally took forever for these DNA samples to be collected at that place where the bones were left as a warning, when it took several days during that period of time, then we were essentially camped out there. And he was able to relate to me in depth what he had learned from his time working as a policeman for decades, including with the Sufi in the desert. And I didn't even know there were Sufi in the House of Saud, in the Arabian Peninsula that was underneath the administration of the House of Saud. But I think such people manage to get everywhere, and they pretty much are people that everyone ignores. And some of them lived in the desert, and it was through them that he was guided to some ghoul lairs that had been abandoned or evacuated. And these were the kind of Sufi that would help the ghoul out. Now, these people were not deformed at all, because the Sufi are people of power, and they're people who can basically environmentally adapt, and therefore the entities in such areas do not consider them a threat. They don't register as food. And when he was dealing with people like that, during times he went out to look for people who had gone missing, etc. And sometimes they would help him find bodies. And they would in turn teach him of various legends or myths, as they would be called, or stories or rumors. And so he actually wrote one down for me that pretty much explained this man's situation, who approached the expedition in Africa as kind of like a guide, and was taken on as such for a period of time. And in terms of what that police chief shared with me, was basically what he wrote on a note pad, was something about the spice merchant who fell into the underworld and then essentially paid the ultimate price for his release. And it went along like this. And here I read from what that policeman wrote for me. Police chief, I must emphasize. I was once a humble spice merchant who owned a humble stall in the streets of the old Medina, in the great Ŵoaumphyieorai Estate of old Rabat. I worked hard from sunrise to sunset every day of the week except Fridays, when I prayed to Allah. Each night I would return home to my loving wife, my 3 beautiful sons, and I would praise Allah for my blessed life. One day that all changed, when on an ordinary morning I had to attend a meeting to collect a delivery of spices sent to me from India. And it was there that I was taken away from my life and family forever. These spices were waiting for me, I was told, at the entrance to the caverns beneath Ŵoaumphyieorai Estate. I heard tales of these catacombs, but never believed in them until this day, as my eyes fell upon its foreboding entrance. In the dark recesses I waited as I was instructed, feeling the cold winds on my skin as it blew from the dark labyrinths of endless tunnels. Then was I snatched by 101 hands, waxen to the touch and sharp with claw, as they shredded my clothes and carried me deep into the underworld. For hours they carried me, deeper and deeper, until I wept, knowing that even if I were to escape, I could not find my way home. I pleaded to my captors, asked for release. I told them of my beautiful wife and my 3 adorable sons, and that I would give anything to be with them again. One of my captors asked, "You would give anything?" The leader, who told me his name was Inek. His breath smelt of decayed corpses and carried the air of cemeteries. I could not see his face in this perpetual darkness, and I was thankful that I could not. for I would surely have died of fright seeing his hideous complexion. I told him I would give anything. Said Enoch, very well then, and we turned on our feet and began the return march to the surface world. And as we did, I thanked him profusely and praised Allah for their generosity. As I was carried through the darkness, I felt overcome with joy. I promised Allah that I would never speak ill of other merchants ever again. I would no longer touch alcohol, and I would not again shortchange my customers. I knew that I was blessed. Finally, we reached the mouth of the cave, and I see in the half-light that we were back beneath Ŵoaumphyieorai Estate, where I cried with joy. Still hidden in the shadows, Enoch warned, you should not return to your family. And I asked him why. Because you are so hideous, they will not accept you now. I told them I was not hideous, that my wife and 3 brilliant boys would always respect and adore me. And then my captors laughed as they turned on me, bit into my face, tearing away the flesh and muscle, and I screamed and thrashed with the pain. I thought that they had lied to me, that I was about to be consumed, but it seemed they had a worse fate. I was left not to die, but to heal the scars that left my face horrendous and monstrous. Then I was released, but I was so deformed that people shunned me, stoned me, and the city guard even had me thrown from Rabat's gates. Enoch was right. I could not return to my family like this, not the monster I had become. They let me go, those ghouls of the underworld, and now I am a beggar, my face hidden behind shrouds and veils like a Bedouin of the Sahara, where I watch from the streets. I am their agent, for while they allow me to keep the money I make, they feed and shelter me at night. I tell what I see, meeting each night at the edge of the caverns beneath Ŵoaumphyieorai Estate. This is what happened to an almost identical extent to the man in Africa who had approached the expedition. And because I had been educated in regards to this kind of phenomenon, of course what I related was not taken seriously by any of the academics. Instead, they just said that, well, he's obviously insane. So I was the only one who would really talk to him, yet they were still relying on him for circumnavigation of many of the sites in question where they were trying to seek bones of early man and hominids of various sorts, and instead running into dead ends, to use a pun. But some of the things that would be brought up, I would point out to them when they said, well, these tools that we found, and you said you're so certain that these are weapons used by in these ghoul sites that you claim, this man claims, are actually the bones of people who are not human, not even early hominids, but a completely different subspecies. There's definitely human bones, as I mentioned, that were devoured by them. And you could tell by which ones were older, how long they'd been in the ground, etc. And as I said, there were some that were obviously bones that had been turned into weapons. And they said, oh, if only we could find the binding on these bones or what held them together, it would be revolutionary in terms of our understanding of what these people were working with. And I said it was human hair. That was the twine that was used to keep these aspects of the bones together. And they said, well, how would you know that? And I said, well, it makes sense because that's the only materials they had to work with. And when the man with the scarred face was saying, oh, the ghouls, all they use are made from the humans that they eat, that they breed, and they use their skins for leather, and they use their hair for twine. And then they were saying, well, everything you say is contradictory. It shows you're lying because you said the ghouls had all these claws and they didn't need any weapons. I said, those weapons weren't used by the ghouls, you idiot. They were used by the humans against each other. They have nothing to live on but each other. Down there. Of course, none of this went anywhere. They would just laugh at me and go on about their stupid work, trying to shall we say, orient reality into that paradigmatic box that they had. to the point where they took a clearly non-human skull and were trying to interpret this as some kind of hominid. You can't go anywhere with people like this. The end result, of course, was they're their own greatest security threat. When you deal with people like this, of course, you try to provide what protection that you can. But in the end, all I can say is I did what I could. And I lived up to my end of the bargain, and the university in question lived up to theirs. When it comes to the man in question, who had been down in the tunnels, he is probably one of these individuals who's one of the few who's a dweller between the worlds. Yet the people in the surface world are so busy dismissing him just based on the fact that his face is missing that they are unable to appreciate what he has to share. Now, I put him to the test. When people ask me, for instance, about, well, how do you know what he's drawing is not like out of some fever dream, his own psychosis, etc., I said there's a thing about consistency, and there's a thing about the fact that when I asked him to draw some things around us in the environment, whether it's birds or some of the animals, he was able to draw something that was in a completely different stylization from what he was presenting to me when I asked him to try to rendition the cave paintings he had seen exactly as he had seen them. Now, of course, some people were asking me about this ambisexuality of this Antichrist figure he was drawing. And that's where I have to emphasize, because they say, oh, aren't you promoting transphobia? Or, no, nothing like that. We're talking about somebody who's more like a bull-dyke figure who you couldn't tell was a man or a woman. It's built like a truck and yet has a longer hair, kind of, but not too long. It was just like everything's proportioned in such a way you couldn't tell what this Antichrist figure was that was on the cave painting walls in the few paintings where he showed up as this kind of communicant between the anti-gods and the ghoul. Then, if you remember that part of the narrative where I was bringing that aspect up. So we're not talking about anyone who really looks like anybody on Earth, really. If you could imagine a big, bulky, muscular, maybe the closest thing you could imagine would be like a Soviet Olympian athlete female who was a weightlifter and given so many steroids that she looked masculine. It would be something like that, except indiscernible or indeterminate as to which gender. That's what we're talking about as this Antichrist figure, very overrun with tattoos throughout the body as portrayed. So in terms of some of these elements, which I brought up in terms of trying to relate to the academics the importance of what we were dealing with and why they had to understand that they were in an area of Africa where the humans were the hunted animal. Then they said, well, that's what you're here for, to protect us from. Well, I did the best I could. And so hopefully that puts some of that into perspective.
Well, where does James Cook Brown fit in?
Oh, James Cook Brown had nothing to do with this. The reason I brought him up was an example of the kind of denial that academies go into. Bear in mind, James Cook Brown is something, a phenomenon, in the sense that he had a career that was world-renowned. You couldn't hide somebody like that, you would think. But if you were to approach the University of San Diego today, as I did, and I don't mean like today, I mean like when I did 20 years ago. Bear in mind, when he was working with the Department of Defense, must have been like 40 years ago. 30 years ago maybe, and then I approached him about maybe 15 years ago, something like that, to follow up on him when I was trying to find him again. Actually talked to him and found out he was dead. That was the reason he fits in is because here you've got this guy who designed a board game, was a published author. He wrote a science fiction novel, The Troika Incident. The only thing I disliked about him was that he was an ideological communist. But aside from all that, and whatever difference the Department of Defense may have had with him in that regard, that didn't rationalize their special forces soldier raping his 2 children. And somehow they must have wound up in child protection or some kind of social program or something, because like I said, him and his wife took off alone and were sailing around the world in this catamaran craft made of fiberglass he had designed himself. I mean, he was brilliant in so many areas. And just so his sanity was destroyed by his experience with the violation of his children, that, you know, he went on this futile quest for world peace using his language as a universal bridge when it was supposed to be the ultimate military language. It never really, you know, was utilized by the military for that. He fits in as somebody like, how could you deny somebody like this existed? But when I approached the University of San Diego and was talking with them for hours with the woman in the linguistics department, suddenly it was like, oh, no one ever existed like that here. No one ever existed like that here. Imagine that. I mean, this is a person.
I see your point.
Yeah.
I see your point. Academic is just, it's like an addict. They're in denial. And this is a problem. And of course, people will put their offensive opinions or questions to you because they're actually very controlled in their thinking.
Yes.
Like, oh, you think this is good? You think you should be saying this and this sort of thing. Information is to be taken at face value and processed according to whatever merit you might find in it, not to be rejected at first glance. Now, there is some information that is highly rejectable if it's coming from a spurious source that continually produces just BS, straight BS. You can almost put the news into that category.
Well, to put, yeah,
to a large degree you can. I mean, certain things, but anyway, go ahead.
Yes. And Salman Sheikh, I'm sure he can help me out here. One of the things that Salman has pointed out is that when these entities, such as the Niega, exist where they exist, these are in places where human beings simply not only do not live, it's where they literally cannot live. One of the things I remember my mother telling me about the Niega was that they were in areas so isolated, even though there were ruins there from past civilizations. A great example would be the Plain of Jars in northern Laos. In northern Laos, they have what is called the Plain of Jars, and this is an open plain that is, of course, populated by giant clay urns that litter the landscape. And these urns are so enormous, no one has any real idea what their purpose was for. And so it's called the Plain of Jars in northern Laos. And this is one of the mysteries of the world. People can do some research on this themselves and come away with whatever impressions that they get. But my mother had always told me it had been for what the Niega used to control the population. And in terms of the Niega, the areas that my mother said were in Nepal, where that Niega had been abducted from by Henry Wallace's expedition, and other Niega in other parts of the world, the 9 that were left upon the surface world that she knew of, the rest having withdrawn into the caverns of Unterland, and basically becoming allies of the Thousand Year Reich-In-Exile. She said that the ones on the surface world were where nobody literally could live. There was no wells in these areas. The wells were run dry from whatever settlements had been there thousands of years before. But the Niega provided the water. And this is somewhat similar, as I understood it later in life, when I read of the work of Dr. Wilhelm Reich, and how Dr. Wilhelm Reich was able to produce rain by what he called cloudbusters. And Dr. Wilhelm Reich was experimenting with orgone and weaponizing it, so to speak, by creating orgone cannon, which he believed could destroy UFOs. This was Dr. Wilhelm Reich. Now, of course,
I never could reconcile what he was talking about with the UFOs. What was he?
What he was really referring to was outlined by James Trevor Constable, who was a U.S. Army colonel. And Constable wrote a book called The Cosmic Pulse of Life. I'm looking at that right now. I'm not going to go deep into it, but basically what they identified was the reality that these are organic entities. These are what in the military files I was dealing with were called Crawfordsville monsters. That meant that these were entities that were like gelatinous or amoeba-like entities Only
I've heard you talk about those before.
yes, and so Dr. Wilhelm Reich felt that he could kill them with these orgone bursts from these cannon, and that would release all kinds of liquid from the sky. So he called these things cloudbusters, and the death of such creatures would apparently release a lot of energy into the regional atmosphere and cause a lot of clouds to coalesce and then release water. They would coalesce by liquid and then release it. So my mother said the Niega had the ability to do this, and therefore they were able to provide water, even though there were no wells, to the people who served them. So the people who served them were very much stuck in the area of the Niega. There were too many miles between them and any other civilization or water source where they were stuck serving the Niega forever. Most of these people were volunteers who had come to do that. But she said that it was one where the Niega were always insistent that they give up all technology. So this was certainly places where people would go and live a monastic life and a hermetic life. And this was one where they were completely aesthetic and very basic in all of their needs. The water provided by the Niega that would be collected in these huge urns or jars, very similar to what you see on the Plain of Jars in northern Laos, which was once a huge population base for the Niega, and who thrived in the jungle. And so now they're in places that are out in the middle of nowhere. So Salman Sheikh, you can back me up on this and talk about how you know for a fact these are places where nobody could live without that kind of help. Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. And please excuse me for earlier. I had some family around when you called upon me.
Oh, no worries.
And in that case, also, I agree also with what Brother Peter Moon said. Also, Happy Father's Day to him, about many people from the Middle East or from Pakistan that don't have the concept of living in Western society. So I agree with that. Even the ones that even pester me or message Douglas about basically coming to America, or basically trying to find their way here, knowing that over here you have to work hard and try to survive and do all of those things. So I agree with that aspect. And yes, Brother Douglas, anyone who has traveled the world or who has been to those places can verify everything that you're saying down to a T. And a lot of the places that I went to in the India-Pakistan border region, where a lot of the Negas would be rumored to be with the Sufi sheikhs, or even the one grave that I saw with the serpent or the Nega that was friends with the Sufi sheikh and the master, was that every time or every shrine that I went to, there were always an abundance of water near it. There would always have these bells near it. It's a source of clear spring water, clean water. And there were about 5 to 7 shrines that I had went to in the India-Pakistan border region. And each one of them would have the evidence that the Nega were there, including the picture that I had put up of the serpent that was given its own burial with its own honor and rights. And always around it, there would be water, abundance of water, wells, fresh water. I even have a video. I got to find it and I'll send it to you. I was at one of these wells and I was bringing the water up from the well, and my cousin was filming me. So I enjoyed that aspect of how much of a peaceful life is there. But then again, it's only for those Sufi masters that are allowed to be there, because your average human, they cannot be there, because a lot of these beings, like if you're not of that level where you're basically evolved beyond the lower aspect of the human nature, then they will see you as a threat. But if you're basically a Sufi master or a dervish that whirls around, and you lose yourself in the love of Allah, God, and you lose your any attachment to this world, just like how the Buddha would teach to lose any attachment to the world because of the suffering of life, then a lot of these beings that you come across, human and non-human, all subspecies alike, they will respect you. They will not attack you. They will not see you as a threat or a food source, like you stated perfectly. And they basically become your friends. The Sufi master is basically one with all of the beings of this universe, because he realizes that when you hold up both palms of your hands, like when a Muslim prays, and they believe that everything that God has created, both good or bad that is used, or like anything good or evil in this world, it's all operating within the atmosphere of those that one hand or the two hand. Ultimately, the creator pulling the strings to either be in a bad situation to teach you a lesson or a good situation to reward you, because one cannot exist without the other. And that's the balance that one must find in their life. And that's exactly what the teachings that they bestowed upon me is that your purpose in life is to bring balance to the world. Try to teach, when you go back to the West, teach them the oneness of all races and religions, that even in the Quran in Surah 2, verse 62, it tells you that it doesn't matter if you're a Jew, Christian, Muslim, as long as you believe in God and do the right thing, on the day of judgment, you shall have no grief. But then you have the agents of chaos who would divide a Muslim against a Christian or his fellow human being, saying that we would consider them as infidels, which is not true. It's just a matter of researching the things properly. And, with the Sufis also being in the House of Saud, their presence is so powerful that even the Wahhabis, who do not represent true Islam and the Islam of the Prophet, peace be upon him, the Sufis are protected people because they represent the true teachings of what Islam is in terms of the oneness of all races and religions and the species and beings of this planet, that we can all learn from them. And the great masters that I came across myself, that it's not about who you are, where you come from. It's ultimately about your heart. As long as you have a good heart, you have a good intention, you're trying to do the right thing. Even the negas, other beings you come across, the jinns, all of them will ultimately not do anything to you. They will respect you and they will guide you in their own way. And that's just the way this world works. It's like this one situation I had where this village that I had went to, my cousin knows everybody in this village. And it resembles a lot of the story of what Brother Peter Moon said about the Greek gentleman. And this man, when I had gotten off the bus, my cousin was on the other side getting drinks. And this man comes out of nowhere, this, beautiful human being, tall, old man with a, white beard covered. And he says, and he addresses me by my name. And I never told him my name. And he tells me, hey, how was your journey on the bus? And how did you get from the city of Lahore all the way here to the border region? Everything okay for you? And I said, yes, thank you very much. Everything is okay. And he said, all right, enjoy your visit. And then after that, he left. And I asked my cousin, have you ever seen this man when he was walking away? He said, no, I've never seen him before. And he knows everybody in that place. So when we're of a good, benevolent nature, we don't have nothing to worry about in this life. And that's what I assure Brother Douglas as well, that no matter what the enemy tries to do against you, my brother, you're loved and protected. And somehow, some way, your message is getting out there. People are listening. And I, too, am looking forward to receiving a hardcover copy of your book when Peter sends the orders out. And I will, with great pleasure, read your book and share its teachings with others.
Thank you. God bless you. Always appreciated your input. And so with that, Peter, hopefully that puts things in some level of coherence with all of this.
It was very coherent. I was just missing
Okay.
Precisely how he fit in. I know you couldn't talk too precisely about it,
Right.
but no, I get it. And I certainly understood and respected the way that you could deal with this person when no one else could.
Thank you.
No one else would.
Thank you. Thank you. And it was, what was so offensive about it was, in one sense, you could, it's as I said, it's so that people understand this. When you're in Southwest Asia, as what obviously happened with that old police chief who was in the last days of his career, ready to retire, you could view the ghoul of Southwest Asia and the Middle East, all into Central Asia and the Gobi Desert, through to Mongolia and into Manchuria. You could view them as this persecuted minority and as almost sympathetic, which is how he had come to view them. Once you crossed that line, the most proper demarcation line would be the Suez Peninsula. Once you cross the Suez Peninsula, and in this day and age, perfectly demarked, or at least extremely demarked by the Suez Canal, and you're into Africa proper, the entire game changes. At that point, you're talking about this incredible change in their behavior of this underworld ghoul culture or community that is no longer this scattered kind of persecuted minority that only loners and Sufis are assisting at their own peril. At this point, you're very much in peril yourself if you are at all poking them, so to speak, or probing in areas that you're not wanted or welcome. This is where that individual could be viewed as either this kind of exploited individual who's come to us and he's offering his help as this guide, and he's being exploited in that sense. He's being paid, but it's obviously, what does he do with that money? What can he do with that money? There's only so far you can go with it. This is not a person who can take a plane to the West and get plastic surgery. This is a person whose entire existence has become what it has become. And this individual is claiming, well, I have contact with the ghoul, and there are places I will not take you. I will take you here, here, and here. You will not go here, here, and here. And it's at that point, the academics are just laughing, and they're just like, well, we'll go where we want. And I'm like saying, no, you won't, because it's not a question of what this man wants or what I want. It's a question of what's going to happen when you go into some of these other areas and start probing deeply or open excavation sites in these other areas. And
they violate his dictates and live to pay for it.
This is what happened. Yes. And so my report, I'm happy to say, was accepted by the academic community, which had put the money behind this. And I can't ask for more than that. My professionalism was not in question. So I'm just very glad that I was paid. But in terms of what this individual also was he was working for the ghoul. There's no denying that. And when it came to the point where these academics became a threat, he set them up for what was an ambush or a series of ambushes. So that was something that I, of course, had warned them about, but it was something that, and I said, at that time, you can ignore my words at your peril. This is not something that I say lightly. This is not recommended on my part, because as a professional with the depth of experience that I've had, you don't know what you're doing. And so the arrogance of the educated can sometimes be their undoing. And this is the problem with people who think they know everything. This is the problem with people. I think the most important thing we all have to come to grips with is how little we know. And it may come across that I sound like I know everything. But what I do need to emphasize to people is when I'm presenting what I say, bear in mind that look at the background that I'm coming from. Compared to the overwhelming amount of people on the surface of the world, I do know more than you. And this is something that, other than the wise men or the people who are actually there all of their lives, like the Sufi in the desert or the like, there's very few people that you can talk to who can explain the situation to you in a way like I can. In fact, I'm the only one who can probably explain it to you coherently so you can even understand what's being said. Whereas someone like the Sufi or various other hermetic monastic types would be talking in riddles, or at least what would be interpreted as riddles by the majority of the population. But the horror...
So when you wrote this report, you pretty much told the truth about what happened to these people with their skepticism and their disregard, and why they
paid the price, and it was accepted.
And they accepted. They took what you said at face value.
Pretty much. It was there was little they felt they could do about it, and they said that basically they went into what I call James Cook Brown mode, or Encyclopedia Brown mode. By the way, for those who don't know, Dr. James Cook Brown was old, and he was the inspiration for Encyclopedia Brown, which was this little series of books that used to sell in schools. You'd buy them through the school kinds of... they'd have book deals for kids to buy books at school. They'd order them, and then you'd get books that would arrive, and one of them was a series or a franchise called Encyclopedia Brown that people can look up, which was about a gifted child who was like a detective, like Nancy Drew or the Hardy Boys. And so his stories were presented as kind of riddles so you could solve the case. That was inspired by James Cook Brown. So you've got this individual who was a big part of scholastics, and yet they went into total denial mode that this guy even existed. If they can do that, you can imagine that's what they did with this. They covered it all up. They covered it all up. And as for the skull, they were given that. That never went anywhere. I certainly don't. It's never been on display. There are things that simply are a challenge. You know, the person who was best with this for a while, and I have nothing against him. He was always friendly to me. Was Michael Cremo, and Michael Cremo gifted me with. I'm sure Brendan Zogut's gone by now for the night, but Michael Cremo gifted me with the Bhagavad Gita. So that was cute, and that was deeply appreciated. But for those of you who don't know, Michael Cremo became a practicing Hindu because Michael Cremo basically convinced himself, with all good reason, that there was this phenomenon called forbidden archaeology. Now, the problem with Michael Cremo is, of course, Michael Cremo is otherwise, because he's written entire books on this that are like thick. I mean, like telephone book size thick. Now, the younger people don't even know what a telephone book is, or they don't know the meaning of that, because as we've entered more and more into the digital age, telephone books have gotten thinner and thinner because they used to be really thick, but now nobody advertises in telephone books, so they've gotten thinner and thinner. But when I use that in the classical sense, telephone book size, we're talking about extremely thick volumes of books written by Michael Cremo about how there's all kinds of discordant or just anomalous archaeological findings that are never brought up to the general public, never released to the general public. So this man's career was based on that. The problem is, of course, there's only so much you can do with that. Well, you can donate a whole career to that, but how many people want to listen to that? He had a very select crowd of archaeologists and anthropologists who appreciated what he said, and the public loved it because the public, face it, they love to hear it when the academics are shown to be lying to them, because they take that and they run with it saying, well, if the academics are lying about this, they must be lying about UFOs and aliens and everything else, and then they can take that and run with it. But, what happened to poor Michael Cremo was he's a snoozer. I mean, there's only so far you can go with that to, in order to become more popular or to remain relevant. He started talking crap, and he started talking a few things like, potential aliens and all this other stuff. But I'm sure he couched it, or at least contextualized it, within the Vedic cosmology. So as a practicing Hindu, that's what he would do. So I don't know much about him, where he's at now or what he's doing now. I haven't followed up with him, but Michael Cremo would be a guy who would bring up the fact that there's all kinds of things that are discovered that are never put on display or never discussed. So there you have that. And this was a preeminent example of one of those. For those of you who believe, who are skeptical, who feel like something like this couldn't happen, this is just so you know, there's all kinds of things that happen that are covered up by militaries, and academic institutions are no better than militaries. They don't want to scare away investors. And so they're going to, promote what makes them look the best, and anything that makes them look less than the best, you're not going to hear about it. Hopefully that makes sense to people so they understand it from there.
Well, thank you. That was very good. And I have a much clearer understanding. And unless there's anything else, I'm pretty beat.
Understood.
All right.
Oh, yeah, you're it's fine. We were just blessed to have you tonight, and so glad that you listened to what you did, and I really appreciate that. And
it's paradigm shifting when looking at world history. It's paradigm shifting. It's like, well, okay, I have a different view of Alexander.
Yes, thank you. And I think that's so important. And yes, when I would like to ask you, in terms of Alexander and what he did to drive the more organized and collectivized threat of the ghoul into Unterland, that these are really the walls, the ramparts that are being spoken of. People just have to think in 3 dimensions. I hope that I was coherent when I was talking about that. It's just, as in the old days, people would...
You were very coherent. You were very coherent in the whole speech. I just needed to grasp that one point of how this guy entered the fold. But the one thing I'll say about Alexander, and I was taught this in school by perhaps the same teacher who taught me that, Hitler and Ava used to have human lamps as lampshades. She also taught me that Hebrew was a dead language.
Technically that was right. Technically, because
not really. It was never dead.
That's true. That's true.
It really was never dead. But the rabbis kept it alive.
Yes.
But we didn't know about rabbis back in 1963. We didn't know about them. But anyway, one of the things about, she said that Alexander was responsible for building or for so much collecting texts from all over the world and that put in the Alexandria Library.
Yes.
At Pharaoh's. So he was just as Genghis Khan was, he was a pooler of knowledge. He was responsible for collecting huge tomes of information. And now much of that information has been lost. Much of it went to Timbuktu, not all of it. There was a whole effort to preserve the scrolls because these were predominantly Arabic scrolls that went there. But so I wonder how much information he wrote about the ghoul and the wall and monsters that was in that library that got, lost.
There's the point. There is the point. Yes. And there were so many fires at the Library of Alexandria. When people hear about the burning of the Library of Alexandria, bear in mind there was more than one burning. The Library of Alexandria was built and rebuilt so many times, and each time someone else would come and burn it. I mean, this is how threatening knowledge can be. And the greatest tragedy of all is now in the age of the internet, people think knowledge is freely available. Nothing could be further from the truth. Almost nothing of consequences on the internet. And what you'll find in books, you'll never find on the internet. And people will notice that. You can't access books on the internet. If we truly lived in a free society of free-flowing information where information was free, then every book would be on the internet and you wouldn't have to pay for it. But, what kind of economy would that be? It's fairly unimaginable. That was the kind of economy that Dr. James Cook Brown was imagining in the Troika incident, which was about 3 time travelers going into the future and running into an advanced civilization that all information was free and every information, everything was on the net. That this was something he wrote in his little book, The Troika Incident. Well, not too little, but it's a full novel, but it's one of those things that can never come to pass. Information is too valuable to be freely given. And maybe that's for the best, but right now it's a catastrophe because people only see what they want to see anyway. It wouldn't matter if you gave all the information free in the world. People are only going to select that which reinforces whatever perspective they have. So hopefully our information will, be out there to change. I think it already is with the incendiary balloons being sent across the Israeli wall. It looks like we're already changing the world. And we'll see how much further it goes once these paperback covers come out, and honestly, I'm glad that Peter and I are doing this, and we've got more books to come after this, and you get the rest you need so that we can ultimately accomplish those objectives in the future. We love you dearly, and share our love with Paula. Take care.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, and good night.
Good night, Peter. And with that, we have Maria Grigorich saying knowledge is power, and they can't have that. I don't think most people can handle that. Yes, most people can't even handle the power of knowledge. And so I'd like to bring on, if Brendan Zogin is still with us, which for some reason I doubt. I think he took off, but let's see if he responds. If he's out there, he's welcome to respond. If not, I'm going to bring on Salman Sheikh and Jameson Reese. And, of course, our lady Amanda Ute is welcome to respond if she's there. But usually once she gets involved with the kids, that takes it up for the night. I'm going to go a little bit into the chat room, see what's up with people, but I'll do that when I return. I'm going to have... So, Jameson Reese, are you here with Salman Sheikh? I was hoping both of you could hold... Yes. I was hoping both of you could hold the stage to the top of the hour. I'll be back well before then.
Yes, brother.
Yeah, and I'll let you know when I return. And thank you both for everything you do. Couldn't do it without you, honestly. And okay, then, gonna be right back. And both you gentlemen, the stage is yours.
All right.
All right. Jameson, what do you think of all of this stuff in terms of the ghoul and the Sufis and the Naga? I would love to hear your perspective as well.
I think it's interesting. As I've always stated before, that we're not the only species of intelligence that evolved here. Of course, my cat is here. She wants. Okay, I gotta give her some attention while I'm talking.
Yeah,
but
no problem.
but yeah, we're like we tend to be in this bubble where we like to think that we're the only intelligent species on top of the food chain. We're not on top of the food chain, we're not also the most intelligent species that's living on this planet. We share our planet with many inhabitants, and I'm fairly certain that there are more than just the Naga or the ghoul. And the ghoul are quite interesting. My familiarity with them is being more interested in the Shaitanic current, which is something I do have to start, getting back into, as we enter July. And the ghoul are seen as they're sort of like a servitor race of the Jinn, I think. But they're very interesting. But it's if humans didn't have other things to keep us in check, we would have probably destroyed everything far sooner.
Yeah, definitely. I agree completely. I mean, just look at the way the planet is being destroyed and consumed, every resource. So there is an order and a balance that God or the divinity has placed on this realm, including the many species and things that we can see, both seen and unseen sentient forces, that you have to be of a certain spiritual caliber to be able to perceive it. Now, everything that what Brother Douglas describes, you can go to a lot of these Sufi shrines overseas and meet with some of these masters, and everything that he teaches can be verified. But it's like he says, that most people, they want to be reinforced with the perspective that they already have, rather than take the time to unlearn and learn something new from somebody who's offering you something. And I'm glad that what they're doing with the publications and the books and the message is getting out there either way. And it's very interesting that he mentions the wells of the Nagas, because every shrine that I had went to, there was always a well and an abundance of water, which means that the Naga, the masters that they were working with, they were also helping the human family as well. So it just goes to teach the human people that once you're at a certain spiritual caliber, then the other beings will not only see you as a threat or see you as a food source, they will actually help you in your evolution. But that's only if you choose to help yourselves first. That's what we gather from this.
That's true. And the problem is we humans seem to have a confirmation bias. Once we get into a certain frame of mind, or we start to believe something's true, we tend to want to hold on to it. And so anything that challenges it seems to become a threat to the ego. And that becomes the biggest problem facing modern man all over the planet.
Yeah, I agree completely. I mean, we have that situation here, not just here in America, but even in my home country. They're still having issues about politics and different sects within Islam that they're fighting with each other over, about Sunni, Shia, and all that stuff, not knowing that you're wasting all of this time like killing each other and hurting each other. Why not just come together and help the poor people, help the less fortunate, help those that don't have anything, and watch how you create basically heaven on earth, or peace on this earth. And not only will you gain the respect of each other, but other beings also who don't want to interact with you just because of this very reason, of this very chaotic nature of humanity. That's why a lot of these masters, they live in places where your average human cannot be, because they haven't let go of that world. They haven't let go of needing something from the world or always depending on the world in some way. And when you reach that level, then basically you do gain access to a lot of those hidden knowledges and hidden things that your school teacher or your basically your history books won't know about or can teach you about. That's ultimately the path of the alchemist or the Sufi master, as you become from one part of your journey to the other, through the good times and bad times. You continuously evolve. And that's why mankind, Brother JMO, is at a crossroads right now, because they're being given the choice. Are you going to continue to evolve, or are you going to continue to spiral out of chaos? Now, with the geopolitical situation in the Middle East, now with all of these extremists coming in power, now that's when the people are now being given the choice. Now, do you want these people to take the decisions for you and continue this chaos, or do you want to all come together and help each other? So next few years are definitely going to be interesting in terms of what is going to take place on the world and how everything is continuously changing in many ways.
Oh yeah, I mean, technologically, we're advancing in a lot of good ways. The problem is the artificial scarcity is created just so that people can rake massive amounts of profits, and in doing so, they do the entire species a disservice. It's the living in the moment mindset.
Yeah.
It's that sort of new age thinking of just the power of only now. Well, what about the future? They don't care if there's a future, and that's a big problem. How do you try to convince people who don't care about a future that you should be planning for a future, or should probably think about what impact your actions would have on the future? There's a lot of selfishness that goes into that as well, because they figure, I'm not going to be alive. I don't have to suffer. I don't have to suffer it. I'm going to be old. I'm going to be dying anyway. So what the hell do I care? And so that mindset, that trickle down mindset, is what's caused, which we're seeing it unfold right now. We're seeing that unfold, that tapestry unfold, and it's not going to be a beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Thing.
I mean, consciously humanity is making a choice. Even if you choose to not do anything, then you technically do inherit that karma. And, like the many great teachers out there that tell you that he who prepares for the future, like today, is always prepared for it. So you have to prepare for what the future brings. You can't be stagnant about dealing with just the now or the today. And I noticed that those even in the spiritual community who live like that avoid taking responsibility for their actions. So you got to put the past and the present and the future together. And in the aspect of taking responsibility for each phase, knowing that the world I inherited today is inherited from my forefathers and the people before them. Now it's my responsibility, because it's my generation that's in charge, to leave a better world behind for the kids and children that are growing up, knowing that I didn't give them a world where the world is in chaos, humanity's in chaos. You have these greedy people at the top who have the power to end poverty on this world, maybe times 10, and still have enough money to last them a few lifetimes. So there is going to be a radical change in terms of the power structure and, I guess, the distribution of wealth in accordance to the proper and humane way, where everyone is given a chance in terms of life, liberty, and the aspect of making sure their families are fed, and they are fed. They have the resources to do what they need to do. And right now, humanity's at a crossroads, because it's like you said, with the artificial scarcity. It's people who are rich, they're getting more richer. Those who are middle class or don't have anything, they're barely making it. And that's place that we're in right now in terms of the survival of the species. And that's where the aspect of the spiritual growth comes in, because humanity has to realize is that your situation won't improve unless you all collectively spiritually improve yourself. Because there's also the part of what they say in the Sufi mysticism, that you project the inner frequency of your physical temple out into the external world. So if enough people kind of got their act together, let's say in a respective area, then that positive frequency that they would all project at the same time would create positive changes in their physical reality as well. So they all have to come together with that aspect of abundance, positivity, kindness for everybody. And enough people do that in an area, that's when you change the situation of that area. But if everyone's living in the aspect of selfishness and greed, then they're kind of making their own conscious choice about, which path that they're headed towards. And that's what we learned from the Sufis as well. And what I learned from them is you have to become one with everything. And you look at the palm of your hand and know that everything within that palm, whether it's good, bad, good times, bad times, the lessons, the defeats, the victories, everything is being revolved within the palm of that hand, and that palm is controlled by God. So knowing your destiny and trusting in fate and thinking that one chain of events will link you to another, then that strengthens your faith, knowing you will always be provided for. And even with you, Brother JMO, that you serve a purpose. You serve a purpose, and you're also impacting the world and helping humanity, helping the world in your own way. Brother Douglas is. Everyone has their legend and their purpose on this world. And that's just the beauty of it all once you put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much of a really major impact I have on the world. I tend not to see the results of, anything I do. I mean,
you do, my brother.
I have to qualify that statement. What I mean is I see results in things I do, like as far as actions taking leading to consequences and whatnot, but I don't really grasp how other human beings are affected by what I do. I can't conceive of that for some reason.
Well, it's just your presence alone, because you notice how the darkness or the enemy sees you as a threat. So any individual that gets seen as a threat by the darkness or the enemy, in terms of the gang stalking or whatever is out there, that means you have a special purpose here. You have just your presence alone changes the situation at hand. You don't even have to say or do anything. Some people's purpose is just their presence and the frequency that they emit. So that's just how it is, my brother. We all serve a purpose.
Well, I'm happy to do that. I mean, I really am. What I do know is that we need to, I mean, I can agree on one thing is that, when you were speaking about like people's frequencies and whatnot, now I don't really see that as much as people doing good deeds and doing good actions. Because I think of it as an action thing, we have to be actively do things. And unfortunately, there comes a time when there are certain things needed that are forceful and that may be unpleasant. And the problem is all the unpleasant and forceful things are being targeted towards the wrong individuals. And the people who should be at the mercy of, or should be at the receiving end of a sort of harsh lesson are the ones who aren't. And they're the ones who are running this ship into the freaking ground.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, 100%. And that's what I'm saying is that within the next 4 to 5 years, there's going to be a drastic change in terms of even what Brother Douglas described, in terms of the way the world is moving. And it's just inevitable. There is going to be some kind of change, because how long can a system like this continue? Eventually, things come to a conclusion of some kind, and everything that has a beginning has an end. And Brother Douglas is doing God's work on this human world by bringing this knowledge and this light together, and even explaining the aspect of Alexander the Great, who's known as Dul Qurnayn in the Holy Quran, of how he also contributed to humanity's evolution. So, it's an honor and a privilege always to be here with Brother Douglas and to help humanity all in our own individual ways. It's truly beautiful.
Bless you. Thank you. That is beautiful. And both of you gentlemen are So wonderful. Honestly, this couldn't be done without you, and I really appreciate your being with us tonight, Solomon. And I know it's about midnight where you're at, I believe, yes? So you'll probably
Yes.
have to be retreating into slumber, and hate to see you go, but we'll be speaking again soon enough. And Wednesday will be here before any of us know it. And love you dearly, brother, and I'll check
Much love, Brother Douglas. And I bid you all farewell with the greeting of Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. And my eternal love, gratitude, and prayers and blessings with Brother Douglas. And happy Father's Day to you. And same with Brother Jameson. Have a good night, my brother. Much love. And I look forward to catching up on the transmission tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good night, man.
Yeah.
Good night.
Yes. And Jameson, honestly, couldn't do it without you at all. And that's wonderful. Hopefully, Brother Solomon rests well. And with that, let's check into the chat room with these wonderful people who have joined us. And there's so many of them. And I'm glad to say that I'm able to scroll up to the top, where, of course, Derek Talley was there earlier talking about the usual thing that you expect from people like him. I don't know what you're talking about.
He just said hi, and as soon as he said hi, I just removed him because I figured since we're disaffiliating ourselves with him, it only makes sense.
Yeah. Well, beyond that, he actually got a few sentences in before you did that, believe it or not. It's in the chat room, you can see where he says, "What are you talking about? I did report Richard K. Cole." Yeah, this was after, months and months and months of not reporting him. Yeah. when you were finally shamed by Selina Khan into taking some action on behalf of the children of your family, who you obviously didn't care one whit about. And let them...
yes, I do suspect that also has to do with why his marriage disintegrated.
That's an important point. I mean, this is something that this is not a low blow, people. These are legitimate questions, because he was on my program using my venue, and I gave him all opportunity to vent his grief about his wife, who is still very much alive, to his grief. And he was talking about how evil she was, and repeatedly brought up the ways that she behaved so evilly, and would bring up the fact that she had basically, like, when he came down with cancer and then got over it, he was telling us that his ex-wife and her girlfriend and his ex-wife's mother, that by the way, to get that many women against you is...
that there's got to be something wrong with the guy at that point. It's not that you can't just walk around and say, well, I don't know what's wrong with women. Oh, women are evil. No, it doesn't work like that, guy. There's something that's not connecting in the brain department that you're not aware of, that they're aware of, and it's pissing them off. And it might have to do with the fact that they realized that she might have realized that because their information is out there by Richard K. Cole, that's a threat to our family. Why the hell aren't you doing anything? And he was probably like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a shotgun in his face. I'm gonna break his nose up. It's like, just report the son of a bitch. What are you doing?
It might have been that, but I think it was something far more deep-seated. Apparently, this had been going on for years, and he was like saying his son was on this arc of like development, where his son was like had several accomplishments to his name, and then stopped, like stalled at some point. And he was talking about how his wife could make any man feel like shit about themselves. And but of course she may have had a reason, is what I was thinking. But the point being that when he overcame so Maria Gregorich, she took away the middle name, so I don't keep repeating that. She said, my God, what have I missed? Yes, well, basically what happened was we disaffiliated with Derek Talley because it was just that time. He was the biggest problem that I was having with him was that here's the whole point I'll get into. I'll outline what I can just so people get the general situation. But he is someone who is an asset that I've told everybody in Team Dietrich about this for months. So Salman Sheikh and Peter Moon and of course Selena Khan and Jameson Reese were all made aware of this, as well as Paquan Morales. And what had been going on was that for many months, Richard K. Cole Jr. had been putting photographs of children in Mr. Derek Talley's family up on the internet. And I said this was a legitimate reason for him to report Richard K. Cole Jr., but he never would. And this was throughout the period of time that he had cancer and was recovering from it. And I made my show a platform for him to get as much support as he could with his cancer, which he beat completely. And it went into total remission. So he successfully beat cancer. And when I said, well, after all I did for you, because I called him when he was in the hospital, etc., as much of moral support as possible, he wouldn't do anything for me. And the end result was, by the time that Selena Khan confronted him and shamed him into reporting Richard K. Cole Jr., and I'm sure that his wife and his wife's girlfriend and his wife's mother could easily have done that. I don't think they were aware of the situation. I will tell you up front, I don't think any of them knew about Richard K. Cole and what was going on with any of that. I don't think he told them. So he was basically keeping all that to himself, but he wasn't reporting Richard K. Cole, so he wasn't informing his family of what it was a security threat, which makes him even worse. Do you understand what I'm saying? That makes him much worse.
Oh, okay. So there's a lot of selfishness there then.
Yeah, and I think that they hated him severely for other reasons. I don't know what. And that's one thing that I never pursued with him. But, when you get... First off, this is what I can say about women that I'm sure everyone will agree with, including women. It's like herding cats. It's very seldom... You can get all kinds of women who have been violated by a man and beaten by him, and it's very hard to get them together to act in concert against him. And and Maria's bringing up, is there proof he actually had this cancer, or was as sick as he claimed, or was it the pity party tactic? And I want her to know that. Don't think that didn't cross my mind, but honestly, I think he had it. But what I'm really wondering about is the kidney blowout. That's what I'm wondering about, because as we said, his voice actually got stronger as his kidneys blew out, and he acted much more energetic than he ever acted before.
What was really strange about it was it happened at the same time when I was in the hospital for rhabdomyolysis.
Yes!
There's something about that synchronicity that just continues to unsettle me.
Oh, you want to hear the worst of it? I should have gone into this earlier. Remind me to open up the next transmission with it so that I explain it to other people. But I went to the dentist, as people know, and this has been the big thing that I've needed money for, and have been incredibly helped by people like Mr. Joe Tai in the chat room, who sent us 250 United States dollars. By the way, we all want, who's Mr. Yang is the man running for mayor in New York City, who's talking about a universal basic income. What is his full name, Jameson, if you remember?
Oh, wait, what was that again? My brain just went.
No worries. There's the mayoral race in New York City where...
Oh, right.
What's the name of the Asian man who wants universal basic income, who's running for mayor?
Andrew Yang.
Andrew Yang. Joe Tai and myself recommend Andrew Yang. So Joe Tai wanted me to...
I would also recommend him as well.
Thank you. And
because I believe this is the only way we can crack a dent in this freaking race issue, which is just going too far at this point. It's been going on for too long. And everyone seems to have gotten amnesia, where it's like, okay, Juneteenth, everybody, Juneteenth, yes. No one pay attention to the fact that, Asian people are getting the shit beaten out of them, and no one's doing anything about it.
Yes. And I want to thank B. Shanti and Eva Rivers Libby. Mwah. Hey, hello, Eva. And so she's still there, hopefully. And so all of these wonderful people, including Maria, of course, are in the chat room. And my fetish story is there. Love to her, too. And Sarah Thomas. Thank you, Sarah Thomas. And to Vicki Johnson. Thank you so much, Vicki Johnson, for being there the other day. If she's not listening tonight, hopefully she'll catch this later. And all of these wonderful people were there. And also Alexandra Kotkowski. Hey, from Australia. And Marcus Cricks from Australia. So a shout out to all of these wonderful people in the chat room. But anyhow, so what was so odd was Daryl's kidneys blew out just before I got into the dental problem, and my dental problem, of course, became this because of the COVID. Everything has been, one problem after another that was completely unnecessary, and it's running into thousands of dollars to pay for this. And in terms of what I was saying about the females, that is important before I lose track of thought of that and remind me to go back to the dental thing because that's important.
Yes.
And what happens with females is it's like herding cats. It's very difficult to get a bunch of women who have been like all the ex-wives of a single man who's abused all of those ex-wives. It's very seldom you see a bunch of ex-wives get together in a class action lawsuit against a serial marriage abuser, a spousal abuser, because there are guys who get married again and again and they abuse all of their spouses. Yet you've never seen many female class action lawsuits where all the former wives get together and do that. I've only seen one case of that. And so this guy was a real son of a bitch for all these women to get together to do that to him. And he deserved it. And that was the guy whose name I don't even remember and doesn't even bear mentioning now. But he was a radio announcer or a radio host. And in the case of Derek Talley, he told us, yes, his ex-wife, his ex-wife's girlfriend, and his ex-wife's mother all got together and were telling him that when he survived cancer, they all said, I wish you would have died of cancer. And that is an extreme position to take. And you have to ask yourself, okay, so either we assume all three of these women are pure raw evil and just sadistic. And, for someone to say, I wish you had died of that cancer, you have to ask, what did
you'd have had to do?
Yeah, what did he do?
He'd have had to done something really, really bad.
Yes, you have to ask, what did he do? But then again, knowing what he was like before the kidney dialysis, where he seems to have become like Hercules and he could do anything, and he's like, his voice is strong and he's like coming on strong and he's able to bitch and talk about launching lawsuits. I mean, your average person on dialysis doesn't have the energy to get out of bed, and this guy's talking about launching lawsuits. It was like, you have to have boundless energy for this sort of thing. I mean, this is like...
Yeah. I watched my grandmother on dialysis. She was barely able to move around and do basic things in the apartment.
Thank you.
I mean, to be doing all these things and going out there and playing football with the guys. And,
well, he wasn't doing that, but
I know. I'm just being facetious.
but you could imagine him doing that. The way his voice sounded. If he had told you he was doing that and you didn't know better, you would think you'd probably believe him. You'd accept him at face value, right? I mean, it's like
yeah. I mean, he all of a sudden has the lungs of Peter Moon.
Yes, it's really weird. But he was. But when it came to the females, the first thing I thought was, well, either he did something awful, but it was so hard to imagine him having the energy to do something. This is what I think happened. If I had to speculate, I think that he sat around the house whenever he came home and did nothing. I remember when I told him I would have been pissed off too, was when he told me, oh yeah, well, my mother was always hateful. I mean, my wife's mother, he said, my wife's mother was always hateful of what I did when I married her, and I brought her into this dangerous neighborhood where she had to sleep with a gun in her hand so she could shoot out the window whenever anyone tried to steal our car. And I was like thinking, okay, if I were the lady's mother, I wouldn't like you either.
Yeah.
I remember thinking that. And then, I guess, so the thing that I get is it was mostly a lack of any motivation to do anything is why they hated him. It was like he came home from work and he just sat down and turned on the TV and that was it. I think that's the impression I get. And that was just basically they would say, you're worthless and we hate you and we wish you would have died. That might be enough to do it, but, who knows?
That might be, but I don't know. I mean, because... die of cancer. I mean, damn. And he himself said that, he felt he was like a magnet for all these negative things with the, miscarriage and all that stuff.
Now, you notice when I said, why don't you tell people what you told me about how you were really looking forward to this baby coming into the world and seeing what he would look like? Did you notice he said absolutely nothing about that in response?
Yeah, he didn't say anything.
It was like I didn't say it. It was like I passed gas. It was like I was behind him and just went.
It didn't connect. It didn't connect.
There's just no.
And that's the thing I've noticed about him. There's a sort of something has to be done to someone's mind to make them like that.
Yes.
They're not just, if you're someone who doesn't do drugs, you're not just going to be like that. And more likely than not, if you're someone who does do drugs, chances are you're going to be more lucid than everybody else, because that's the reason why you have to do it to rub the edge off of day-to-day life.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know I don't know what happened to him when he was in the military, but damn, I mean, him. This was the reason why I was pondering as to whether him and Richard K. Cole were in the same unit.
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't think so, but it's just one of those things that, yeah. This is, to tell you, here's the other weird thing, to go back to the dentist. So the other day, when I went back to the dentist, and this was when the stupid crown fell out and I had to go in on a emergency visit, and thank God they've got that arrangement. And so when I went in on Tuesday, I can get the calendar here. I can tell you exactly what day it happened. I think I can, because I didn't really put it on the calendar. It was such an emergency. I think it was the 15th. It was the day the indoor masking was. She says, Maria
that was
says,
the 15th.
Okay. Maria says, come to think of it, I haven't been on Facebook much in the past few months, but the few interactions I had with him in posts, I found him a little antagonistic. Yes, that doesn't surprise me. So when I went to the dentist and I sat down and they were going over, like they always do, any changes in your medical condition. Well, I had just seen them on Friday. So it was on Friday. Now that should be on my calendar. So let me check that out here. Let me see the Google Calendar here. And let me see, Tyler Pine. Okay, that's my dentist. That was at 8:30 a.m. on the 11th. So yes, it was Tuesday the 15th. It was the day the indoor mask mandate was lifted for vaccinated Californians. I went to the emergency dentist because as soon as that, he's this young white guy, and I'll tell you the truth, I'm not quite comfortable with that because, I've gotten to really appreciate the fact that he's probably like the only white guy in the department. Everybody else is Asian, mostly, that works in the dental department. Maybe a few whites, but damn few. And I had to get him. And so he what he fixed was horrible, and it broke. It was so bad that when I brought it in, it hadn't snapped or it hadn't shattered. So they could have just stuck it back on. But they said, this is so horrible, we might as well make you a new one. So they made a new one on Tuesday. But, before they sat down to do all that, the dentists and the doctors were looking over my medical records to ask the usual questions about, have there been any changes in medications or your medical condition? And they said, oh, so we see you have kidney disease now. And I said, no, I don't have no fucking kidney disease. That's a total mistake. How did that even get into the system? And they said, well, we don't know. It's in your system now that you have kidney disease. I said, well, I don't have kidney disease. And I told them I was hospitalized fairly recently for upper GI bleed, which I had told them before, and said that I was given thorough testing throughout that period of time. So certainly that would have manifested. And, there's no reason to believe I have kidney disease, or there's no record of kidney disease. So how would that even be in the system? And they just said, well, we'll just knock it from the system. That was also worrying, the fact that they just knock it from the system, because that means that system's like Wikipedia. It means whatever's in there can show up, and then they can go in there and just knock it out. So it's like Wikipedia. It's like bathroom wall. You can
Oh my gosh. What's even more alarming is the synchronicity of kidney. Is
Yes.
that again? That's unnerving.
Yeah, and I said, no, I have no history of kidney disease. There's nothing there. So that is interesting. And
What is this, somebody's somebody's macroscopic alchemy? Somebody's spell?
It's God knows. It is. Don't think that didn't cross my mind. But, with, Derek Talley doing what he did, it's obviously part of a campaign. So here's the point. This is what was going on with Derek Talley, is that as an asset, which he obviously was forever, and his whole point was dragging a lot of energy into giving him support throughout that cancer period. And, after that, there was... Here's so people understand this, to put this into some perspective. And J. Mo Reese can back me up here, and we can bring this up again with other people, but... First off, he said he was going to do a book review on the cult of the Constitution and the cult of guns in the United States. And instead, he came out and attacked the Japanese with this, oh, let me do a book review of, the rape of Nanjing. And
Yeah, I remember that.
Thank you.
I remember that.
He did not cross that with me. In other words, he did not check in with me to say, hey, can I do something about the rape of Nanjing or anything like that? No, this was total an ambush on my own program. And he came out and said, let's talk about the rape of Nanjing. And I really put him in his place by giving him the real historical context behind all of that. And that was while you and Peter Moon were both here, right?
Yes. He did a soft ambush. And that's strange, but the thing is, it's not surprising because a lot of the times when he posts news articles, I noticed that they come from Fox News or something, and I'm like, he had one with some guy got swallowed by a whale. I remember I was telling you about that, and I'm like, okay, well, who the hell cares? It's like, okay, why would you trust anything from Fox News?
Thank you.
From the beginning.
National Enquirer level shit. And
I mean, Fox, that's Rupert Murdoch. That's the Republicans. That's the very power structure
and he's actually mentioned that.
Dismantled.
He's actually mentioned that, where he said, oh yeah, I was like, remember he said there was this one truck stop? He says, I've noticed that at this one truck stop or the hotel, it was always on this, you'd go inside the room and you'd turn on the TV and be all this right-wing news they had it slave circuited to. You'd always start off with that and you'd have to turn it from there to any other channel. But it was all set up so it would go. You might remember that vaguely, but
yes, I do remember that.
Yeah, so he knows about this, and yet he keeps publishing posts from Fox News. Yes,
there's definitely an element of mind control there.
Yeah, schizo. He's got this schizo element to him, and you notice. Remember when I was putting him in his place about this rape of Nanjing thing? Everything he kept bringing up, I kept contextualizing, and he kept on going. It's not like he stopped. You remember that? He just kept going with the next point that I would deconstruct. And so there we have that. It's like he definitely is just an asset. And of course, he'll deny that completely and say, how could any people say this? But what else can you conclude?
I mean, to be honest, because because he seemed like a respectable guy, I feel sorry. I really feel bad for him, honestly. I mean, if it was anyone else, like your regular trailer park piece of crap, I'd be like, oh yeah, let's just rip this mofo apart, which I've done to people who are black magicians publicly. So I mean, yeah, I really think this something was done to him.
Yes. And like Maria Grigorich says, anyone who spent even the slightest amount of time with you would not go anywhere near Fox News. Yes. But then, of course, there's Peter Moon. So what can you say, right? I mean, but, he's old. I mean, older. That's Well,
yeah. And usually those habits
die hard.
One's been in those, one has entrained those habits into the brain for a very long time. Yeah. It's much harder to excise it from your being.
Yes, yeah, and he's definitely one of these people who's he's just of that period of time. He goes back to a time when the world was white.
Yeah, and but the thing about white America then is that they were all ignorant of what everyone the hell else was going through.
Thank you.
So and this is what white privilege is that you have the privilege of being ignorant of other people's plight, and it doesn't affect you. Now, if someone says something happened to someone ethnically, and they're another ethnicity than me, even though I'm Black American, it does affect me because that's something that could trickle down and affect me, Mm-hmm. Like if white folks were running around beating up people who were from Mexico, or even them run around beating up Asian people,
Thank you.
Or even Black people running around beating up Asian people, that affects me negatively, So the funny thing is when it comes to white America, it's like, oh yeah, whatever, it's not my problem.
I understand, and it's one of these things that anyhow, Maria says, "Oh my God, I just took a look at Derek Talley's profile pic on Facebook. Anger and dead eyes." Yes, she's got it. She's got it just right. Yes, anger and dead eyes. Selena Khan always said he was so robotic. It was like he delivers things robotically. His delivery monotone. Look, we're not turning this into some horrible fest, but we're just beating on this guy. But hopefully people understand the context. This is a man who conducted an ambush against myself on air, what was supposed to be an ambush, but obviously I put him in his place concerning this anti-Japanese rant he was going into, and it was but the funny thing was he didn't let up. He kept up with it, and he completed his book report, so to speak, and I continued to use that as an opportunity to educate people. So let this be an educational opportunity. There are mind-controlled people out there. This was an example of one. This is a man who, and then here was his assignment. Basically, these units, these assets, they're totally expendable. People who exploit them do not care what happens to them. And in the case of Lena Shea, they would not have cared if I had put her in jail. And as I've said before, this is not some fantasy or self-indulgence or my being petty. Lena Shea is someone who could, if I were to rat on her, she could spend time in prison. I'm not that kind. I've dealt with criminals all my life. But honestly, I tried to blackmail her with that, and she called me on my bluff, and I didn't do it. And that's the way life is. I mean, sometimes we're weak in that sense with people we have a weakness for. But in terms of, she is what she is. But her handlers would not have cared if she had gone to jail. They wouldn't have cared. And with Derek Talley, they don't care that if he's going to die. So I think that if he is indeed suffering some kind of kidney disease, which doesn't make any fucking sense because it came out of nowhere, I would think that they did it.
They did it to him.
They did it to him so that
they pushed the button.
They pushed the button because at some point he was taken in for some mind control session. We know that because he's having memories of Full Metal Jacket. And these are not real memories because they're exactly Full Metal Jacket memories. So when he says they're his memories, it doesn't make any sense. That's like, these things literally cannot even happen in boot camp. And for people who think Full Metal Jacket is realistic, remember, it is a movie. It's a fucking movie. There's things that are going to happen in the movie that are indulgent. And
you ain't sneaking no freaking jelly donuts into any branch of service in basic training.
Thank you.
It just does not happen. It's not possible.
Thank you.
If it wasn't possible, if it's not even possible today, I can't even fathom how it would be possible back then. It would probably be even less possible back then.
Yes, thank you.
Because there were much less restrictions where they were allowed to hit people and beat the shit out of you and whatnot.
Yes. Though that had changed somewhat by the time he was in boot camp. Now, he and I were in the Marines at approximately the same time. And so his experience in boot camp had to be fairly similar to mine because we're both products of the there's only two Marine Corps training bases. One is Paris Island and one is San Diego. And so he and I were both products of San Diego, as was Pac-1 Morales, what they call Hollywood Marines. And so it had to be somewhat similar to mine because it was around the same time, though I went into the Gulf War and he did not. And so in his case, there's no way anyone could have had a jelly donut in the goddamn boot camp. It's just like, your parents could mail you whatever they wanted, but you're not going to get it because all that shit, goes through the drill instructors. The drill instructors will look at all your mail before you're given your mail. And, and
they tell you that they're going to do that. And they tell you anything you send. And if you ever send anything out, they're going to do it. So, I mean, it doesn't, anything you bring in, they have to go over everything. If you bring in a computer, they got to go over everything,
Yes.
So there goes your porn stash, so if you have something, so they'll probably say something to the likes of, if you have something on there that you really think you ought to hide, you better start deleting it.
Yes. But you know what happens is if that were to happen, where I were to get porn magazines sent to me, then the drill instructors would just steal it so they could jack off themselves. That's what goes on. This is like what they do with the food they steal and everything else is.
Well, I was actually surprised that guys did that because when I was in, granted, 6 weeks is comparatively nothing compared to what you guys went through. It's Air Force's basic training is like I don't know. It's like a night at the movies.
Thank you.
It's relatively it's the tamest basic training in the military, and that was one of the reasons why I went for it, because I'm just Mr. King of if I'm going to be in the service, at least let me be doing the least amount of work possible. That was my mindset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because the truth of the matter is, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I wasn't one of those kids who had any aspirations growing up as a teenager. And my father had just brought it up as a suggestion. He was like, maybe you should go into the military. Maybe you should join the Air Force. And I'm like, all right, Dad, I'll join the Air Force. And so he took me down there, and I don't know why he insisted, but I don't even know why I agreed to it. To be honest with you, I probably agreed to it because I was really depressed at the time. And when you're really depressed, people tend to have a weaker will.
Yes.
And I figured, yes, I'll go into the Air Force and just get myself killed. Who cares? That was the stinking thinking, so to speak. And
of course, you'd have to be really trying to get yourself killed in the Air Force, but.
Oh yeah. That was why that was one of the reasons why I wanted to be an aerial gunner. And my mother was like, "No, you're not going over to Iraq. That's not happening." And I'm glad she made that decision. Smart.
Yes.
I love I love my mother and father, of course. I mean, my mother especially. Her intuition is sharper than any intuition of anyone who's a magician, or even. So,
wonderful. That's it's wonderful. I love to hear you share that. That's good. And so what I'm going to do is ask you to attack, Elon Musk, or whoever you want.
Yes.
Get
Musk.
Yeah, and
Musk seems to be everyone's. He seems to be everybody who's like trendy. He seems to be everyone's. They think he's some sort of genius.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go mute for a few minutes, and I'm going to be here. But I'm going to go mute for a few minutes, and I'm going to let our man hold the stage for a little while. And thank God you're here. So before you go into that, let me kind of explain what was going on the past few days. So I'll check into the chat room too, see if I can respond to anything these wonderful people have been saying. Allison Campbell. Hey, honey, Allison. Oh, sorry I missed you. Honey, you have that black flag. She says hello from Scotland. And so Allison Campbell is here, and hopefully still here. And so I do want some of the people, let me take a look at what people have said before Jameson gets started, and I'll contextualize what I was talking to him, in what conditions I was talking to him when he gave me this horrible message that I'm going to do something stupid, and he was going through a very hard time. I gave him a photograph which shows him exactly what he was going through, metaphorically. He was gripping by his fingernails onto the cliff edge at that time when he told me he was going to go out and do something stupid. But all these people from Australia oh yes, the mouse problem. Of course, Jameson Reese brought up.
Yeah, I saw some video on Vice, and there were like trillions of mice just running around eating everything up. And you see them overturn. You see them like go into a shed, and you just see them just scurrying. It's like a complete carpet of mice going on in Australia. I'm like, oh my God!
And that's not uncommon. Australia has had this mouse problem going on for waves of mice that especially come up after rain seasons, and the mice will reproduce, and these are all invasive species. And
they bought them there.
Yeah, all of the Australians brought all these different animals to Australia that have just devastated the environmental ecosystem. They're just awful. It's what they've brought upon themselves, what they've wrought upon themselves, is apocalyptic. Australia is in so many ways a hellhole.
Yeah, that is if any place was Hades, there it is.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, oh my God, and it's and Australians will tell you that. I mean, the natural animals that were there before were all dangerous, and then they brought all these horrible invasive species, and are wiping out the local ecosystem. It's just horrible. So Sarah Thomas says, my husband loves coconut water for hydration. Wow, walking with a wolf, I'm jealous. And my fetish story, she provides a rainbow. And Sarah Thomas was saying, beautiful words, chaplain, to our salmon shake. I feel it. Maria Gregorich was saying, dear brother Salman. And then Sarah Thomas said they were all greeting each other. And then let me see now. My fetish story says, cut down on the doctor's visits because it'll crush your award when it comes in. The lawyers and doctors have a sweetheart deal worked out with each other. They got me that way. I'm so sorry, honey. So sorry. And who were we talking about? That had to be talking about somebody trying to get some benefits or something. That must have happened when I walked away for several minutes. But anyhow, that's what's going on. That was Brendan. So Maria was saying a prayer's Brendan, and that was Brendan talking about his crash. So what my fetish story was saying was cut down on the doctor's visits because it'll crush your award when it comes in, the doctors and lawyers. Okay, I will talk to Brendan about that. Thank you. And then Eva Rivers was saying, much love, retrograde funk, summer solstice is here. Yes, new beginnings aren't 3 planets in retrograde. Yes, Mercury, Saturn, and I don't know, but so they were going on about the astrology of the situation. And then Eva Rivers Libby says, my dad worked on the submarines at Mare Island before it was shut down, an inspector before the subs would go out to sea. Major pressure because he was the last checkout and lives depended on his check. Thank you, honey. Appreciate your sharing that. Very important job. And she says, I saw you in Penny's YouTube. Why I just started following you because you get it. I'm from the Bay Area too. Thank you, honey. And of course, Joe Tai was bringing up some other suggestions for the environment. How about drying your clothing in the sun and using less heating? Wouldn't that stop global warming, Brendan? I mean, at that point where Brendan was bringing up these little, like ways to help the environment, I'm not going to argue. I mean, but honestly, you don't want to dry your clothes outside because they really smell like that.
yeah, and the thing is, you get that kind of mildew and stuff.
Yes, yeah.
And then the local cats will probably shit on it and scratch
piss on it. Yeah, the raccoons piss on it. Yes.
Birds will poop on it.
Yes. Trust me, you don't want to do that. The only place you can do something like that is in the desert, like Saudi Arabia. You could do that because that's sterile. There's no bugs out there other than, carrion flies and shit. But, they're not going to be attracted to non-organic clothing. Well,
there is one more place. There's a place in Russia, which is like the coldest place. It's so cold that if you have something wet, it just sucks all the moisture out.
Oh, God.
You can dry your clothes in literally like 2 minutes.
Yes. Anyhow, thank you. There you go. Who wants to live there? Douglas Mark says, hey, Douglas, checking in from Miami, Florida. And David Lundman says, Mickey Mouse, rock the house. Okay, well, so long as he doesn't do anything stupid, we'll just let him hang. And aside from all of that, he can say what he did. Keep an eye on him. And
gotcha.
Yeah. So in terms of what was going on this weekend, so that people have some idea of just how impacted this weekend was, it wasn't just what I said about Juneteenth, which has always been celebrated in Oakland, but they went all out this year because they finally, even though it's not officially a holiday until next year, they celebrated it in Oakland over the past few days like it was this year. And so they went all out with the fireworks. You would have thought there was a war on. And so when my son was picking me up and then taking me home just to get some posts up on the Facebook, and then, there was all kinds of things we were doing going back and forth from different places when I got the message from Jameson Reese that he was in a bad space. And so I want to really thank Maria Gregorich. She is she's got our back as well, and deeply appreciate it, her and everyone around her that supports us. And so in terms of what was going on with the Juneteenth celebrations. It's also the Gay Pride Month for all alternative lifestyles. And combined with the first day of summer solstice, and the Father's Day, barbecue time, it's beyond even that. Considering this is the first weekend in 15 months when California lifted that mask mandate for indoors for all vaccinated Californians. This is the first weekend in 15 months where we were able to go into a bar and actually sit at the fucking bar. Not to mention doing so mask-free. So you probably have some idea that we all had drinking plans in the works. And, honestly, it had been so long that many of us couldn't even remember which bars we liked. So we went pub crawling and looking for favorites. So anyhow, we made all the time we could to be out and about because there was so much happening this last weekend. We're still in that weekend, actually. Here, it's only 9:43 p.m. here on the left coast. So, I came back because I feel obligated to be here. But, that's why I arrived pig-faced drunk. But honestly, it reminds me as to why one would pick San Francisco to be home. It's just with all the things going down. The Juneteenth celebrations galore. The first ever Pride Party in the Tenderloin, the most dangerous area in the fucking world. So that was just a trip to just kind of peek in on that. A chance to play the, the games. They call them games, like GAYMES, as opposed to just games. They add the Y in to show that they're queer and trans games. That's with the trans nuns, or the queer nuns. The, I forget what they call them. I'll remember in a minute. And there was this unveiling of this new radically inclusive sculpture exhibit at the heart of Golden Gate Park. A bunch of live music everywhere and more. So in terms of the Father's Day, it was like there was no shortage of anything to do. So the annual San Francisco Juneteenth celebration had started way back in the early 1950s when the owner of the Texas Playhouse on Fillmore Street invited Bay Area African Americans to celebrate in his lounge. And that's been going strong for 71 years. And this weekend, there was a Black Panther exhibit and a live DJ. So people could learn about the history of the holiday. And there was an in-person party on Saturday. It was free. And then there was the music, shopping, and roller skating that was at the Hayes Valley Block Party. So that was closed. They closed it to all traffic from Franklin to Laguna. And so they did this full reopening and throwing of their party to celebrate. So there was DJs and live bands and burlesque performances, a kind of, I guess you'd call it family-friendly stripping or something like that. And a bunch of free frozen yogurt from Suvia. And so the roller skates were encouraged. Of course, that's for the elderly. All the kids use blades. And I couldn't use either one of them, so not my thing. But
I wouldn't try either.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just but again, it was free, and we peeked into that. And of course, there was this Golden Gate Park had what they called a monumental reckoning at the Spreckles Temple of Music. So on the eve of Juneteenth itself, the sculptoress Donna King, she unveiled her new art installation, which was about 350 ancestral sculptures surrounding the recently toppled station of Francis Scott Key statue. And for those of you who don't know, Francis Scott Key was the guy who wrote the national anthem. But for those of you who don't know, he was a slave owner who put lyrics about how the niggers need to be kept down in the national anthem, which is why it should never be our national anthem. They simply have taken the lyrics out over the years, but the original lyrics were, keep your niggers down, something like that. Keep them all chained up was part of the, oh, say, can you see bullshit. And, honestly, our national anthem should be God Bless America, which you would think would be kind of kind of a shoe-in?
Actually, I think our national anthem should be something like the whole Cthulhu photography, because that is completely more apropos to what America is.
Don't tempt me.
You know, they could.
Don't tempt me. You know, I can go in that direction too, but you know how it is. I mean, oh my God, I hear you. I hear you. I mean, really. But anyhow, here in San Francisco, because Francis Scott Key was a slave owner who put lyrics about keeping your slaves in line in the national anthem, we took his statue down. Not that I was part of that, but San Franciscans took his statue down. And so in the place of where his statue was, this wonderful negress, the Donna King lady, she put up all these statues that represent the Africans who were stolen from their homeland and sold into slavery. So that event was sponsored by the Museum of African Diaspora and the San Francisco Black Chamber of Commerce. And anyhow, it's to stay out there for 2 years. It's free, and it's going to be out there for the next 2 years. So we were aware of it, but we didn't check that out personally because it's going to be ongoing. But there was a last chance to explore the pop-up magazine's sidewalk issue. In other words, there's this living magazine that they set up on a sidewalk, and it was from June 18th through today. And that was in Hayes Valley. And so Pop-Up Magazine's latest issue was a collection of stories scattered around Hayes Valley in the form of film and sound and writing and art. So you start by picking up a map at the Ritual Coffee Roasters, and you go from there. So it was the last weekend, so we didn't miss out on that. It's free, but you had to bring a couple of quarters because it's like the old porno vending machines where you had to stick the quarter, the token in.
Yeah, I remember those.
No,
I don't remember those.
You knew of them. You knew of them. Yeah.
No, I've seen them.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm a single guy. I mean, come on.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's
there's no reason to hide it.
Thank you. There you go. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things. Of course, I was always, the kind who might go to a porno shop and then take things home rather than, view things at the shop there because there's too many. It's just too many guys walking by who might grab your ass. Really.
I just wanted to see to see if the live women had live women.
Oh yes. But we had those. In San Francisco when I worked in the industry. We had these booths. Yes, the girl would be behind the glass, and it was like anyhow, that was a royal pain in the ass just because you're dealing with all these idiots who go in there and put their money in so they can talk to the girls, and then you have to kick them out when they get too stupid. And
and start trying to whack off all over the place and say, let me touch you, let me do it, come on with me, I got money.
The owners, the Samuel Conti and Habib Karuba were the owners. And they owned the majority of the adult entertainment facilities in San Francisco. Pure gangster, one was Italian, the other was Lebanese or Middle East. Actually, Iraqi, to tell you the truth. He had some Iraqi and Lebanese combination. Arabic mafia. And they provided Kleenex so all these guys could jerk off in the booth. And it was a nightmare. So in terms of the games, or the gay games, this was a carnival of the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence. That's the name of all these trans nuns. And so that was at the Hotel Zeppelin on Juneteenth. And so those are considered San Francisco's favorite nuns. They're back in the habit. They were at this party with the campy carnival games and their boozy beverages and a chance to win free drinks. There was a lip sync performance and all that. So the tickets were $250, $25, but the entire donation and some of the drink sales, they go directly to the sisters. And in celebration of Juneteenth, they donated a portion of the proceeds to the Transgender, Gender Variant, and Intersex Justice Project. So, of course, we had to check into that. And, of course, my son was able to cover some of that. Now, bear in mind so that people understand the situation with my son and the fact that I'm provided escorts through the services of his husband. And of course he arranges that for me. This is because I provide my blood, which is obviously very unique. for a transfusion to his husband, who is into this blood transfusion program, which is also how I get the ability to take advantage of the young men he adopts. And these people are transfusion associates who provide him transfusion blood. I also am allowed, they are willing to give me their blood, which I drink straight. And so that's why you see the image that you do embedded in the thumbnail of our live stream tonight. And so as for the escort I was with, a wonderful blind lady who's very responsive, and she's just a wonderful personality. So she's in my promotional banner. So if you have a Facebook access, you can see that on my Facebook timeline. But all of this is not something where I have the money to pay for any of this. And as I've told people before, because I get all these idiots who are angry about that, like, oh, how can Douglas Diedrich say he needs help for anything when, you know, this guy's seeing escorts and going all over the place? Understand, first of all, when I was in mercenary contract and security enforcement, and I earned all of this money because, you know, profit is directly proportionate to risk. It's like if you really want to make a lot of money quickly, you do something suicidal, like rob a bank. Or if you want to stay semi-legit, you haul dynamite over the Andes. But normally, when you're operating privately, profit is directly proportionate to risk. So when I put my life on the line for 10 years, I earned enough money to, well, I was a millionaire myself. All of that was lost when I took care of my parents. Now, before I got into taking care of my parents and had to spend all that money because they had lost all their privileges when all the military bases closed, and I had to get my father into the VA system, which he had never been in because he was taken care of by the military, which is a totally different system. With their military hospitals on military bases is totally separate from the VA, which is a civilian welfare agency, just so you people know. Then my mother wasn't given that ability to transfer because she had never been treated there as a civilian, a military spouse, before the age of 65. So she was after the age of 65. I could not transfer her there, so I had to get her into a civilian hospital system. She had never had any insurance because she was dependent on my father's military background to provide her free military hospital care. And when the Presidio military base closed, all that was gone. So all my money went into their medical care. And of course, I was flat broke by the time that they died. And the last money was spent on their funerals, etc. And seeing that they got a semi-proper burial. And in terms of what happened with my son, of course, when I was a multimillionaire back in the day and I purchased him off the street as a young girl, then he ultimately married someone who was a multimillionaire. But he is, of course, a kept wife. He is a male bride, but he is kept, meaning that it's not like he's got money under his control. Indeed, to try and put this into some perspective for you, his husband, who we keep in anonymity as we do my son to the best extent I can for security purposes, his husband's not even really in control of his money, because when you get that wealthy as his husband is, the money begins to control you. And so the money is what it is. It's controlled by a battery of accountants and investors and various people. There's only so much money that can be accessed at a time, even by my son's husband. So that people really need to understand that when you get that wealthy, it's not like you can just pull out the plastic. Well, you can, and on occasion do things with it, but it's not like all that money is available to you all the time. It really isn't. And so there is things that need to be done, processes that need to be taken care of before resources are made available, even to him. And in terms of my son, there's only so many resources. And my payment that I get these days in exchange for my blood and sperm, which are given to Sugar Daddy for the reasons that everybody realizes that they're, at this point, fairly irreproducible elements. The nanoplasma experiments conducted on myself have never been replicated, because if they had been, well, they'd be sending an army of people like that to take me out. And so that's never happened. And we've seen what happened when they tried to take me out recently. So in terms of the whole situation, it's not like money is readily available. And it's not something that's given to me freely. Rather, I get paid in favors. I get paid in the escorts. I get paid in the drugs. So when people hear about me doing lines of coke, this is what I take home from many of these parties. You know, like it's like takeout when you're, like a doggy bag when you go to a restaurant. Yeah. So think of it like that. But it's not something where I have available financial resources, just so people understand that. And the other thing that we did this weekend was we supported Black-owned businesses at the waterfront celebration, and that was at the Ferry Building. There was the Mega Black SF and the CUESA. I can't even remember what that stood for, but they were throwing a party at the Ferry Building to celebrate Freedom Day with food and music. And so the participating businesses included Peaches Patties, Minnie's Bells, Soul Movement, Wanda's Cooking. The admission was free, and the food was available to buy. And so what we purchased was this $40 tasting ticket to get a treat from 8 different vendors. So that was nice. And then we just checked in on the first ever Tenderloin Pride Festival. And that was on Larkin Street between O'Farrell and Eddy, where, you know, people could eat and drink and be fabulous, I suppose, at the Tenderloin's inaugural Pride Festival. It might be the first one, but they went all out with the drag shows and other live performances. There were DJs. There were probably about 15 food booths, a merchant selling art and clothing. And all of this was to benefit organizations providing services and mutual aid to the LGBTQIA plus community. So we did have to check in. We were obligated. And it was also for the unhoused people in San Francisco, some of the homeless as well. So, which of course are oftentimes lesbians, gays, bisexuals, transgenders, queers, intersexed, and allied peoples, etc. But, you know, less so these days than before. I mean, these days it's much rarer to have people of that community homeless. These days now you get mostly just sheer out and out mentally ill lunatics, and often quite violent. And now the one time it got touchy was my, sugar daddy, my father-in-law. He really wanted to try out the Father's Day pig roast with live music at the Presidio Social Club Exchange on site the Presidio military base, which has been civilianized. So basically on the Presidio Social Club Exchange's expansive patio, they were having this whole roasted pig dinner, which was a sight to see. And there was this pineapple upside down cake and Mai Tais, live music. And so there were takeout orders available, but, you know, basically he wanted to go there for the whole roasted pork plate with lettuce wraps and the Hawaiian sweet rolls and the chili vinegar and shredded cabbage and the Kewpie potato salad and pickled onions. So the special rice, I guess, appealed to, it was $45 a plate. And I started having flashbacks, and I just really started having breathing problems just being on site, the area. So we basically took most of that home in doggy bags, I have to say. We skipped the live stream of Ledishi's concert at Stern Grove because that was, you know, that's more like hippie shit. But the Ziki's Beer Garden, they had live music that was still playing. And so that was, I think that's going on every Sunday this summer. But they were doing Balkan rhythms of all things. And of course, you know, I almost started flashback into the Balkan Wars. So we left there pretty soon. But obviously we were testing some of the beers and the patty melts before doing so. But I guess, you know, there was just too much going on really to relate. There was all kinds of food available everywhere. And the cost was, for San Francisco, essentially reasonable. And so it was one of those things where I just was so busy doing all of that. And then during that period of time, when I got the messages on the phone, which I would normally have never not only paid attention to. Most of the time my phone is off, but my phone happened to be on, and I don't know how to access this sort of thing. My son does when he's able to access the computer on the phone, which my phone is capable of doing, but I just never learned how to do that. And so that's when I had my exchange with our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, who was just going through a really bad time. And I don't know if you've explained any of that, but you can tell the people the picture I sent you, and that was pretty much metaphorically you gripping on the edge of the cliff by the fingernails, hanging by the fingernails. Why don't you tell us about that?
Literally upside down almost.
Yeah.
I had found myself over the course of the week getting into a darker and more isolative headspace, and I do not know why. June, honestly, this has been one of the best Junes I've had in a long time, because June for me is usually a hell month. It's usually the worst month. So
why?
This is relatively mild.
But why? May I ask why? I'd like some of the context there.
There's an unconscious loathing to the fact that I exist. And I try not to be that way. I try to work on that, to enjoy life, But somewhere in the recesses, there's that just hatred to being brought here, to having manifested into human form and being. I mean, not like I was anything before. I mean, I was probably nothing before. I mean, but I probably didn't exist before this body. But you get what I'm saying. It's just this existential stuff. There's a reflection on failures. There's a reflection on what's enough, what's not enough, what's moving the right way, what's not moving the right way, and there's just a lot of anger. I think I had left with I was speaking to my therapist, and he was like, and he told me something. He was like, I never saw you get that. I never saw you like this before since all the years I've worked with you. And he said, he basically what he told me was your voice just got deeper and very hoarse, and even the way you spoke was different. And so I don't know what the hell happened. I was talking. It's something. I don't know. I'm working through it. It's like what I think it is I think that I have damage to the co-measures that connect both hemispheres of the brain and allow them to communicate. I suspect I have some kind of damage in the corpus callosum or something, and that whatever the damage is, I wind up coming across as if I'm two different people rather than a unified being. The conclusion we reached is that I've never had the capacity to create a healthy ego for myself. And so I cycle between this sort of left-brained hyper-intellectualism and this sort of almost brilliant God mode super ego, which is able to find all types of innovative new ways to do things that border on brilliant. But when it comes down to like basic things like, well, why won't you continue to have a conversation with that girl who commented on your shirt? She seemed really cute. And there's always like this thought in the back of my head, if she got to know me, she wouldn't want anything to do with me. And so there's a point in time where I guess the loneliness and the sort of distance from human experience makes one question, why the hell am I here? Granted, I can have fun, I can do things that I enjoy, but for what?
Okay.
So that it
was a bad space. This was obviously a really bad space you were in,
and so that was exacerbated by getting my ass handed to me in Magic the Gathering. And at some point I just went into a rage where I started to have this almost demonic voice, and my mother ran down the stairs and she's like, what the hell is going on with you? She's like, you got to get your shit together and just, we can't take this anymore. And so I was like, I was interpreting it as I got to get out, I got to leave. So I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm looking on what kind of jobs I can get, what kind of jobs are available for people who are like
that's
really
an option for you.
bad at working with people. And I'm looking at the jobs, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, I can't do any of these jobs. What the fuck?
No. Yeah.
So I was like, you know what? My plan was to go into Central Park and just get plastered and just spend the rest of the night there or something, or spend the rest and rather than being on this, because the thing is, I had planned it in advance. I was like, all right, I'm obviously not going to go anywhere tonight, but when I do go, I'm going to do something stupid, So Sunday, I'm going to go into the city. I'm going to get myself wasted and plastered. I'm just going to walk around in my own misery. And, in retrospect, I'm glad I spoke to you, because if I had decided to do that, it wouldn't have ended well. I probably would have gotten killed by someone.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's the case. So I'm glad that you listened to me, and I told you to stay home and sleep through the worst of your withdrawals, and
Yeah, well, there was the fact that there was the fact that my temperament is always increased when going through withdrawals.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the temper is just like a hair trigger.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to give the stage over to you so that you can attack this idiot Elon Musk, the man who promises much but delivers nothing. Just like he pays his taxes, he doesn't pay $1 or a dime.
Oh gosh. Well, he's also a draft dodger.
Well, there you go. I mean, is that fucker even an American citizen? I didn't.
No. What I mean is, every male in South Africa is required to serve in the military.
Okay,
and
so he didn't. Yeah, that figures.
So he wound up relocating to Canada.
Okay.
Off of his father's money, and his father's money was made from apartheid era mining.
Yes. Oh, by the way, Maria G says hugs Jameson, so do thank her. And so PJ Cornell says, you're talking about not having money, and I can't help but think there must be some way to monetize what you do. But when I think about that, that's a real challenge. I'm your target audience, someone who doesn't care if you have a violently different perspective, so long as you are informative and interesting. Most people aren't like that, and advertisers fear that. Yes. Sorry, I can't remember your name yet, self-loathing guy. There is a solution to your self-loathing, but I'm not sure you're ready to hear it. I may make a YouTube video about it. I'll notify DD's Facebook. Okay, thank you, PJ Cornell. And as for Maria G, she says hugs Jameson, which probably is, that's much more immediate in terms of its impact. So hug her back. And
yes.
So I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to go mute. Jameson Reese will attack Elon Musk, and we'll take it from there. I'll let you know when I return, and of course, this will buy me some space before I go into tonight's deep analysis, and we'll see how far I can keep that up. So things should be pretty conventional from this point forward. And with that, Jameson, the stage is yours.
All right, so everyone seems to be Musk maniacs. They seem to be obsessed with that Musk, and I cannot grasp why. Actually, it's easy to grasp why, because their values aren't that much different from his. Now, of course, there's the fact that his money was obviously that which had to do with a mining company and whatnot. There's the fact that his Tesla company, he does engage in market manipulation to some degree. He does not disclose controls to back up any of his statements. He makes a lot of statements in the Tesla company that he will do that he does not do, such as like, "Oh, if someone gets injured, I'll go work on their job for an hour," and he just doesn't do it. he's full of crap. Now let's see. He started out by a company. I think he started a company that became Bitcoin. No. Wait a second. I am looking at the wrong thing. No, it's some kind of Bitcoin company. He had to step down as Tesla chairman. Yeah, I'm looking at notes that pertain to something else there with the Bitcoin. But he spoke of buying Bitcoin to inflate it. So he's obviously trying to do some kind of social engineering. So in other words, he's an asshole. Now, this is interesting. During the 2018 cave rescue, where those boys were trapped, what he wanted to do was he wanted to send a submarine down there to rescue those kids. And he was angry that his idea was attacked by a man by the name of Atkins. So what he wound up doing is he wound up calling the Atkins guy a pedo guy. And so Atkins sued him for defamation. So that's pretty crappy. That's pretty crappy that he just automatically just called him a pedo guy, and it stuck to him. And so he had every right to sue him for defamation of character. Now, let's see what else we have. There's the case of a woman by the name of, Mary Beth Brown, who wanted a raise because she felt that she had done a lot to contribute to the company. So what he did was he sent her away for a few weeks, and then he fired her. Yes, that's what Elon Musk thinks about giving a woman who works her ass off for him a raise. Tesla has high injury rates. Of course, he claimed he would meet with the injured people, anyone who was injured, but he has not done so. According to a Guardian article, he claimed he would do the job of anyone injured, but he has not done that. He overpromises, and his claims are always exaggerated. He has no principles, and he boasts and lies quite a bit. And he shows up, I think, once a month. Now, Tesla factories have been known for having a lot of harassment problems, sexual harassments. And it's for this reason that the I can't remember. Let me see. Well, the women have a certain name for the place because of the fact that they're always harassed by the males. There was one black worker who said that he was treated by everyone like he was a dummy, and they had used the N-word around him so openly it wasn't funny. So when he had tried to report this, Elon Musk tells anyone who reports any problems going on in his factory, "Don't be jerks, guys." In other words, he wants you to just sit and take it. He calls his subcontractors barnacles. In 2017, there was an explosion hazard that was permitted and that was permitted because he didn't want it to halt production. Now, according to someone by the last name of White, there's a risk of injury. The risk of injury is high. There's always a risk of someone getting hit or crushed by cars. Now, here's something that's funny. His safety advisor, someone with the last name Woody, said Elon Musk didn't want any signs or anything yellow in his factories, according to his and this guy's supposed to be the safety person. So there's no warning signs in his factories. There are 135 injuries which were not counted in order to continue to look good for shareholders. The workers have 12-hour work days. Oh my good fucking God. Why the fuck? I mean, shit. I wouldn't want to do anything for 12 hours. That's just absurd. Ambulances get called to his factory hundreds of times. He has 3 times the violations of some of the 10 largest of all the 10 largest plants combined, according to OSHA. Now, there have been times when workers had fainted, and he had told the workers to just work around the person who fainted. The Tesla factory is called by women the predator zone. Women had lower salaries. This is according to the New Yorker. Tesla didn't take any raise request seriously. All types of discrimination would be met with a reaction, don't be jerks to the victims. There is LGBTQ harassment. They use words like boy, N-words to black males, which, they just dismiss all this stuff. So he's every bit as apartheid as his father's inheritance, as his inheritance from his father, which he claims he didn't use any of his father's money, in that everything was made by him.
Oh,
everything was done by him.
Yeah, and if you believe
crap.
that,
there is no white person in their mind who is going to deny inheritance.
Yeah.
Hell, I wouldn't even deny an inheritance. I wouldn't care if my inheritance was from someone who had nuked an entire country.
Of course
Money's
not.
money. I mean, shit. So look at him trying to be all Mr. Oh, I'm Mr. High and morally mighty. Of course, this comes as his co-founder. The co-founder of Tesla, Martin Eberhard, had sued Musk because Musk had he had stolen his designs. He didn't credit him for anything, and he claimed that he was the only one who did everything. We're not even going to go into his mistreatment of his exes. Basically, he's someone who runs through women like it's not even funny.
They're like their disposable Kleenex, no doubt. Let me go back to mute here.
It's no surprise that a man like this endorsed Trump, and Trump in turn called Elon environmentally friendly, which his company is anything but. In fact, Ivanka retweeted Musk being environmentally friendly with all this conservative BS. Now he has a cult following, which is completely insane. I don't even know why. Let's see what else we have here.
Well, it's the same reason why you had idiots who felt sorry for Bill Gates when the government was trying to break up his monopoly. And, oh my God, how could anyone feel sorry for Bill Gates, of all people? Anyhow, go
on. Give me 1 second. I have a cat problem. This will be fast.
Take your time. Yes, so he's dealing with his cat now, which means I can't go on mute, so people will probably hear me chewing, because I was taking advantage of this time to chew into a sandwich. Avocado, which a habit I picked up from Selena Khan, who lives off avocados. And aside from that, no more else to tell you other than, oh yes, I suppose I could go into some things that, just to kill time, that are somewhat innocuous. When I don't know if I could go into certain subjects right now. It would take more of my brain than it can work. Geopolitics is easy. I'm going to go into that tonight in terms of the Biden-Putin summit, because, it's about time an analysis is presented of that. And I had to wait a while until I could take a quick few moments to review what happened with the interviews conducted by Putin himself and some of the other information that was incoming about Mr. the Biden's side of the situation. And just reviewing what both men had to say and deciding what direction this went in, where it might go. That's easy enough to speak of even when I'm drunk. So I'll do that soon enough. Right now I'm trying to just shaking my head here, going into a kind of fugé. I go into the zone where I can start to talk that. Then in the interim, I'm doing all this with a full mouth. I'm talking with a full mouth right now. This is one of the things I don't like to do, but left hanging by the stupid cat. I hate cats. Oh my God. And people who have them. Oh my God. I don't know how they can live with them. A cat demands all your attention. And it's, and how do I say it? It's just, it's just, it becomes your life. You serve these cats, and so cats are just, what anyone would want to invest. And then I saw what I saw with Laura Lee Solomon, who was, my former Executrix producer, and in a sense my manageress. And she served as this pit bull to just chase everybody away, and she was pretty bitter. And by the way, Maria G went to bed because it's late for her. She's in the Eastern Daylight Time Zone, and she stayed with us till about 1 or 2 in her morning time. PJ Cornell said, "Jameson!" and he recognized and remembered his name. And so I want to thank everybody who's given us the upvote. And
Okay.
there we
I
are. Oh,
resolved.
thank God. Okay, so
Yeah, one of the cats had gotten into the wash area. They're not supposed to get back there. There was this loud clunk, and I couldn't understand where the hell it came from. So the cat, he left the wash area. It doesn't seem like he jumped up in the roof or anything, because if he did, he would be dead, because there's all the borax that I...
Ooh.
That's another story
okay.
for another
So
time.
I'll let you take I was chewing a sandwich when you got me taking the stage, so everybody had to listen to me chew this avocado, which I explained to them. Avocados are what our girl Selena Khan lives off of. Or our lady Selena Khan. She couldn't live without avocados. They're like the staple of her diet. And
Oh, cool. They're like what the peanut butter and jelly sandwich is to me.
oh, disgusting. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. And
That's the best sandwich in the world, man.
if you insist, yes, I know it's fine. It is fine. It's fine. It's not that gross. My dad, he was a product of the Depression, and one of these days I'll go into some of the horrible things that emerged out of the Depression with white American males who just came from those particular economic classes like my dad did. And, one of these horrors was the pickle and butter sandwich. That is something that I just want to hide my head in shame. I would just bury my head in shame when my dad would put together these pickle and butter sandwiches. They were like,
Now, by butter, are you talking about like regular butter or peanut butter?
it was regular butter.
Oh
And
my God.
it's just like, where does that come from? This is obviously a sign of severe poverty, and a product of the. But they were called bread and butter pickle sandwiches. That's what he called them. Bread and butter pickle sandwiches, and just the thought alone should throw anybody off. And he loved that horrible white bread. Okay, it had to be white bread. I broke him out of that habit eventually. And but
white bread's the worst. Oh
of
my
course.
god.
Oh, of course. They take everything nutritious out of the bread and they reprocess it into this chewy. It's disgusting. I mean,
It doesn't even taste right. It's like all soft, and it's the stuff is like, it's just raw sugar at that point.
Thank you. When I was young, I thought of it as pure, like somehow the best type of bread. Because white, right? I'm a stupid, like young. You don't know what's going on in the world. Anyhow, as of course I got older, then I realized just how horrible this thing was. It was like a bane on humanity. But yeah, God. So. These bread and butter pickles, it's like just sickening. And so when it comes to where this kind of shit comes from, it's like it's just not right. So moving on from that, I'll let our man take the stage again. I'll finish the.
I tend to think that a sandwich of that caliber would even give a man like H.P. Lovecraft nightmares.
Thank you. Thank you. It's just it had to be the Depression era staple, just low cost, high availability of those ingredients. But it's something that just when people get to that point, you would think that starvation would be the preferable option. Oh,
when you get to that point, I'm surprised cannibalism doesn't become the option.
It did in certain cases. There was, in the case of the worldwide depression, there was a cannibal in Germany that would prey on young boys who were hoboing along the railroads. And so that became a thing. He was some butcher or something who took advantage of his position to just basically start cannibalizing people. I think in the America, I'm certain similar things happened here. It's just anyhow. So enough of that because I'm going to start having nightmares just thinking about such things. And we'll turn it back over to tear him apart, tear Elon Musk a second asshole. If anyone deserves it, it's that son of a bitch.
So he had a worker by the name of Wang who tested Tesla cars, who had died in an accident. Now, when Wang had died, Wang was blamed. He had spent he gets $300 million of environmental government credits for something that was supposed to be some kind of charger, some kind of car that had like a certain battery that did something, and the thing is, it was never released. So he just pretty much pocketed that money for like no reason. They have so many hazardous waste citations. It is not funny. So I mean, the guy's just a piece of living turd. He has a face that I don't see why anyone wouldn't want to punch it. He just has one of those punchable faces. And what's baffling to me is how this guy, if you ever listen to him talk, like there were times in the past when I listened to Joe Rogan, because once in a while he'd have someone interesting on, and I'd be like, okay. I couldn't sit through 2 minutes of hearing him talk to Elon Musk, because Elon Musk just not talking about anything of any substance. He just talks about what he wants to do. The whole thing is going to Mars. He's just obsessed with going to Mars. If you look at the guy, his head is not in the same world as the rest of us. So I suppose this is the great white way. This is what most young white men aspire to when they grow up. I want to be so wealthy and have my head so far up my ass that I can't tell what the hell's going on around me. And I'll have a shitload of money, and I'll just, crap on everybody who works for me and dump on everyone. And that's the way life should be lived. Well, that's given that the current state of affairs is no surprise. And that's all I have about. Well, that's all I have to say about Musk.
Hopefully, you have something to say about something else. Buy me a few more minutes.
Yes. I was actually looking up into something that deals with crypto, and all the scandals going on with that. But then again, I would have to really prepare these notes because I can't even read half what I was talking about. But this deals with a company called Bitfinex, a company called Realcoin, and what's the other one? Anyway, based on what I'm seeing, and I'm going to prepare something much more better. For some reason, I'm going into word salad here. I think that
That's okay. Don't worry. I mean, both of us are brain fried, and everybody's here to hear that. Yeah. They don't mind that our brains are totally cooked. I mean, well, the difference is, did you say you were drinking heavily before we got on air?
Yes. It was one of those days where I just, decided, okay, this is the last of anything I have.
When do you feel that you're actually drunk? How do you know that, like, when are you under the impression that you're well and truly drunk compared to just buzzed or something? I mean, what would you say you were? Buzzed or what? You don't sound like you're altered. You don't sound like you're slurring your words or...
Oh, no. Well, for me, that's the last thing to go. The speech is the last thing to go. I mean, I've even been able to recite the alphabet going backwards when I was totally wasted in college, just because I was thinking, oh yes, if the cops ever pulled me over, I can recite the alphabet backwards. Needless to say, I was so wasted I didn't realize at the time I can't drive. I don't have a car. So, I mean, that doesn't serve a purpose, but it just goes to show you
what about, one thing that you can do to take up some airtime is just tell people what you've been learning from the book on the bicameral mind. I think that's important.
Oh, yes. There was something I did find intriguing today that I was reading, and I seem to remember the page that I'm on. I don't have bookmarks or anything. But where exactly were we? Oh, right. Yes. This I found quite interesting, was that the function of the gods was chiefly the guiding and planning of action in novel situations. The gods size up problems and organize action according to an ongoing pattern or purpose, resulting in intricate bicameral civilizations. I'm reading from the book here. Basically, that's the right side of the brain. The right side of the brain is like the superego, and we would say that the left side of the brain is like the, well, it would more be like the ego. And then I would suppose the reptilian brain would embody the id, or the superego.
Okay.
But yeah, it's really interesting to see what happens to patients after they go from that commiseratomy, when they have the two hemispheres of the brain separated. How one side of the body can, one eye would register one thing, and the other side of the brain wouldn't know what's being registered. So it's quite interesting. It's like having two people in one body.
Yeah.
And so this is bringing a lot of my personal mental issues to light, because I get the feeling that when I was 15 years old and I decided it would be an interesting idea to see what happens when I jab a coat hanger into a light socket.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that the electrical current that surged through my body might have disconnected something.
Okay.
And so that could be one of the fact. Granted, you know, life is sophisticated, life's complex. It's never one thing. There's always a confluence of different things that leads to a person being damaged goods, so to speak. I mean, I wouldn't call myself damaged goods now. That's a bit too insulting. But I would say that I'm handy. Well, no. Let me not go there. I would say that I'm quite proficient in some areas, except for the areas that make life worth living, such as being able to get laid and stuff like that. And it's not that I can't, it's not that I don't get the looks, it's that for some reason I don't connect. I'm just standing there like, what me do next? What me do next? You know, it's just like, it just doesn't connect. Now, I did find some interesting news on China. Now, and there's a reason why I bring this up. Of course, that's going to be amusing between you. That's just a joke that I'll have between you and I later. But supposedly they have a reactor that seems to be going critical. This is as of June 14th, 2021. U.S. assessing reported leak at Chinese nuclear power facility. It was only a matter of time before it happened, honestly, due to all the corners they probably cut. The U.S. government has been.
Go on. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and in the United States, you know, we have all these documentaries on how China is going to be this massive dragon that's going to sweep us under the rug technologically. I think they have this overcompetence fetish here in America that's just disconnected from what really happens. I mean, the U.S. government has spent the past week assessing a report of a leak at a Chinese nuclear power plant after a French company that part owns and helps operate it warned of an imminent radiological threat, according to U.S. officials and documents reviewed by CNN. This warning included an accusation that the Chinese Safety Authority was raising the acceptable limits for radiation detected outside the Taishan nuclear power plant in Guangdong province in order to avoid having to shut it down, because that's how much they care about their image. That is beyond pathetic. According to a letter from the French company to the U.S. Department of Energy, obtained by CNN. Despite the alarming notification from Framatome, the French company, the Biden administration believes this facility is not yet at a crisis level, one source has said. Well, I mean, maybe they can help it go to that level, which is probably what the United States would do. While U.S. officials have deemed the situation does not currently pose a severe safety threat to workers at the plant or Chinese public, it is unusual that a foreign company would unilaterally reach out to the American government for help when its Chinese state-owned partner is yet to acknowledge a problem exists. That means that they really don't have any safety protocol whatsoever. The scenario could put the U.S. in a complicated situation should the leak continue to become more severe without being fixed. However, the concern was significant enough that the National Security Council held multiple meetings last week as they monitored the situation, including 2 at deputy level and another gathering at the assistant secretary level on Friday, which was led by NSC Senior Director for China, Laura Rosenberger, and Senior Director of Arms Control, Mallory Stewart, according to U.S. officials. Okay, so they are, obviously, if the United States is concerned, there's more going on that we do not know about, because China is notorious for sweeping everything under the rug so that Winnie the Pooh can look like he's not a Pooh.
For those of you who don't know, Xi Jinping is this incredibly insecure dictator who everyone says he looks like Winnie the Pooh online. And so he outlawed the Winnie the Pooh image and toys in communist China. So any Winnie the Pooh product that you get has to be manufactured outside of communist China, because the communist Chinese will not allow Winnie the Pooh anywhere in communist China, because everyone made a joke that it looked like Xi Jinping. This shows you how fucked up this guy is. I mean, this guy is just up there with the dictator of North Korea, except he's got power on the world stage, which is truly frightening.
Worse. He's worse than the guy in North Korea. All this time everyone was talking about North Korea is gonna, I remember years ago before Trump took office, and everyone was like, North Korea is a big threat. And all these white folks would be like, oh man, North Korea is gonna nuke us. North Korea is gonna nuke us. It's like, and I'm thinking to myself, they don't even have hydrogen bombs. What are you talking about?
Thank you. Yes. Or delivery mechanisms. Yes. I mean, things are. Yeah, go on.
Meanwhile, China has always been the clear and, wide open threat that nobody wanted to say anything about, because they make us all that good stuff, so we might as well love them.
Oh my God, so true. It's just, it's amazing how we opened up to, we tried to get communist China to open up for so long, but everything ended any potential with Xi Jinping. So hopefully he dies and things normalize. But, in the meantime, this is, obviously China is no one to be friendly with, and we'll see what happens now. This whole thing with Russia, I don't believe is going to thaw anything in particular. So do go on, aside from the potential of a nuclear meltdown, a true China syndrome, if people might remember that old film. What else is going on out there?
All right, we have Georgia removing 100,000 names from voter registration polls.
Yes, tell us about that. This is incredible. This is just mind-boggling. Please, go on.
More than 100,000 names will be removed from Georgia's voter registration polls in an attempt to keep the state's voter files up to date. Georgia's Secretary of State announced Friday, making sure Georgia's voter rolls are up to date is key to ensuring the integrity of our elections. Republican Brad Raffensperger, what the hell? Said in a statement, that's a hell of a name, there is no legitimate reason to keep the ineligible voters on the rolls, according to him. The voter files being removed are obsolete and outdated, according to a statement which says that since the 2020 election, Raffensperger has made it a priority to continue with the list maintenance process. The announcement follows a blitz of new voting restrictions in Republican-led states, such as Texas, with Georgia as the first presidential battleground to impose new voting restrictions following President Joe Biden's victory in the state. Raffensperger, who was censured at the Georgia GOP convention earlier this month, has received harsh criticism from those in his own party for stating that Biden won Georgia in November and refusing to help former President Donald Trump overturn the results of the election after his loss. Raffensperger and his family have also received death threats since the election. Well, interesting. The effort to remove 101,789 names from Georgia's voter files marks the first time the state has conducted a major cleaning since 2019. But Georgia regularly removes the voter files of convicted felons and the dead on a monthly basis, according to the statement. The 101 and 789,000 obsolete voter files that will be removed include 67,286 voter files associated with a national change of address form submitted to the U.S. Postal Service, 34,282 227. Damn it, I can't even read numbers anymore. What the hell? Voter files that have had election mail returned to sender, and 276 that had no contact with elections officials for at least 5 years, the statement said. In each of these cases, the individual had no contact with Georgia's elections officials in any way, either directly or through the Department of Driver Services for 2 general elections. Interesting. So they take you off the list if you don't vote. That doesn't make any sense. You should always have that open to you, even if you don't exercise it. In addition to the obsolete and outdated files, Georgia also removed 18,486 voter files of dead individuals based on information received from Georgia's official vital records and the Electronic Registration Information Center, an interstate partnership of 30 states and the District of Columbia focusing on maintaining accurate voter rolls, the statement says. In a statement, Raffensperger took a swipe at voting rights advocate Stacey Abrams, the 2018 Democratic gubernatorial nominee. That is why I fought and beat Stacey Abrams in court in 2019 to remove nearly 300,000 obsolete voter files before the November election, and will do so again this year, Raffensperger said. Now, Raffensperger has for years spoke out against Abrams. Following her loss to Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, Abrams started a Fair Fight Action, a voting rights organization that has filed lawsuit disputing in part Georgia's removal of voter files for those who haven't participated in recent elections. Now, yeah, that doesn't make sense. They're just saying, okay, since you're not voting, we're going to take this right away from you. This is, if it's a right, you're supposed to always have it. In fact, they shouldn't even take it from people who were arrested. I don't understand. Why don't they have a say in what happens in their country? I mean, yeah, they're prisoners, but still, they are still citizens of the United States of America. I don't even understand why. Well, of course, I know why that happened. You know, that all stems from the fact that when slavery ended, they had come up with all these black codes and all these laws to criminalize all types of things to keep slavery going by keeping people, by getting people imprisoned. So prison labor is slave labor. So America still does have slavery, folks. I don't know any other way to say it. In March, Georgia Republicans sped a broad elections bill through the legislature that Kemp signed into law against the objections of state Democrats and voting rights activists. The law imposes voter ID requirements for absentee ballots, reduces the number of ballot drop boxes in large counties, and shortens the length of runoff elections, among other provisions. Republicans defended the legislation as necessary to boosting confidence and security in elections, despite election officials saying the 2020 election was the most secure in American history. Trump had repeatedly promoted unproven theories about the 2020 election in Georgia's election system that took hold among his base supporters. Basically, they're doing all this stuff because they're butthurt and they're trying to be Trump's butt boys.
Yes, it's we have a tremendous threat emergent from Trump, just where he is. It's very frightening. Anyhow, do continue. I'm probably going to jump in any minute, but want to finish up just the dregs of this sandwich and tea here, and then.
All right. While Georgia was the first state to enact new voting restrictions since the 2020 election, 13 other states have enacted nearly 24 laws that restrict ballot access, according to a tally by the Brennan Center of Justice. And other Republican-led states are advancing measures that would restrict absentee and mail-in voting. Now, I do all my voting by mail-in absentee ballot because, it makes a hell of a lot more sense to get, it makes a hell of a lot more sense because I can read the ballot, see who's on the ballot, and I can search for their name on the internet and see what they're about. This is how I conduct my voting. I want to know who the hell everyone is, what they're doing, what they believe in, see why I might not want to choose them, and then make my decision from there. It makes a hell of a lot more sense than going into a place where you've never heard these names and saying, oh, let me flip a coin. Which name is it? Well, it landed on that one. I'll check that one out. It just makes a hell of a lot more sense to have. That's what we call informed voting, smart voting, something that, Americans don't seem to do. Because if we did smart voting, we wouldn't be in this predicament. All right. And I can also see what else is festering in our
collective minds.
Yes. Now, collectively, I'm convinced that the human race wants to commit suicide. That's what I sense from the collective unconscious. And I want to abandon ship or not be a part of it when that goes down so that I survive, because I don't want to be one of those things being hauled away by the ghoul.
Thank you. So, you go on. Oh my God. Just wondering if I need to grab one more bottle of water so I make certain I have enough around me to hydrate myself. And
yeah, talking does dry out the mouth quite a bit. Especially when this is the most talking that I do within the week. Sunday and Monday are, of course, the days which I talk more than any other day.
Right.
And I do wonder if all that silence is good for the mental health, though. Because I've heard studies that said that people who speak over a certain amount of words are less prone to being depressed.
Interesting. I'll tell you something, that Lorien Ann Fenton was that crazed bitch that I was working with, you might remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was pathological in terms of her need to talk all the time. And she would eat while talking all the time. It was disgusting. It was the most disgusting thing in the world to hear this bitch eat and talk simultaneously. And she would do that on air. And
that is so gross.
It is. But she could not stop talking. So she was always talking. And so it's not healthy to be talking all the time, of course.
No, it's not healthy to be talking all the time either, because then you just become like Lorien Fenton, or you just become a politician.
Yes. And so let me do one final check. I might go get another bottle of water to have near me, and then start into tonight's arc of narrative and, take us back to more solid ground of geopolitics out of all of the occult geopolitics that we were speaking. Certainly, of course, you yourself must have some kind of observation as to why the ghoul behavior changes so radically in Africa from Southwest Asia. I mentioned that demarcation line. You might have something to say about that, or some observation to make, or some speculation. That would be interesting. I'll be back in just a matter of minutes. Going to grab another bottle of water. I know people don't believe it's water. It really is water. Not that it would matter otherwise. I'll be in a few minutes, and I'll leave you with Jameson. There we go.
It could be. It could have something to do with the topography. I mean, I don't know. Topography is a good way to put it, because they are underground. But I mean, I imagine that, Africa having so much rich resources within its hidden caverns and the networks of caves and whatnot, it would be far more hospitable for there to be for ghouls to be organized and more intelligent, than in the desert where there's scarcer resource sources. So more of them have to just go out and hunt all the time, rather than, they might just not have the resources down there to do any real planning. And then again, I could be wrong. It could just be different. They might have different cultures just like we have. And so they might have different ways of doing things across different regions as well. And I have no doubt that they're here under America. I have no doubt that they're here under. I have no doubt that they're under Eastern Asia. I have no doubt they're under a lot of places. I mean, they're all over the place. And so too with, well, the Nega, of course, there's only 8 now. But what I find interesting is about the number 9 was the fact that in the occult world, they were at least the Become a Living God people were parroting this the 9 demonic gatekeepers. And of course, I'm not going to doubt that there's 9 demonic gatekeepers. There are. These people are obviously very knowledgeable on that. But it strikes me as being a sort of coincidence. It's an interesting synchronicity that there's 9 demonic gatekeepers and there's 9 Nega. And now I'm not saying that, and when I say the word demon, I'm not looking at it from a Judeo-Christian standpoint. I'm looking at it from the point of these spiritual, as these being spiritual intelligences that are supra-human or supra-mundane, so to speak. So I find that interesting. And I'm also interested in seeing how the sort of Bigfoot species fit into this niche of this multiple various species that exist underground. I have seen in astral travels a species of being that look like elves. They seem to be as tall as us, but they appear very dark, and they seem to be, during that astral visitation, I don't know where the hell I was, but I was definitely underground. I can tell you that much. The thing appeared to I came across a male. The male was holding a spear, and he appeared to be guarding a pathway. And I had gotten the impression that I was not going to go any further. So, and that was the end of that experience. More could have happened, but a lot of the stuff has been distorted or has been bleached from my mind due to... Actually, those are the most vivid memories in my mind, and they're as easy to recall as they're easier to recall than even my work history or people I've worked with in the past. In fact, there's something about these metaphysical memories of these metaphysical encounters that leave more of an impression on one's mind than the mundane experiences of day-to-day life, which, you know, it's so easy to go into autopilot. It's not funny. I've actually been experimenting with that, trying to keep myself in a state of almost semi-consciousness, where I'm just aware enough so that my unconscious can reflectively, instinctively dodge things and whatnot, but not aware to the point where I'm actually processing or focusing on what's going on around me, unless it's absolutely necessary. And that's because I'm someone who's a psychonaut. Psychonautics, for those of you who don't know, is the exploration of different facets of the human mind and consciousness. And this includes anything from sleep deprivation to seeing how certain substances alter one's consciousness, and seeing how fluid the brain is, see how much we can stretch it out, how much plasticity does our brain have. The problem I have is that I take things and I run with it too far. And I do believe I'm at the age now where I have to fight the demon in the room, which is addiction.
Yes.
I can't rationalize things and be Terrence McKenna, because that's just, well, that's only something he could do.
Well, he also paid the price. I mean,
yes, he paid a very big price. I mean, he had a brain tumor that was shaped like a mushroom.
There you go. By the way, KRD has shown up in the chat room, and they say, haven't checked in with D3 in a couple of years. Man, all these falling outs make me sad. Stay strong, Doug. Heck, yeah, it's like you're hurt by this more than I am, dude. I appreciate what you're saying, but Derek Talley, it's one of those things where it's like this isn't like with the case with Amanda Ute, where I truly owed her something, and she is still with us, thank God, and has stayed with us through thick and thin, as have many people.
I've listened to you since I think I've been listening to you since I think 2015.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been listening to you for a while, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, and the thing is, it's funny because when I was listening to you, I was still listening to these idiots who were on the right as well, and I was like, well, who's telling the truth here? Who's telling the truth here? But honestly, I knew that when I was listening to you, you were saying something that was coherent, and other people weren't.
Thank you.
No, actually, that was 2016.
And KRD says it still sucks, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. I do appreciate that, and deeply. And but it's one of those things. In this case, all I can say is it's just more of a relief. It's just, there are certain we try to, help people out, and we try to tolerate them, and there's just how much can you take? It's like after a while, it's like, how much further can this go down the, here's the issue. When it comes to Derek Talley, he is set. He's got the VA, he's got his dad. Okay, I have neither of those services, so that's the difference. This is what made me so angry, that he's talking about his financial situation, and this is essentially what he was pretty much, assigned to do, and it was done in such a way to just detract from people, of course, contributing to myself. Really, that's what it was all about, and he didn't need to go into any of that because, as I said, the solution is his dad's still alive. He's very much willing to take care of his son. All he needs to do is turn himself into his dad and then go for his treatments at the VA for free. It's that simple. Instead, he was bringing up all this stuff, which is nothing to do with anything. And then the last few communications throw him straight into the pit of you can't believe anything he says anymore. Because he was saying, as Jameson Reese will attest, he said he had a car that couldn't go anywhere, that he could only use inside the city. And then he says, but he's taking a trip to Alabama and, and couldn't be on tonight's show because he had divested himself of myself because of, he feels I'm too satanic because of the Luciferin possession from the night of the broken circle.
Honestly, I think that offends me the most.
Thank you.
That's extremely offensive.
Yeah.
To me, so you I mean, what gives him the right to judge you?
Yes, it's and when I pointed out to Brendan Zogi, it must have taken him a long time to remove all of my posts from his timeline. He had scrub them all, and I said that must have taken some time. He had to go down months and months and click each one of those with the delete button, and of course, like Brendan Zogan said, well, he's got all the time in the world now, and this is what's so bizarre.
If you're over there getting dialysis, how the hell do you have time to be removing all those posts?
Thank you. You would think that you would have better things to do with your time.
I mean, are you gonna just sit there while you're getting dialysis and just remove post after post after post after post? That takes so much drive. It's not funny.
Yeah, well, he didn't do that. He had to be at home because, like he said, he didn't know how to bring the laptop or something to... I don't think he has a laptop. So he didn't have anything to really bring to the dialysis. This is what he was talking about, was when he went to the dialysis, he just sat there, right? So that's what he was saying. Yeah. So he's not doing anything while he's there. So this had to be done while he was at home. So there you go. Anyhow, so
just better ways to spend one's time. But I mean, what's offensive to me is the fact that why would someone, why would you reject someone because they're well, hell, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I would like to unfriend him, because apparently if he's offended by someone who was possessed by Lucifer, well, yeah, I had my own experience with Lucifer as well. So clearly you should not be in my friends list. And the thing is, had I the capacity to remove him from my friends list, I would, but I'm blocked for 30 days. So
By the way, how were you able to see my posts on my timeline? I was very
I could
happy.
see everyone's posts on timelines.
Okay,
but the
so
thing
thank
is,
goodness.
I can't toggle any features. I can't upload any pictures.
Okay.
I can't remove friends because they block that feature.
Well, I was really glad that you were able to see the poem my son wrote. I really appreciate what you said about that. What do you feel is happening with my son? And obviously, he's beginning to manifest the symptoms of the Kawasaki syndrome. So when this is obviously something that I don't know if you took a look at the photographs in any depth, but you might notice how different his eyes are now from when he was a young girl. And so
Yes.
it's obvious that the pink instead of the full red, there's a pinkness there, almost as if it's there but not fully manifesting or somehow mutated in my son. So again, I can only speculate. This has to be transferal of information, genetic level information into him from all the years that he was a girl and we were engaging in physical intimacy. And so it's obviously an ongoing situation where his husband is doing his best to pay for some research to see what's going on and what can be replicated.
Yes. I see. Because there's a possibility he might inherit the same thing as well.
Yes. And so, of course, things process differently in different ways depending on how one absorbs things. Say for instance, I'm trying to remember now about the blood-brain barrier in the womb and AIDS and how you could give birth to AIDS babies because there's certain AIDS ignored the blood-brain barrier in terms of the placenta and the womb, etc. There was all kinds of things I'm trying to remember from the old days at the medical, shall we say, courses that I audited when I was involved with the Osher Lifelong Learning Institute. But that's for another time. And of course, all that's very technical, and I'm very glad that people tolerate what they do with myself and my blood drinking. I remember Peter Moon was asking Crystal River if she was avoiding myself because of that, and she says, "Oh God, no, of course not." So that was the. And so I hope she's doing well. God knows what's going on with her. And let me see. Last time that she was on, she was with her girlfriend, of course, and they were. Oh, heck, yeah. What did you think of that episode with her girlfriend being with that stupid boyfriend and all that was going on with that? And did you have any takeaway from that? Any lessons to be learned, or do you remember it?
Yes, I do remember it. And I do remember her story, and all I can say is, damn.
Bad, yeah, it was bad.
If I were in a relationship with someone abusive, all right, we'll just say that I wouldn't want to be in a relationship with someone abusive. But granted, I'm a man, so things are different. And I would just have to say, nope. Get away from me. That's it.
Yes, I know.
You're out.
That's really what has to happen with so many of these abusive relationships. Well, let's check at the time we have left. I believe we should have about 6 hours left. So we've got almost 6 hours left, minus 10 minutes. All right, let me get started, and let's get through this. I'm going to have Jameson kind of say goodnight. Obviously, I want him to stay with us as long as he possibly can, hopefully throughout the night. And he will, of course, break myself if needed, but hopefully that's not necessary. In the meantime, Jameson, whenever you need to go someplace, let me know. And then when you're back, let me know you're back. And if something happens where you just have to check out and drop off, let me know, as you've done before.
All right.
And
Good night, folks. I'm going to make myself a butter and pickle sandwich on the white bread while you go through the solicitations.
Yeah, I mean, of course we remember these kinds of quirks with affection, but still, it's like that had to be, one of the chief embarrassments of my life while growing up was just to watch somebody eating that. It's just an assault on the senses. Okay. Was that?
Yeah, I was going to say my stomach does flips just thinking about it.
Thank you. It's just like, oh my God, so sad. And all right then, all my love, Jameson, and thank you so much for being with us. And anyhow, I want people to understand I'll be talking where Biden's meeting with Putin takes us. The first thing I'll do is give you a lot of lead up because there's a lot of historical significance here in terms of resonance and echo. Biden's meeting with Putin carried historic echoes to a degree I haven't seen in most recent diplomatic affairs. By that I mean modern historical diplomatic affairs. So Joe Biden's showdown with Russia's Vladimir Putin on the day of my latest transmission prior to tonight's was one of the most critical summits of recent times. There's no mistaking that. And it's not just because relations between the two empires, which together are supposedly the owners of 90% of the world's nuclear weapons, our relations have plummeted to post-Cold War lows. If I slurred that, which I may very well have done. So understand that often host this transmission while I'm drunk, or high, or a combination of both. Tonight, more so than ever, and still sobering up. And the beauty of it is I'm not nationally syndicated or paid, so I can do that. And so the presidents met in Geneva midweek this week on Wednesday for talks resonating with all of these historic echoes of past Amero-Soviet confrontations. And getting a little message. I always like that because it gives me a break from regular speaking. Let me check into the messenger box. Oh my God! And this is Maria. Maria says, was almost asleep, then remembered last year when Derek approached me about his issues with Jameson. I guess that was all part of creating dissension within the team and part of his duties, maybe. Well, that backfired on him as I told him straight that such behavior could create a rift within the group and that anyone who had any issue with another team member should address you directly. Here she's speaking to myself. Maybe my intuition knew something at the time. Okay, I bother you no more and going to bed now. Good night, honey. Mwah. A sweet be thy dreams and blessed be thy slumber. And thank you, honey. That was wonderful. And she does look out for me. She really does have our back. Wonderful human being. And of course, I'll give her an illustration here that I'm sure she's had before, but nevertheless, it's applicable. So she's such a wonderful woman, and her support is just unparalleled. We really need more like her in the world. And I'm just so glad that she's been doing everything she could for us. Oh, yes, I have sent her some redundant illustrations in the past that I noticed. And that's fine. She can stand it. So she's a resilient type. Okay. Now, in terms of the president's meeting in Geneva on Wednesday for talks, our empires, both the Russo and American empires, are at a strategic crossroads that, if not properly navigated, could erupt into a disastrous escalation on a new battlefield in cyberspace. And so I've spoken in depth about cybersecurity in the past, and I hope people have listened. And most importantly, of course, I'd like for someday to be able to have my advisements acted out upon, and that's really the only way our society will survive and ever have any hope of prosperity. So when those talks took place midweek, they represented this critical early political trial for Biden and exemplified the all-encompassing challenge facing a presidency anchored on a fight to preserve democracy, which is under siege at home and abroad. After all, Putin's core foreign policy goal is the fracturing of American political stability and prestige. He is, of course, guilty of hacking 2 elections to help ex-President Donald Trump, the top homegrown threat to American democracy that we have. So Biden held the summit at a time when multiple factors were pushing American democracy to the breaking point. Trump's false claims of voter fraud, the Republican state efforts to make it harder to vote and even easier to rig elections, and the Russo collaborationist Red Republican cult's refusal to hold the former president to account for the Capitol insurrection. The chaos, much of which was encouraged by Putin himself in misinformation operations targeting American politics, played into the Russian leader's conceit that the American empire is weakened, turning on itself, and hardly any beacon for the world. So Biden united the West behind him before these talks. Now, these talks on neutral Swiss soil were the culmination of Biden's first foreign trip as president, which he used to reinvigorate European alliances battered by Trump and to invoke a new struggle by the West for its political values and our future. So the United States finds itself between the remnants of the last Cold War with Moscow, which lacks the Soviet Union's former power, but retains the capacity to wreak havoc on American interests, and a building new superpower confrontation with the communist Chinese empire, another grave threat to the primacy of the West. So the buildup to this last summit has meant that Biden's entire tour, to that point, a qualified success, will be judged on his clash with one of the most cunning global leaders, whose on-camera smirks underscore his outmaneuvering of past American presidents presidents who were used to a more conventional geopolitical game. The run-up to this last summit had seen huge expectation setting and robust exchanges between both leaders. Biden earlier this year agreed that Putin is a killer and has branded him an unrepentant autocrat with all justification. Putin has, of course, denied all knowledge of hacking and ransomware attacks against our American government, private businesses, and vital infrastructure that have been proven to have sourced from Russian intelligence agencies and their affiliated criminal gangs. And with classic false equivalency, Putin has compared political prisoners like the Russian opposition leader Alexei Navalny, a victim of an all too evident poisoning plot by the Russian state, to Capitol insurrection suspects charged by American courts. Biden's opponents at home, in a narrative picked up by his traveling press pack, have been wondering why, given Russian belligerence and low American hopes for any deliverables, the meeting took place at all. Yet the greatest success of the summit may be what it stopped from happening, not what it did or did not achieve on Wednesday. Biden surprised many in Washington by suggesting the talks at all. But the invitation came at a time when Russian troops were massed on Ukraine's border, with many observers fearing a full-scale invasion, and with the imprisoned Navalny, by all evidence, close to death after being denied medical treatment. The president's carrot offered dictator Putin a platform he craves alongside the U.S. Commander-in-Chief, that camest with the implied respect for Moscow some other recent American leaders have discarded. And that was to be maximized by Russia's propaganda machine. On CNN's newsroom, but the day before the summit, Evelyn Farkas, a former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Russia, Ukraine, and all Eurasia, said, "This meeting was done in part to save Ukraine, to save Alexei Navalny. So that's already something, at least a short-term gain." So there was no reset, but hopes were raised for stability. Biden said the goal of the summit was to test whether Putin was willing to agree to a more stable and predictable relationship with the American empire. Now, the American president, who has long experience with Putin's cantankerous behavior, had no desire for a reset with Moscow. But lowering the tone could have produced progress on common interests like Syria, Afghanistan, climate change, and the Iran nuclear agreement. Senator Robert Menendez, the New Jersey Democrat who's chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, has attested that Putin is looking for some kind of predictable, stable relationship. Or maybe he was referencing Biden. He said he. And so I guess what he meant was Biden's looking for some kind of predictable, stable relationship. He followed up by saying, "The question is whether you can get that with Putin. Putin sees that in his actions, not only does he achieve what he wants and creates instability in the world, there has to be a clear message that there is going to be a consequence for that." But even Biden's limited goals was setting a high bar. Putin's strongman Kremlin dictatorship for more than 20 years needs to denigrate democracies like the Americans, to render his own home rule more attractive to the Russians. A change of tack towards the Americans would have required him to crack down on cyber attacks and to halt propaganda and misinformation campaigns intended to damage American democracy. It would mean a former KGB officer who saw the demise of the Soviet Union as a tragedy would be giving up strategic pressure by Moscow in its former sphere of influence, including Ukraine. But whether through coercion or diplomatic carrots, Biden knew that the American empire may simply lack the leverage to change Putin's zero-sum game. And over last weekend, our president said, autocrats have enormous power, and they don't have to answer to a public. And the fact is that it may very well be, if I respond in kind, as I will, then it doesn't dissuade him. He wants to keep going. Now, I didn't find that statement very coherent, but I think that it's relevant in that its overall sentiment is somewhat understandable, if not articulate. It comes down to American warnings. Because Biden also said that he would take the opportunity to convey to Putin the kinds of consequences the United States will bring for continued assaults on American interests, including if Russia refuses to crack down on ransomware attacks on staples of American life, like food production, transportation, and our pipelines. The most glaring danger in Amero-Russian relations, or Russo-American relations, is rooted in emerging cyber confrontation. While each adversary has the power to destroy the world, in theory, and it's all propaganda hype, Nuclear arms are regulated, and systems exist to deter escalation. Safeguards are nowhere near as sophisticated in the relatively new area of cyber warfare. Any American response to Russian provocations, and there may well have been secret reprisals, risks tipping a showdown out of control. Biden's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, has told reporters that we are prepared to take responsive actions that are seen and unseen. Political stakes for the Biden and Putin meeting were spiked to new levels every day of the president's European tour. But paradoxically, the rising heat may have eased Biden's political exposure at home, with the world then expecting a contentious head-to-head. Any outcome of the summit that didn't include open conflict can be spun as a success. And given the lack of a joint news conference in Geneva, the U.S. president had the chance to characterize himself as laying down the law to Putin without being undermined in real time by the Russian leader. Biden was also flattered by comparison with one of the most extraordinary moments in the colorful history of post-Cold War Russo-American relations: Trump's fawning behavior toward Putin at their Helsinki summit. The then puppet president astounded his own team and the rest of the world by publicly taking the poker-faced Putin's denial of electoral interference at face value. His comment effectively took the word of a former Soviet intelligence officer over that of the entire aggregate of United States espionage communities. And it renewed frenzied speculation about the mysterious relationship between Trump and the Russians. So, however the summit turned out, the heavy political, diplomatic, and historical forces weighing down the Russo-American relationship were unlikely to have been eased. There was no expectation that Biden and Putin would walk away after setting the tone for an era of rapprochement, as President Ronald Reagan and the Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev did in Geneva in 1985. In fact, the opposite was more likely to be the case. The aforecited former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Russia, Ukraine, and Eurasia, Evelyn Farkas, even stated that, undoubtedly, Putin will test us after this summit. But Russia is a waning superpower. Russia, the Russian Federation, is by far the largest country in land area, just sheer size, stretching from the Baltic to the Pacific and covering 11 time zones. Today, with its former Soviet republics now independent, a population of only about half of the United States, its gross domestic product ranked 11th in the world after Brazil, which is by now suffering, 500,000 dead or more, and finally people are marching against Bolsonaro. Russia is an impoverished third world nation dependent on the export of fossil fuels, its government upheld by complete political corruption, a total kleptocracy, a government by thieves, whose only source of income from the rest of the world, aside from pumping out the lifeblood of their resources, is international blackmail. Its military might is overwhelmingly exaggerated and exists only in the mind of white trash in America, but for its massive and completely corroded, by now impotent nuclear arsenal. Russia is run by a former KGB agent turned dictator whose only support comes from the oligarchs and his appeals to the crassest base of neo-nationalism. Those opposed disappear or are thrown in prison. Russia is a country that has historically favored authoritarian rule with very short episodes of any true democracy. But what Vladimir Putin did do was he revolutionized information warfare. This is the real menace of motherless Russia. Unreality. Russia is the empire of the unreal. They want to make truthfulness an irrelevant category. 7 years ago, in 2014, during the opening week of September at the NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organizational Summit in Wales, General Philip Breedlove, the military alliance's top commander at the time, made a bold declaration. Russia, he said, is waging the most amazing information warfare blitzkrieg, a media blitz, we have ever seen in the history of information warfare. Such was actually something of an underestimation. The new Russian Empire doesn't just deal in the petty disinformation, forgeries, lies, leaks, and cyber sabotage usually associated with information warfare. It reinvents reality itself, creating mass hallucinations that then translate into political misactions. Take Novorossiya, the name Vladimir Putin has given to the huge wedge of southeastern Ukraine he was attempting to annex by force. Novorossiya meaning New Russia. That term is plucked from Tsarist history, when it represented a different geographical space. Nobody who lives in that part of the world today ever thought of themselves as living in Novorossiya and bearing allegiance thereunto, at least until several months ago, well, several years ago, when Putin started his campaign attempting to invade Ukraine and bifurcate it. Now, well, since then, Novorossiya was being imagined into being. Russian media showing maps of its geography, while Kremlin-backed politicians started writing its history into school textbooks. There was then produced a flag and even a news agency which made most of its transmissions far more so in English than in Russian, so they could convince Americans that all Ukraine was simply New Russia. There were several Twitter feeds that started. It was like something out of a Borges story, except for the very real fatalities or critical casualties of the war. People who lost their lives or their limbs in the conduct of this fantastical, notional fabrication's name. The invention of Novorossiya is a sign of Russia's domestic system of information manipulation going global. Today's Russia has been shaped by political technologists, the viziers of the system who, like so many postmodern prosperos, conjure up puppet political parties and the simulacra of civic movements to keep the nation distracted as Putin's clique consolidates all power. In the philosophy of these political technologists, information precedes essence. To quotist Pavlovsky, who I'm assuming the overwhelming majority of you are not familiar with. He's a political technologist, Gleb Pavlovsky, who worked on Putin's election campaigns, but has since left the Kremlin. He said, "I remember creating the idea of the Putin majority, and hey, presto, it appeared in real life. Or the idea that there is no alternative to Putin. We invented that. And suddenly, there really was no alternative." Igor Yakovenko, a professor of journalism at the Moscow State Institute of International Relations, responded by saying, "If previous authoritarian regimes were 3 parts violence and 1 part propaganda, this one is virtually all propaganda and relatively little violence. Putin only needs to make a few arrests and then amplify the message through his total control of television." We saw a similar dynamic at work on the international stage in the final days of August, some 7 years ago by now, the year 2014. And at that time, we had a self-evident Russian military incursion into Ukraine, and a relatively minor one at that was made to feel momentously threatening. Putin invoked the need for talks on the statehood of southeastern Ukraine, with language that seemed almost purposefully ambiguous, leaving NATO stunned and Kiev intimidated enough to agree to a ceasefire. And once again, the term Novorossiya made its way into Putin's remarks, creating the sense that large territories were ready to secede from Ukraine when, in reality, the insurgents hold, to this day, only a sliver of land. Now, for an even earlier example of these geopolitical tricks, look back upon Dmitry Medvedev's presidency from 2008 to 2012, when Russia's decoy leader inspired American faith in the possibility of a westward-facing Russia while giving the Kremlin time to cement power at home and entrench its networks abroad. This belief in the absolute power of propaganda has roots in Soviet thinking. Jacques Ellul, in his classic 1965 study of the subject, published the year before I was born, he wrote, "The communists, who do not believe in human nature, but only in the human condition, believe that propaganda is all-powerful, legitimate whenever they employ it, and instrumental in creating a new type of man. But there is one great difference between Soviet propaganda and the latest Russian variety. For the Soviets, the idea of truth was important, even when they were lying. Soviet propaganda went to great lengths to prove that the Kremlin's theories, or bits of disinformation, were actually fact. When the U.S. government accused the Soviets of spreading disinformation, such as the story that the CIA invented AIDS as a weapon, it would cause howls of outrage from top Russian figures, including General Secretary Mikhail Gorbachev. In today's Russia, by contrast, the idea of truth itself is completely irrelevant. The notion of journalism, in the sense of reporting facts or truth, has been completely wiped out. The Kremlin tells its stories well, having mastered the mixture of authoritarianism and entertainment culture. On Russian news broadcasts, the borders between fact and fiction have become utterly blurred. There is no disambiguation. Russian current affairs programs feature obvious actors posing as refugees from eastern Ukraine, crying for the cameras about invented threats from imaginal fascist gangs. During one Russian news broadcast, a woman related how Ukrainian neo-nationalists had crucified a child in the eastern Ukrainian city of Sloviansk. In a lecture, delivered maybe 6 years ago. Probably, it was last year. It was more like 8 years ago. It was the year before the invasion of the Donbas region of Ukraine. We're talking about the year 2013. That year, there was a lecture delivered to journalism students at Moscow State University when Alexei Volin, Russia's then Deputy Minister of Communications, was confronted with the fact that the crucifixion story was a complete fabrication. He showed no embarrassment, instead insisting that all that mattered were ratings, and admonishing that students forget about making the world a better place. To quote his T, verbatim, and here I transliterate from the Russian, via the transcript. The public likes how our main TV channels present material, the tone of our programs. The share of viewers for news programs on Russian TV has doubled over the last 2 months. We should give students a clear understanding. They are going to work for the man, and the man will tell them what to write, what not to write, and how this or that thing should be written. And the man has the right to do it because he pays them. So the point of this new propaganda is not to persuade anyone, but to keep the viewer hooked and distracted, to disrupt Western narratives rather than provide a counter-narrative. It is the perfect genre for conspiracy theories, which are all over Russian TV. When the Kremlin and its affiliated media outlets spat out outlandish stories about the downing of Malaysia Airlines Flight 17 over eastern Ukraine in July, reports that characterized the crash as everything from an assault by Ukrainian fighter jets following U.S. instructions to an attempted NATO attack on Putin's private jet, which I was ordered by Mike Ringley to promote at Revolution Radio. They were trying not so much to convince viewers of any one version of events, but rather to leave them confused, paranoid, and passive, living in a Kremlin-controlled virtual reality, a matrix that can no longer be mediated or debated by any appeal to truth. And now Russia has been exporting its reality reinventing model through the hundreds of millions of dollars that it spends on international broadcasters like the rolling multilingual news channel RT, Russia Today. Domestically, RT helps convince Russians that their government is strong enough to compete with the CNNs of the world. In the United States, RT isn't taken too seriously if the channel manages to sow some doubt among Americans, all the better in Moscow's view. But in Europe, Russian propaganda is more potent, working alongside the Kremlin's influence over local media as well as economic and energy pressures. The situation is tensest in the Baltic countries, whose large Russian populations are serviced by Russian-language TV channels, like the Latvia-based PBK, which receives Kremlin programs at very low rates. Raul Ribin, an expert on propaganda in Estonia, where a full quarter 25% of the population is ethnic Russian, has testified to his own government that huge parts of our population live in a separate reality created by Russian media. This makes consensual politics impossible. In his research on how Bulgarian media covered the conflict in Ukraine, Christo Grozev of the Bulgaria-based Risk Management Lab found that the majority of the country's newspapers followed Russian rather than Ukrainian narratives about events such as the downing of flight MH17, himself attesting that it's not merely a case of sympathy or language. The Russian media just tell more and better stories, and that's what gets reprinted. Now, organizations like the Ukraine-based StopFake.org have been working hard to expose disinformation in Russian and foreign media, but for every fake they catch, Kremlin-allied news outlets produce 1,000 more. These news organizations don't care if they're caught in a lie. They care only about clicks being compelling, or being compelling enough to, how would we say it? Well, get more clicks. Now, like its domestic equivalents, RT also focuses on conspiracy theories. From 9/11 truthers to the hidden Zionist hand in Syria's civil war. Western critics often snigger at these claims, but the coverage has a receptive audience. In a recent paper, well, recent to me, we're talking again about almost a decade gone by now, it was entitled The Conspiratorial Mindset in the Age of Transition. And it examined conspiracy theories in France, Hungary, and Slovakia. That's when a team of researchers from leading European think tanks reported that supporters of far-right parties tend to be more likely than supporters of other parties to believe in conspiracies. And right-wing nationalist parties, which are always allied ideologically and financially allied with the Kremlin, they're all arising. In Hungary, Jobbik was the second largest political party that brought us Viktor Orban when he simply arrested all oppositional parties. In France, Marine Le Pen's National Front, well, it was almost a decade gone by now that they won a full 25%, a quarter of the vote in elections for the European Parliament. Of course, recently they've been faced with some defeats or disappointments, and thank the gods for that. Now, Gleb Pavlovsky, who was speaking quite wickedly, said, or rather asked, "Is there more interest in conspiracy theories because far-right parties are growing? Or are far-right parties growing because more conspiracy thinking is being pumped into the information space?" All this while the United States, meanwhile, is struggling with its messaging to the outside world. In 2011, the year my late and sainted Cyrus was murdered, the year of Fukushima Daiichi, it was then, citing the success of Russian and communist Chinese media, Hillary Rodham Clinton told Congress that America is in an information war, and we are losing that war. Now, just as the Kremlin's international propaganda campaign intensifies, the West is having its own crisis of faith in the very idea of truth. It's been a long time coming. Back in 1962, Daniel Boorstin, who would later serve as librarian of the U.S. Congress, wrote in The Image about how advances in advertising and television meant The question, well, this is his words, Daniel Borstein's, the question, is it real, is less important than, is it newsworthy? We are threatened by a new and a peculiarly American menace, the menace of unreality. By the 2000s, remember this guy was talking in 1962, the year before my late sister was born. That was the year, of course, that Marshall McLuhan made the statement that World War III is an information war, with no boundaries between civilian and military targets. And by the 2000s, just before, or right around 9/11, this idea had moved from the realm of commerce to the realm of high politics, captured in the now legendary quote from an unnamed George W. Bush aide in the New York Times, when he said, "We're an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality, judiciously, as you will, we'll act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too. And that's how things will sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will be left to just study what we do." Now, the pressure on reality from capitalism and Capitol Hill coincides with an anti-establishment drive in these United States that likewise claims that all truth is relative. In a Prospect Magazine review of Glenn Greenwald's No Place to Hide, for instance, on examining the sins of critical omission, biased value judgments, and half-truths in Greenwald's book, George Packer concluded that, his words I'm going to read here from his review of that book entitled No Place to Hide about Edward Snowden, in which Glenn Greenwald propagandized for a traitor to the United States and a defector to the Russian Empire. And Greenwald, of course, was totally sympathetic to this Aquino product, this asset. And George Packer was a man who reviewed his book, and what he had to say about it was, they reveal a mind that has liberated itself from the basic claims of fairness. Once the norms of journalism are dismissed, a number of constraints and assumptions fall away. Greenwald has no use for the norms of journalism. He rejects objectivity as a reality and an ideal. Similarly, by the way, Artiz, our Russia Today's managing director, once insisted that there is no such thing as objective reporting. The ties that bind Greenwald, who is Edward Snowden's apologist, and the Kremlin consist of more than a shared desire to ensure Edward Snowden's safety. In some dark ideological wood, Putin, the authoritarian gay basher, and Greenwald, the gay leftist libertarian, meet and agree. And as the consensus for reality-based politics fractures evermore, that space becometh ripe for exploitation. It's precisely this trend that the Kremlin hopes to exploit. Ultimately, many people in Russia and around the world understand that Russian political parties are hollow, and Russian news outlets are churning out fantasies. But insisting on the lie, the Kremlin intimidates others by showing that it is in control of defining reality. This is why it's so important for Moscow to do away with truth itself. If nothing is true, then anything is possible. we are left with the sense that we don't know what Putin will do next, that he is unpredictable and thus dangerous. We're rendered stunned, spun, and flummoxed by the Kremlin's weaponization of absurdity and unreality. Which brings us to the weapon of sexualization, and why the Kremlin tags its protesters as political pedophiles. Analysts agree that Russia's state-controlled media has been turning to a disinformatia playbook it has used before in a bid to discredit protesters agitating for the release from prison of Kremlin critic Alexei Navalny. And Navalny, in case you don't remember, was detained on his return to Moscow for parole violations after recovering in Germany from a near-fatal poisoning. His arrest has triggered the largest anti-Kremlin protests seen in Russia since 2011. The last year my mother, spent alive on Earth. And Washington is being blamed for the demonstrations, with Kremlin officials and state media presenters alleging that Western powers, mainly the United States, are behind the agitation. Donald Jensen, director of the United States Institute of Peace, a research organization, told the VOA's, the Voice of America's, Russian service that Washington is becoming a convenient pretext for accusations, although in reality it has very little to do with what is happening. This is a question for Russian President Vladimir Putin and the Russian people, and it is clear that a significant minority of Russians are unhappy. Now, Nikolai Patrushev, head of Russia's Security Council, has compared the Navalny protests to the popular Maidan uprising in Ukraine of 2013 through 2014, which he and other Kremlin officials also accused the West of fomenting. He told the state-owned weekly newspaper Argumenti ai Fakti, arguments and facts. That's what that translates into. He told them that the West needs Navalny to destabilize the situation in Russia for social upheavals, strikes, and new Maidans. What this can lead to we see in the example of Ukraine, which in essence has lost its independence. Talked about a warped view of reality. That brings us to the Maidan Revolt, which I've analyzed in depth in the past, and of course was propagandized by the Russians as some neo-Nazi overthrow of legitimate government, when, of course, the Ukrainians sided with the Third Reich during the Second World War, as did the White Russians, and, of course, both of them belong back in German orbit and out of Moscow's, where they'll be much happier and much more prosperous. Disinformation analysts are drawing comparisons to the Maidan Revolt, not as an example of Western intervention, but in terms of the Kremlin's information management strategy launched to try to save the Putinista ally, President Viktor Yanukovych, from ouster. At least this was the point at the time, at the beginning of the Russian threat of invasion. And 'twas at that time they proved that many of the same memes, tropes, and conspiracy theories dissimulated during the Maidan Revolt are being used now to try to shape a narrative discrediting pro-Navalny protesters. Now, in 2013, when hundreds of thousands of pro-Europe protesters occupied Kiev's Maidan to demand Yanukovych's resignation, Kremlin-controlled media portrayed the people behind the uprising as being opposed to traditional, socially conservative Russian values of family and religion. You know how the Republicans portray Democrats. And according to analysts, among the memes Russian disinformation channels broadcast were those conflating the agitation with homosexuality, warning of the risk that a homo dictatorship would be established in Ukraine. Kind of what the arch-conservatives in America and their red state Republicans say a homo dictatorship will be established in the United States by Democrats. Now, the protesters in the early days of the revolt were predominantly young, and their occupation of the Maidan, one of Kiev's central squares, was sparked by Yanukovych's decision not to sign an association agreement with the European Union. When Ukrainians view themselves far more European than they do as, well, a Russian satrap. And writing in his book entitled The Road to Unfreedom, the Yale academic Timothy Snyder noted that because the EU supports same-sex marriage, Russia's state-controlled media's, well, to quote him, the Russian propaganda machine's starting point was that the European Union was, ergo, homosexual. And so the Ukrainian movement toward Europe must be homosexual as well. In November and December of 2013, the Russia media covering the Maidan introduced the completely irrelevant theme of gay sex at every turn. That's what brings us to the new Russian catchphrase, political pedophilia. As the anti-Kremlin protests erupted these past few months in Moscow, St. Petersburg, and about 70 other towns across Russia, state-controlled media appeared again to color the political agitation with sexual politics, accusing protest leaders of political pedophilia, part of an official claim that most protesters were manipulated minors. You'll begin to notice the pattern here with Republican politics and their declaration of sex war against all liberal progressives, that we're somehow all part of a democratic child trafficking economy. All of this sources out of Russia. This is all based on the Russian catchphrase, political pedophilia. Now, sociologists have observed that the protesters in Russia in recent months come from a range of age groups, although some 25% were 18 to 25-year-olds, because the youth in Russia have no hope, no future. Nonetheless, Russian officials say Navalny and his supporters have been exploiting the vulnerability of children and the young, persuading them to demonstrate in the streets because there's plenty of homeless young Russian children abandoned by their parents and the state who do live in the sewers. So they're saying these kids are being dragged out of the sewers, where they stay warm in the sub-zero temperatures of Russia, and into the cold to protest. Valery Fediev, head of Putin's Human Rights Council, yes, they have a Human Rights Council, it's a running joke, has alleged that this is a serious child trafficking operation. You know, these protests against Putin. Which, of course, what does that remind you of? It reminds you of QAnon and the Republican claims that all Democrats are selling kids out of, you know, pizza shops and shit like that. All of this is the Russian operational handbook in operation. The TV presenter Dmitry Kiselyov, the head of Rossaya Sigodnya, complained on his marquee show, News of the Week, parroting that there are people who are so low they drag children into politics, like political pedophiles. Is this bad? It's horrible. Other presenters on Russian newscasts also tagged protesters as political pedophiles. It's the catchphrase that's passed out as a script. Disinformation analysts concur that the trigger term, pedophilia, with or without the qualifier political, is a charged word in Russia, as it is here. And they point out that the government has a long propaganda history of linking homosexuality with pedophilia. They say labeling protesters as pedophiles has to be understood within a larger state project of defining Russia's identity in terms of traditional values, delineating Russia from a Western world always portrayed by the Kremlin as dissolute and decadent. Zarin Harazian, an analyst at the Digital Forensic Research Lab, which studies disinformation campaigns as part of the Atlantic Council, a US-based research group, has confirmed such, and here I quoted her at length and verbatim. There's a long tradition of pro-Kremlin propaganda using homophobic rhetoric to discredit pro-democracy activism. I do think it's an attempt to paint opposition protests as Western and fundamentally at odds with traditional Russian values. The equating of homosexuality and pedophilia is based on common homophobic tropes of homosexuality as unnatural or in some way perverted. And beyond Maidan, these homophobic narratives have also been applied to protests in Armenia, Venezuela, Georgia, and elsewhere. It is hard to say if this tactic will work for a wide swath of Russians, but for those already receptive to anti-Western propaganda, it certainly is potent. Now, speaking on-site Davos, in closure of the opening month of this year, the Russian dictator addressed the World Economic Forum for the first time in 12 years, warning of a dark anti-utopia world, of global tension similar to the 1930s, what sparked World War II. Putin avoided mentioning his foe Navalny by name in that month's end speech to the World Economic Forum, but he warned against the destruction of traditional values, saying, "The social and values crisis is already having negative demographic consequences, from which mankind is at risk of losing entire civilizational and cultural continents." If you can buy that shit, which is like, what does that mean? Civilizational and cultural continents. That's it's at this point we're speaking into this is obviously ontological. This is what would be called eschatos. Eschatological narrative that has been confused and conflated with geography. Basically, of course, it goes back to a call for Holy Mother Russia. Now, Putin himself has defended Russia's anti-gay laws in the past by equating gays with pedophiles, saying Russia needs to cleanse itself of homosexuality, which, if you ask me, really shows his own insecurity with himself. I mean, I can't think of a less threatening people on earth than your average gay guy. But, you know, if a bunch of soft fairies are what keep you up at night afraid and sweating, would ask you why you're giving them so much attention. The end result is it's usually because these guys who are so homophobic are so scared of the fact that they keep getting erections. when looking at them, I suppose. Anyhow, Jacob Kolensky, who's or better yet, Putin himself, in September of 2013, or even before or right after that, now that I remember, in an interview in 2014 with ABC TV, on the eve of the Sochi Olympics, which is why I remember it so well, where, of course, you had an entire city built to house the Sochi Olympics, where Putin's face was plastered everywhere. You'd go into hotels and you'd see Putin's face framed in every room. They called it Putingrad. In fact, I think the city may still hold that name. That's when Putin suggested that gays are more likely to abuse children. And in September of 2013, the year before that, Putin had talked about the excesses of Western political correctness, which he said had reached the point where there are serious discussions on the registration of parties that have propaganda of pedophilia or propaganda of pedophilia as their objective. Because, of course, that's exactly what any political party would do to popularize itself, right? How would that make any sense? When would a political party say, let's do kids? Of course, no one would say that because that would not be a popular stance. But people believe it when you tell them that's what people are saying, which shows you how stupid people are. That brings us back to Jacob Kolensky, who's the senior fellow at the Atlantic Council and a colleague of the aforementioned Harazian, who's concluded that the Kremlin-controlled media's homophobic tropes are playing into the prejudices of some of the more conservative Russians. It's not just about influencing the audience, but also using the audience's prejudices to discredit the protests. Now, President Biden met with President Putin in this context of all this ongoing homophobia as the primary Russian position at the summit in Geneva midweek this week last. The agenda that was to be addressed: arms reduction, human rights, internet security, concerns of our NATO allies, including the Ukraine, health and climate issues, and other matters of worldly importance. And I could even say word import, or the importance of words. Stateside, well, Putin didn't find Biden as easy to handle, but I, for one, didn't expect it to make any difference. Let me explain myself and provide yourself as, complex or conflicted a analysis as possible after I check into the chat room here. Sarah Thomas says, thank you, Jameson. Hey, we don't know what she's thanking you about, but must have been your honesty with everything. Veronica Barrera says, buenas noches, dia todas. So, thank you, Senora Veronica. Yes, buenas noches a todas. All right, checking into the concurrent viewers. And we had an enormous spike there earlier. That was pretty interesting. And hopefully we're still retaining the number of people with the geopolitics. And hopefully they're learning something from it. As a matter of fact, I usually position this one screen over here. And Amor Fadi says, hola todos. Hello, everyone. Hola, Douglas. Hello, Douglas. Good night and buenas noches. Yes, same to you, Amor. Yes, wonderful person from Mexico. And yes, a lot of concurrent viewers, I'm happy to say, happy to report. All right, let me get back into my responsibilities here. And I hope people get what I'm saying. Understand where so much of this obsession with child trafficking in America's Republican conspiracy crowd all comes from the Russian influence that uses this at the basest level, and the Americans merely parrot them, regurgitate what they have to vomit. Finishing my tea here. And thank God that last swallow with all the... At the bottom, you get all of the dregs, the tea dust. It usually chokes my voice right out of me. So, anyhow, the United States President Joe Biden, who has been in office for 5 months by now, which is like... It's hard to believe. It's been that short a time. Prepared for his first summit meeting with Vladimir Putin. I believed he did the best he could. But think about what I'm saying. Biden has been president of the United States for 5 months by the time he saw Putin. Putin has been president of Russia, dictator thereof, for 18 of these past 22 years, and was only nominally out of office for those missing 4 years. So he's essentially been effectively running Russia for 22 fucking years by now. Now, very often, during the 45-year Cold War, between the American and Soviet empires, during the last century, American officials would confront and negotiate with Soviet counterparts who had been in office far longer, sometimes for decades. Few failed to acknowledge this fact alone put the Americans at a comparative disadvantage. Nonetheless, the American empire eventually prevailed and celebrated the collapse of the USSR after President Ronald Reagan goaded the Soviets into a military spending contest their tottering, inefficient, and completely corrupt economy could never sustain. Now, just about a decade after the resulting fall of the Berlin Wall, Putin took over in Moscow, and he has been in charge at the Kremlin ever since. He has seen American presidents come and go, from gullible George W. Bush, the retard, to aloof Barack Obama, to the obsequious puppet Donald Trump. You may recall Trump's first formal summit meeting with Putin. It took place in Helsinki, Finland, still less than 3 years ago. America, the NATO alliance, and indeed most of the world was still smarting then from the brazen Russian invasion and seizure of the Crimea from Ukraine 4 years earlier. The Russians followed up that aggression by steadily increasing the heat on a long simmering dispute along part of Ukraine's extensive eastern border with Russia. That insurgency continues to be stoked by Putin today, in all defiance of resolute Western criticism and intermittent imposition of economic sanctions on Russia. When Trump and Putin met in Helsinki in July of 2018, many observers and Trump's own national security staff expected him to lodge protests with Putin against the Crimean invasion, as well as to remonstrate with the Russian president against interference by Moscow in the 2016 American election. Neither happened. What did happen was that the following exchange occurred at the joint U.S.-Russia press conference following a 2-hour private meeting between Trump and Putin that was totally off camera and never recorded. We have no idea what was said. And that's when Jonathan Lemire of the Associated Press asked his question. Now, this is transcript readily available that I've called up on screen, but the relevance of it has not faded. John Lemire asked Donald Trump, "President Trump, you first. Just now, President Putin denied having anything to do with the electoral interference in 2016. Every U.S. intelligence agency has concluded that Russia did, in fact, interfere. My first question for you, sir, is who do you believe? My second question is, would you now, with the whole world watching, tell President Putin, would you denounce what happened in 2016, and would you want him never to do it again? And Trump responded, my people came to me, to Director of National Intelligence, Dan Coates. They came to me and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin here. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be Russia. I have great confidence in my intelligence people, but I will tell you that President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial. In the wake of that summit meeting, Trump's own national security staff confessed to reporters that they couldn't figure out how to respond to press questions because no notes were ever retained after the president's private discourse. Everything he said was literally between him and his handler, Vladimir Putin. Lemire, the AP reporter who asked the question of Trump, has meantime become practically a cast member for MSNBC's popular Morning Joe program that remains one of ex-President Trump's most strident and consistent critics. At the time of the 2019 summit, few could fathom Trump's astonishing fealty to Putin. Many observers speculated the wily Russian must possess damaging evidence of Trump's supposed indiscretions on his numerous trips to Moscow to promote a grandiose hotel development project there by the Trump Organization. Trump actually responded to reporters on this rumor once, saying, well, if Putin does have any evidence, it must have been from a long time ago. Not a particularly convincing denial. The whole story, the whole sorry summit meeting farce from 3 years agone still plays an inordinate role. Certainly did so in establishing the context for this last week's presidential summit meeting, at which Joe Biden wished to demonstrate again that he is not Donald Trump. Putin wished to show, like all Russian autocrats do, on such a stage with the world watching, that he is not some kind of junior partner to the Americans. Now, both sides have accordingly tried to limit expectations that anything dramatic would result from this latest summit meeting. And as if to emphasize the total unlikelihood of any real progress, Putin chose to gratuitously offer, the week before last, his assessment of the January 6th riots at the U.S. Capitol building during which Trump's cultists marched from a rally at which he spracketh to Capitol Hill and invaded the legislative home of these United States. So, responding to a question at an international economic conference in St. Petersburg, Putin criticized American prosecutors for their pursuit of the January 6th rioters, opining that these rioters are not looters or thieves. These people came with political requests. I'm not giving any evaluations of the actual event. I'm talking about what followed after. Now, as we all know, they were indeed looters and thieves. They stole federal documents, federal property. Biden is drawing on earlier summit scenarios. Certainly was in his lead up to what happened this week last. And in a carefully orchestrated sequence leading up to the meeting itself, Biden did his best to demonstrate American and Allied strength and unity. And as Joe Biden wrote in the Washington Post, he said, "We'll advance that agenda at every stop. In the United Kingdom, I will affirm the special relationship between our countries. Then I will participate in the G7 summit of the world's leading economies. In Brussels at the NATO summit, I will affirm the U.S. unwavering commitment to the alliance. I'll also meet with the President of the European Commission and the President of the European Council to ensure that market democracies write the 21st century rules around trade and technology. Now, the list of current American grievances with Russia is actually pretty impressive. We've got Russian-based hackers that have been implicated in economic disruptions in these United States, ranging from mischievous to downright malevolent, culminating in the recent interruptions of petroleum deliveries in much of these United States. Crimea is still illegally occupied by Russia. Americans of both political parties generally acknowledge Putin's operatives did interfere in the 2016 elections decisively, rendering Trump a presidency he did not fairly win. The Russians continue to make mischief, and worse, for Western interests in the Middle East. And Biden pushed the American human rights agenda along the lines set out by President Jimmy Carter nearly half a hundred years ago at the height of the Cold War. Putin predictably responded with criticism of American interference in Russian internal affairs. And both presidents, ex-KGB agent Putin and the ex-hawkish Senator Biden, found themselves on eerily familiar ground from Cold War days. Now, perhaps from that familiar comfort, the two leaders found a path to some significant progress, but I haven't bet too much on it. Honestly, in one way, you could say this was a big loss for Vladimir Putin. The visuals, the body language, and the setting all converged to help President Joe Biden achieve what he wanted. Not only from his much-hyped summit with Russian President Vladimir Putin, but from a week of pivotal meetings with American allies. From the start of the Geneva summit, Biden looked confident and relaxed. In contrast, Putin, who has made an art of appearing smug and almost bored, looked tense and on his guard. Then Biden took the initiative, extending his hand first to Vladimir Putin, who walked over to grasp it, which is considered by the Chinese a sign of submission. This is why when Mao Zedong had a photograph taken of him welcoming Nixon to China, the photograph was intentionally taken where Mao stood stock still, so Nixon had to walk over to him to shake his hand. So the Chinese took that as indicative of Mao's superior position, that the foreigner has to come to me. This was how Putin would have played out to any Asians watching, such as his Chinese allies. The summit mattered, of course, but it was in the dueling press conferences where Putin helped Biden achieve his objectives. That's because Biden's meeting with Putin had two goals. One was about managing American relations with Russia. The other was the overarching theme of his European trip and, in fact, of Biden's presidency, strengthening democracy by drawing a sharp distinction between us and authoritarianism, all the while persuading the world that democracy is the superior model. Now, in his press conference, Putin, in true autocratic form, took responsibility for nothing and tried ham-handedly to defend himself from accusations of human rights abuses by highlighting social problems in these United States. Now, perhaps after years of repressing an independent media in Russia, he has completely lost his ability to answer any tough questions, such as those asked by American journalists, habitually. An ABC News reporter asked, "If all of your political opponents are dead, in prison, poisoned, doesn't that send a message that you don't want a fair political fight?" But Putin once again sidestepped the question, comparing January 6th insurrectionists in the United States with democratic dissidents his government is repressing in Russia, a comparison Biden has rightly called ridiculous. While Putin answered every question about repression and human rights with his classic whataboutism, talking about all that's wrong with these United States, Biden, when he spracketh to the media, explained that he told Putin his agenda is not against Russia, but for the American people, adding that means he still has a responsibility to speak about human rights. Now, critics have said that Biden erred by raising Putin's standing with a global summit. After all, Putin is the autocratic leader of a shrinking economy, little bigger than Spain's, and a per capita income that's actually much smaller than Costa Rica's. But Russia, a nuclear-armed empire, has become an active enemy of democracy in the West. It works to discredit the system and make it dysfunctional. And it has succeeded to such an extent that much of the Republican Party now propagates the very disinformation Russian hackers used to have to work hard to pump. By meeting with Putin and letting him showcase his signature evasive style, Biden was able to use the Russian president as a prop, a show and tell for his campaign to demonstrate that authoritarianism is a malign force. Yes, the two leaders reached some agreements, such as allowing withdrawn ambassadors to return to their assigned capitals and committing to launching a strategic dialogue to prevent an accidental war. They will also seek progress on nuclear arms control, possible prisoner releases, and other areas. Still, overall, the meeting was a loss for Vladimir Putin, who sounded defensive and even cryptic. He refused to utter opposition leader Alexei Navalny's name, blaming him for his own predicament amid a slew of falsehoods, and he denied any responsibility for recent cyber attacks in these United States. And yet he went out of his way to say he respects Biden, calling him an experienced statesman, very different from President Trump. Well, that's a comparison sure to hurt his predecessor. Biden looked satisfied when it was all over, appearing convinced that he had drawn some clear red lines in the roughly 160 minutes of face-to-face meetings. The visual contrast could not have been sharper from the last Russo-American summit. The Russian president so self-satisfied, the U.S. president looking cowed and making such counterproductive comments that Trump's own advisor at the time, Fiona Hill, said she considered faking a medical emergency. A loud, blood-curdling scream to make it stop. Instead of the acquiescent, slumping former president, Biden looked invigorated against the bright outdoor backdrop. He explained why it's important for the two countries to work together where possible and to try to manage their differences when they can. Biden said he gave Putin a list of 16 key American entities, defined as critical infrastructure, that are off limits for cyber attacks. As he prepared to leave, a reporter asked him if a military response by the United States would be an option for a ransomware attack. And Biden's answer was, "We didn't discuss a military response." However, if Navalny dies in prison, Biden warned the consequences of that would be devastating for Russia. in what looked like a slip-up, the U.S. president did lose his temper near the end of his presser. CNN's Caitlin Collins had asked why he's confident that Putin will change his behavior, and Biden snapped back, "I'm not confident he'll change his behavior." Now, he later said he shouldn't have been such a wise guy and owed Collins an apology. Putin may have felt he secured the image he craves, that of an equal to these United States. But widen the lens beyond Geneva, beyond Russia, and this summit was part of a larger Biden agenda. So before heading back home, Biden declared, "I did what I came to do." And with that, Biden wrapped up his first international trip, having started the process of fortifying the alliances Trump had eroded, raising the world's trust in American leadership, and successfully drawing a contrast between an autocratic, repressive dictator in power because he has crushed all his opponents, and a democratically elected one, battling the anti-democratic forces at home and abroad. Putin, of course, argued that he got exactly what he wanted from Biden in Geneva, because even before the U.S. President Joe Biden met with his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin, expectations were low. And beyond some basic commitments on reinstating diplomats and agreeing to open constructive dialogue with the U.S. on issues like cybersecurity and foreign policy, Putin gave us no indication that the two leaders' first face-to-face meeting on Wednesday had compelled a change of heart. No number of friendly words, it seems, will stop the Russian dictator from continuing to forcefully pursue his political agenda both at home in Russia and abroad with near total impunity. Now, despite saying at the top of his press conference that he didn't think there was any kind of hostility between himself and Joe Biden, Vlad Putin launched into a familiar diatribe of anti-U.S. whataboutism to deflect criticism of the Russian Imperial Federation. And when asked by CNN about cyber attacks on American institutions coming from Russian soil, Putin brought up cyber attacks on Russia. "As far as cybersecurity is concerned, we agreed that we would begin consultations on that issue, and I believe that it is extraordinarily important. Obviously, both sides have to assume certain obligations there." And when probed on Russian domestic politics, Putin repeatedly criticized America's stability and moral standing, pointing to the January 6th Capitol insurrection and killing of George Floyd. He said, "For many black people in America, you don't have time to open your mouth and you are shot dead." Yeah, you can imagine what would happen to a black guy in Russia. He'd be shot dead before he even opened his mouth. Yes. Now, when asked about Russia's crackdown on domestic political opposition, in particular the arrest of Alexei Navalny, the Russian dictator even suggested that the well-known dissident actually wanted to get arrested. It's like some guy saying, "When I raped her, she was begging for it." Well, actually, what Putin said, even though the message was the same, "This man knew that he was breaking the law of Russia. He has been twice convicted. He wanted consciously to break the law. He did exactly what he wanted to do. So what kind of discussion can we be having about him?" Now, on the subject of Russia's illegal invasion and annexation of Crimea, Putin claimed that his country's military activity in the region was entirely in line with international law, and that Americans, in fact, were the aggressor for building up capabilities on the Russian frontier. And on that sensitive matter of Ukraine joining NATO, he said there was nothing to discuss. Now, regular observers of the Russian president are accustomed to this level of confidence and dismissiveness. Putin is a man so secure in his absolute power at home that he can walk into a meeting with the most powerful person on earth with virtually nothing to lose. So you might ask what Putin walked away with. Well, the optics of the summit were, from the Russian perspective, almost tailored to suit Putin's domestic needs. The meetings were requested by the United States, which, as far as the Kremlin is concerned, confirms that Putin is a leader of similar stature to the American president. And that's why Oleg Ignatov, Crisis Group's senior Russia analyst based in Moscow, said, "This is exactly what the Kremlin wants, to talk to the US as equals and in such a way that the other side does not demand a change of position as a condition of dialogue. There is no doubt that Putin will continue to test Biden if the dialogue deadlocks or develops in a direction that is disadvantageous to Moscow. This is not yet the beginning of the normalization of relations. It is a pause in their further deterioration." Now, however counterintuitive it might be for Putin to poke the US president in the eye later down the line, the Russian dictator's every action is done with a view to how it will play for him domestically. Keir Giles, senior consulting fellow of the Russia and Eurasia program at Chatham House, has pointed out that standing up to the US has been a large part of Putin's success at home. And he said his robust response to both to softball questions from tame Russian media and to challenges from foreign journalists will win points at home from those Russians who share his conviction that it is the West who is the dangerous, unpredictable, aggressive partner in the relationship. Of course, Wednesday's events also play into a longer narrative that has taken hold over the past decade, that the West, no matter how hard it talks on Russia, has been completely incapable of reining in Putin and his allies. In the eyes of Putin's opponents, there have been insufficient repercussions for a man who poisons political opponents, meddles in other countries' elections, supports the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad in bombing his own country, and has annexed foreign territory with impunity. In the eyes of many of his own cultists, Putin's meeting with the US president will look like proof that Russia's top dog is entirely justified in his actions. They can argue that he has reasonably agreed to work with the US on big international issues like security and restored conventional diplomatic channels, and he managed to do so while highlighting the flaws in American society and defending his own. The summit has also given Putin an opportunity to pause the fallout from deteriorating relations between Moscow and DC, as the US might now be reluctant to place additional economic sanctions on Russia or reprimand Putin for arresting dissenters at home, all of which could be useful when Russia holds parliamentary elections later this year. In short, Putin went to Geneva and got exactly what he wanted. And he left Switzerland with a huge diplomatic victory simply by turning up. Yet rest assured, by the fact that Russia is becoming increasingly irrelevant on the global stage, a minor and unstable actor, and Russia's harsh condemnation of Israel. What does that mean for the future? The most recent flare-up of hostilities between Israel and Hamas, you know, the one with all the arson balloons that have been inspired by my release of information, has produced a number of new developments, both of a tactical and strategic nature. Of the latter, Russia's harsh condemnation of Israel's actions is the most concerning of them all and requires the close attention of Israel's policymakers. Russia's official attitude toward Israel has never been well articulated. Yet for most of the past 30 years, it has been a mix of reserved understanding and ambivalence. Though such tough language directed at Israel has not been heard since the days of the Soviet Union, it is still very premature to declare Russia returning to its Middle East policies of the Cold War. Nevertheless, the development needs to be thoroughly analyzed and well understood, and its causes are numerous and vastly different. After almost a quarter of a century, 25 years of absence from or 24 years, I mean to say, from a direct involvement in the Middle East, Russia in 2015 successfully intervened in the Syrian civil war and saved Bashar Assad's auto-genocidal regime. Now, Russia is deeply entrenched in the area with its own political and economic interests. From the day Russia's forces landed in Syria, Israel realized the significance of the event and crafted a very cautious and accommodating policy vis-à-vis Moscow. The goal was to clearly delineate the areas of interest of both parties and ways to address potential friction points, such as bombing of Iranian targets by Israel. Now, that approach proved to be a success for the Israelis, short of the accidental downing of a Russian plane by a Syrian missile presented as Israeli provocation. Yet the nuanced cooperation between Israel and Russia survived that accident. However, many astute observers of the Russian press noticed a change in the tone of Russia's coverage of Israel. The warm facade of the previous 2 decades, of the last 20 years, melted away and gave place to terse statements of the official communique. Henry Kissinger once famously quipped, "Israel has no foreign policy, only a domestic policy." Russia, on the other hand, does not have a domestic policy. Everything that happens in the country is either failure of the foreign conspirators or their triumph. Moscow's officialdom, with Putin at its head, strongly believes in the West's, and the United States' in particular, eternal conspiracy to destroy Mother Russia. This belief permeates every action of Russia's government. The past decade has seen a dramatic escalation in this schizophrenic view of the world, thus almost eliminating all nuance, relatively common in the 12 previous decades, from Moscow's foreign policy. Israel is now becoming a victim of this return to the old Soviet view of the world. As Russia's Zeitgeist, its spirit of the times, divides countries between friends and foes, Israel is finding it is extremely difficult to pretend to be a neutral player between Russia and the United States. There is also a question of eternal Russian Judeophobia that has not magically disappeared after the fall of the Soviet Union. It is absolutely true that today's Russia does not practice government-sponsored Judeophobia. All unwritten rules governing the lives of Jews, or the Jews in Russia, are gone. Yet, on the personal level, that centuries-old affectation has never left Russia proper. The past decade has seen higher echelons of Moscow bureaucracy saturated with former military, security, and intelligence officials. In the Soviet days, those were organizations most notorious for the anti-Judaic attitudes. The folks joining Russia's government these days are of the age that allowed them to spend a good few decades in the ideological and cultural confines of the old system. They enter the Kremlin with their old preconceived notions and start drafting policies that may resemble the glory days of their early careers. Their fingerprints are clearly visible across the entire depth and breadth of Russia's foreign policy. There is perhaps nothing Israel can do to stop Russia's drift away from being a semi-friendly world power to the Israeli state. The large number of former Russian citizens residing in Israel is irrelevant to the big game Russia is trying to play in the Middle East. Yet with the United States' direct involvement in the region receding or even completely disappearing if Biden can have his way, Israel must play for time and do its utmost not to alienate the newfound Russo satellite status Syrian neighbor across the Golan Heights. That area covers under 1,000 square miles and offers expansive views over Syria and Israel, giving it strategic military importance, of course. Because, as history teaches us all, time is rarely on Russia's side. The Communist Chinese Empire is our new international challenge. China's economic maturation into a consumer economy is a gut punch to Russia's economic model. And so, let me try to articulate Russia's losing bet on communist China in a post-COVID world. Russia's economy made out better than expected during the crisis last year. Aggregate GDP, its gross domestic product, only dropped in the range of 3.5% to 4%, despite the worst forecasts. Of course, when you're at rock bottom, it's hard to go any lower. You've already hit the ground. The Kremlin made do, they made do with the relatively limited crisis spending measures, betting on China and other economies to recover quickly enough to isolate the economic damage instead. And although oil and natural gas, still Russia's primary exports, took a shellacking until the last few months of the year, Moscow lucked out. A broad range of non-oil and gas commodities, including gold, entered a bull market by summer, aided by a $500 billion fiscal stimulus package in May from Communist China. Now, Red China's spending was geared toward investment and businesses, many of which produce goods for export or build homes and infrastructure. And while economies the world over, including Russia, struggled with multiple waves of infections, lockdowns, and constraints on services demand, Red China's exports of goods surged to record levels by December, a surplus of $78 billion in December alone. Ironically, it was the underdevelopment of small and medium-sized businesses and services in the Russian economy that spared the Russian policymakers a much steeper price tag in stimulus spending. The good news, however, stops there. For the past decade, over the last 10 years, Red China has done more than any other economy to sustain Russia's oil export earnings and thus its economic model. China alone accounted for just over half of the growth of global oil demand between 2008 and 2019. Red China's consumer recovery has lagged behind that of its industrial recovery from the worst of the crisis. And while the economy is finally approaching balance, it's still locked into a structurally slowing growth rate. Now, refining giant Sinopec is now forecasting China's petroleum product demand to peak by 2025 because of the impact of coronavirus and accelerated adoption of electric vehicles. No one is certain of what comes next for energy markets, but one thing is clear. This shock is nothing like the global financial crisis, and the odds of a longer-run return to high oil prices are slim at best. The Kremlin has exhausted Russia's growth potential with its current economic structure. As China's role underpinning energy demand and the composition of its growth change post-COVID-19, Moscow will have to grapple with its domestic policy failures. So, the only thing they can shout is supply-siders of the world unite. You know, any substantial economic recovery in Russia requires higher oil prices, realistically in the range of $60 to $65 a barrel, in order to generate a mix of excess budget revenues and higher intermediate demand for goods and services to sustain the stagnant type of growth seen in 2018 through 2019. Oil is currently above $150 a barrel, but concerns about Europe's vaccine rollout woes and more infectious strains of COVID-19 are weighing down any positive outlook. Russia's supply-side management of the oil market within OPEC+, the oil-producing exportation cartel, along its kind of observer participants, help stabilize the oil market, but exacerbates the problems created by taking part in production cuts. They've become a necessity to manage budget deficits, the ruble exchange rate, and the health of the country's currency reserves and banking sector by pushing up prices. But the cuts reduce domestic demand for goods and services, spilling over into other sectors including manufacturing, which experienced its first net contraction since 2009, but yesteryear. Ensuring oil price stability by paring back output ends up squeezing growth because it suppresses domestic demand. Russia's trade surplus reflects its dependence on external demand for its main resource exports to drive growth and its business cycle. What's interesting is that just as oil and gas prices began the slow process of stabilization in May through to June, Russia went from surplus to a trade deficit with communist China. The deficit then widened, reaching $5.5 billion for the month of November. It seems that Red China's exporter-centric stimulus pushed more production into Russia, likely aided by a better exchange rate than the euro against the ruble. But a deficit in the longer run is a problem for Moscow. The trouble stems from what Russia's trying to export more of, how it affects its domestic economy, and how bilateral trade interacts with Russia's energy export dependence. And that's why they've gone agro, or agricultural, as in agro-industrial. Normally, a bilateral trade deficit is irrelevant. Countries' trade balances reflect how much they produce versus how much they consume, and whatever excess or deficit they have with one country gets distributed with others. But in Russia's case, a trade deficit with communist China reflects a post-Crimea shift. European companies, as well as Asian firms with supply chains in Red China, moved to grab market share or relocate production from Europe after the ruble devalued in 2014 through 2015. The West applied sanctions, and Russia then applied counter-sanctions on agricultural imports from Europe. Deficits with Red China are harder to make up elsewhere, as Europe's prolonged recession and environmental policies are accelerating the destruction of demand for Russia's energy exports longer term. That means more agricultural exports. One of Russia's few areas of competitive advantage are needed to restore more balance for trade with the Communist Chinese Empire. But there's a problem with agricultural exports at the moment. Wheat prices shot up last year as more food was consumed at home, record summer heat affected harvests, and Russian export quotas squeezed international prices. Russia is the world's largest wheat exporter and saw a harvest of 132.9 million tons last year, a 9.7% increase over 2019. Despite the high production levels, prices for basic goods like bread and pasta began to rise significantly toward the end of 2020 because of the influence of export prices on the rates producers quoted domestically. This was politically sensitive. Rising prices have reduced disposable incomes by nearly 5%. Russia's response has been to impose stricter export quotas, higher tariffs on wheat exports, and to set price controls. All of these are likely to worsen shortages while trying to force trade partners to eat price increases and absorb inflation that would otherwise be happening in Russia domestically. That doesn't inspire confidence for CHICOM, or Chinese Communist policymakers, to expand Russia's market access at the same time they're improving it slowly for Central Asia's food exporters. Even as Russia expands agricultural exports to Red China, it's unclear they'll be able to offset what could become a consistent, if small, trade deficit. It's all about reaching maturity. Now, Beijing faces a host of challenges at home in trying to preserve a sustainable recovery after the COVID crisis passes. Fears that a real estate bubble collapse could contract gross domestic product by as much as 5 to 10% prompted curbs on bank loans for property, likely to slow down growth in the year ahead. More state firms are being allowed to default, deflating some risks in the financial sector, but also worrying some investors. Newer lockdowns are also likely to hurt consumer spending, still weaker than it should be. While the Communist Chinese Empire plowed ahead in 2020 and lifted the Russian economy thereby, that dynamic is changing in 2021. Slower growth lies ahead. Red China's economic maturation into a consumer economy is a gut punch to Russia's economic model. Without strong external demand growth for oil and gas, Russians face a decline in their standards of living as state policy refuses to stimulate domestic demand while protecting large sectors from trade competition. Sino-Russian relations are long past the point of needing symbols of close ties. Follow the money. Most Red Chinese investors remain skeptical of Russian investments. Most joint projects are politicized, and trade is still tightly controlled. Red China gains far more from the status quo than revanchist, revisionist Russia. Such having been established, I trust that our president did not act like Trump at the Helsinki meeting in 2018. In fact, this brings us to the question of what Putin had over Trump. I believe Lena Shea said it best when she said he doesn't need to have anything. No videos of Russian prostitutes urinating on Trump or anything else. He just told Trump straight out that he would kill him if Trump deviated from course. And I believe Lena Shea is right. And Trump turned Russia into a partisan issue. So this week's high-profile summit between President Joe Biden and Russian President Vladimir Putin was markedly different from the meetings between Putin and Biden's predecessor, Donald Trump, in every way. The former president was largely seen as craven, obsequious, sycophantic towards Putin, while Biden is definitely not. In fact, Trump was so obsequiously sycophantic with Putin that he took an issue, Russia itself, that was either bipartisan or one on which Republicans were more skeptical, and turned it into a partisan one, with Republicans more inclined to be on Russia's side. And that still holds true today. Let's start with basic favorability ratings. A full quarter, 25% of Republicans viewed Russia favorably in a Gallup poll taken in February. Just 16% of Democrats did. This is about the same as it was last year, when 27% of Republicans and 16% of Democrats had a favorable view towards Russia. Now, to put this full quarter, or 25% of all Republicans who love Russia better than America, in perspective, only about 10% of Republicans hold a favorable view of Joseph Biden in Gallup polling. That means 2.5 times more Republicans would rather live in Russia or have Russia administer the United States than have Joe Biden president. The partisan split on Russia is far different from what we had seen previously. From 1974 to 1994 and 2013 to 2016 in Gallup and General Social Survey data, Democrats and Republicans pretty much always had the same favorable rating of Russia, or the former Soviet Union. The maximum difference near the end of the Cold War in 1985 was when Democrats were 7 points more likely to hold a favorable view of the Soviet Union than the Republicans were. The partisan split holds for Vladimir Putin himself. Like with Russia, Americans of all stripes haven't had a lot of confidence in Vlad Putin doing the right thing in world affairs in recent years. Republicans, however, were more likely to have less confidence, 80% so saying, than Democrats, 74% in 2015, according to the Pew Research Center. This year, Democrats were 9 points more likely to express lack of confidence at 87% in Putin than Republicans were at 78%. This 78% is only slightly worse than the 72% of Republicans who lack confidence in Biden's ability to do the right thing in world affairs on our side of the hemisphere, in this hemisphere of the world. Now, indeed, like with Russia as a whole, other polling indicates that Republicans are more likely to hold a favorable view of Putin than of Biden. Putting views of Russia into Americans' world perspective, Gallup has been asking Americans who the United States' greatest enemy is since 2001. The partisan split in this year's Gallup poll was the largest in the last 20 years, with 47% of Democrats saying Russia and just 6% of Republicans saying the same thing. Back in 2016, Democrats and Republicans saw Russia basically the same way. About 15% of Americans, 16% of Republicans, and 14% of Democrats indicated that they saw Russia as America's greatest enemy. In fact, an examination of Gallup data reveals that there was never a difference of more than 3 points between how Democrats and Republicans viewed Russia between 2001 and 2016. When it comes to what to do about Russia, Democrats, at 50%, are far more likely to say we need to make limiting their power a top priority than Republicans at 33% in Pew polling. That's basically the same as it was 2 years ago, when the split was 52% of Democrats and 32% of Republicans arguing we needed to limit Russian power and influence. As Slate's William Salatin has pointed out, this has had far-reaching impacts in terms of what Americans want us to do in foreign policy. Fewer Republicans, at 60%, want us to keep our commitment to NATO or increase than at any point since 1974, according to the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. Democrats, meanwhile, are at one of their highest support for NATO commitment in the last 45 years. Putin, of course, is not a fan of NATO. The question is what happens in the upcoming years as we get further away from Trump's time in office. Interestingly, Americans have shifted their opinion more on Russia in the last 20 years than most other countries that we've had hostile relations with, such as Iran and North Korea. At the beginning of this century, a majority of Americans actually had a favorable view of Russia. It's at least possible that with some time and a different president, opinions may shift again. But officials are warning about that foreign interference. But unlike in 2016, the greater threat came from the White House, when Trump became the biggest source of disinformation in 2020. It seemed like the nightmare of 2016 all over again. On the 21st of October, less than 2 weeks before Election Day, U.S. intelligence and law enforcement officials convened a last-minute press conference to warn that foreign adversaries were once again interfering in American democracy. And John Ratcliffe, the director of national intelligence, warned that both Russia and Iran had obtained access to voter information that could be used to cause confusion, sow chaos, and undermine your confidence in American democracy, while Iran specifically was spreading false tales about allegedly fraudulent ballots and sending spoofed emails purporting to contain threats from the Proud Boys, designed to intimidate voters, incite social unrest, and damage President Trump. That was everything that Democrats and disinformation experts have been warning about over the last 4 years, except, well, not quite. The email operation had been relatively small and immediately debunked, while voter roll information is either public or easy to obtain. The New York Times itself reported that senior intelligence officials quickly raised doubts about Ratcliffe's emphasis on the threat from Iran over Russia and questioned whether his motives for the public announcement were political. After all, when it comes to intimidating voters or inciting social unrest, nothing has had more impact than the constant drumbeat of lies and disinformation from Donald Trump himself. Years of preparation by the press, social media platforms, and civil society groups for a foreign interference campaign against the U.S. electoral process have been upended by the bizarre reality that the biggest threat to American democracy right now is almost certainly our late commander-in-chief, and that his primary mode of attack is is a concerted disinformation campaign. Now, because how much impact can a few thousand faked emails telling voters in Florida and Alaska to vote for Trump or else have on voters compared with Trump directly ordering the Proud Boys, a neo-nationalist street gang, to stand back and stand by before a television audience of 73 million people? And what kind of false tale of voter fraud could Iran possibly seed that could undermine Americans' faith in the electoral process more than the disinformation about voter fraud and mail-in ballots coming straight from the White House when Trump was inside, and Trump's campaign ever since he's been kicked out? That's what brings us to social media tactics today. Russia's Desinformatia, its disinformation campaign in the 2016 presidential election, had two main vectors: a social media campaign to sow division and distrust among voters, and a hack and leak operation that resulted in the theft of and publication of emails and documents stolen from Democrats and Hillary Clinton's campaign. That hack and leak operation was incredibly successful, with caches of stolen material proving irresistible both for the mainstream press and for reactionary, conservative personated reactionary agents provocateurs and conspiracy theorists. The 2020 iteration of the hack and leak tactic, Trump's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, pushing dubious emails and text messages supposedly obtained from a hard drive linked to Joe Biden's son Hunter, had proven itself, ultimately has proven itself something of a damp squib, however, and the top newspapers, having debunked and deflated Giuliani's claims, and the idea of the pilfered hard drive having failed to capture the public's interest in the same way that troves of stolen emails did. But while the Trump re-election campaign may have failed to capture the magic, or recapture the magic of 2016, the black magic when it comes to hacked emails, the president had taken Russia's 2016 social media playbook and supercharged it from within the power of the White House while he held it. And late yesteryear's disinformation efforts on social media took the aim at familiar societal fault lines. Now, both Russian operatives and the Trump campaign in 2016 targeted black voters with messages designed to depress enthusiasm for Clinton and suppress their votes. And similar efforts, especially those targeting black women, were underway this last election, of campaigns such as Blexit and Walk Away. Shireen Mitchell, a disinformation researcher and founder of Stop Online Violence Against Women, has said, "There are groups working to basically remove us from the Democratic Party and tell us a story that matches what we're going through, speaks our language." Now, one version of black voter suppression that Mitchell was monitoring encouraged people to hashtag vote down ballot, but abstain from voting for either presidential candidate because both candidates are the same. The same old mantra of disempowerment, often alongside the hashtag ADOS, all in the uppercase, ADOS, which stands for American Descendants of Slaves. Jacobo Licona, a disinformation researcher for Equus Labs, said he was tracking prominent far-right Latino Facebook pages, pushing false information about voting and anti-Black Lives Matter messages, and has so noted that efforts to paint Biden as a socialist are also particularly effective among Cuban and Venezuelan immigrant communities because of their anti-communism. The false idea that Biden is a socialist or communist is also a tactic in messages targeting Asian American voters, One apparently effective attack suggesting that Biden had opposed accepting refugees after the Vietnam War is spread like wildfire within the Vietnamese American community. The source of the canard appeared to be a Washington Examiner article that was published in 2019, but went viral on Facebook in October of yesteryear with, well, by the way, I want people to understand that Biden, when I did follow up on the subject, did support allowing Vietnamese refugees to come to the United States, while Trump has attacked all forms of immigration, including reducing the number of refugees admitted each year to an all-time low that we've never recovered from. Now, Tu Quoc, an epidemiologist who helped to found Pivot, which is a progressive volunteer organization fighting misinformation among Vietnamese Americans through a bilingual fact-check website, is quoted as saying, "Older Vietnamese were especially angry about that. It takes a lot of deep work to continue these conversations because it's so deeply embedded to be anti-communist, and conservatives feed off that to paint Biden and Kamala Harris as communists." Now, the tech platforms, after belatedly and begrudgingly admitting their tools had been used to ill ends in 2016 by hostile foreign powers, have made reforms that make some of the old tactics obsolete. The Trump campaign's 2016 use of Facebook to target black voters with voting deterrence messages that were confirmed by a Channel 4 investigation is the kind of digital dirty trickery that should no longer be possible. Now, such reforms may be one reason Trump has become so openly, has been so openly fanning the flames of political violence, whether through his debate message to the Proud Boys or his call for his supporters to become poll watchers at the time that the election was going down. All of this, of course, is important towards what will happen with the midterms that are coming up. By the way, let me give a quick check here into the live stream. And Amor Fadi says, "Love geopolitics." Thank you. That's good. I seem to be holding numbers, so that's important. And okay then. Eva Rivers Libby says, "I saw a movie that is deception arts to play the public of both espionage, hacked citizenship. This is a fraud and bad influence to public naivete. Play circuit clowns." Thank you, honey. Not quite sure what to make of that, but I'll review that again later and see if that makes sense to me when I sober up. But definitely appreciate your participating and continue to do so. Yes, by all means. Okay. In terms of the time we have remaining, let me check that. We've been on for 8.5 hours, so that means we've got, holy shit, 3.5 hours left. And, oh my God, imagine that. Let me see if I can make that last 8.5. Let me check if I got my math right. And I know I do, but that's a lot of time to fill. I guess I could try. So, we'll go on with the theme for right now and see if I can keep my steam up. Now, how did I get the live stream over here? Here we are. Let me change that around. There we are. That's much better. Always love checking into all of these sites to compare the screens where I see what the activity is. And, okay then. In terms of the Trump campaign that has essentially never stopped since Election Day, Joan Donovan, the research directoress at Harvard's Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy, has observed that they've had to adapt to a more mass media strategy. If you can't utilize those other mechanisms, then you have to use the megaphone. So that's what's gone on with the Republican cult. Whitney Phillips, a professor at Syracuse University, and the authoress of The Oxygen of Amplification. How's that for the title of a book? The Oxygen of Amplification, which is a report, actually. It examines how the press served the purposes of media manipulators, trolls, and hate groups in 2016. She's attested that Trump's blatant racism and ugly attacks on black women, including the Democratic vice presidential nominee at the time, now, thank the gods, our vice presidentress, Kamala Harris, and the Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, could also have the effect of suppressing turnout among black voters simply by demoralizing people and inducing despair. Herself so saying, well, let me quote as her at length here, and verbatim. If certain people feel crushed under the weight of so much bullshit, Trump is going to be the one to benefit. I'm sure that there is some foreign influence stuff happening and we might know more about it later. But you don't see the same kind of credulous, knee-jerk, out-of-control amplification that you saw in 2016. So much of the pollution is trickling down from the White House itself, and people have been absolutely overwhelmed with falsehoods and confusion over COVID and ballots. When people get overwhelmed, they either fight or flee. Trump is making it almost impossible for people not to get totally burned out and disgusted. Now, she was bringing this up before the November election, which pushed Trump out of the White House. But the reason it's relevant is because we're still all about controlling the narrative. Even as volunteers like Kwok were working to fight false narratives and voter confusion ahead of Election Day, experts were warning that the greatest scope for disinformation was still yet to come. Now, with the surge in mail-in ballots that delayed the final results ever so minutely, Trump repeatedly took advantage of that to telegraph his intention to declare premature victory, which he did, to dismiss the election as rigged when that failed, and of Trump's re-election message. Claire Wardle, the executrix directoress of First Draft, which is a group that researches and combats disinformation, then noted back in the year 2000, Al Gore never fully recovered from television networks' premature declaration that George W. Bush had won in Florida. If you might remember, Al Gore should have won that election. We should never have had George W. Bush. And here I quoted her at length and verbatim. That made all the difference. I think we're going to look back at 2020 and realize that it's all going to play out from 11:30 p.m. on Tuesday of the closing week in October. Misinformation flourishes when there's a vacuum or confusion, and my fear is that there will be a lot of confusion, and whoever succeeds in controlling the narrative will be very well placed. The media has been obsessed with Russians under the bed, but to have the president of these United States telling people in the U.S. that they can't trust the results of the election, Putin could only dream of that kind of thing. Don't trust the electoral system. Don't trust the CDC. Don't trust your neighbor because they're probably Antifa. Don't trust the left. It's not about persuading people one way or the other. It's about making them scared and causing confusion and chaos. It was very difficult to see those men in suits talking about interference in the election when the White House was the one interfering with the election. We know that Trump's closest circle was ready to deploy. We know that the militias were ready to deploy. What we don't know is if newsrooms were ready for the absence of information. Every newsroom should be very, very careful about what they publish because they are going to become tools in the fight, and it's going to be nasty. And this is because Russia claimed all victory as Trump cast all doubts on the United States as an entity. About an hour before the first U.S. polls opened on Election Day, the Kremlin's leading news agency published an interview with Sergei Naryshkin, the head of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR, which helped orchestrate the Russian hacking, the successful hacking of the 2016 election. And his prediction for the outcome of the 2020 vote at that time was grim. And he even smiled as he delivered his verdict. And what he said was, no matter who wins, the social crisis in the United States will only deepen. Whoever loses will refuse to accept the result, prompting radicals to go out in the street. There will just be this large basis for disputing the whole system. So this disease, this sickness of American society, of the American state, will endure. Now, that statement was more than a prognosis for Naryshkin, who took over the SVR in October of 2016, at the height of the Russian efforts to sabotage American elections. It was also a statement of intent. Russia's aim in 2016 was not merely to help Donald Trump win the presidency, but to undermine all public faith in the democratic system as a whole. 4 years later, Putin's puppet president himself was saying and doing things that had the same effect. And since Election Day, Trump has repeatedly cast doubt on the democratic process. He prematurely announced his own victory that Wednesday morning in November, and the next day after that tweeted, all uppercase, "Stop the count!" even as millions of votes had yet to be tallied and certified. And on Thursday evening of that week in November, at the White House, Trump said, "It's a corrupt system," drawing criticism from Republican Senator Mitt Romney, who said that the president's statement damages the cause of freedom here and around the world. That is precisely what American experts in Russian propaganda have always worried about. Now, in an assessment published on September 3rd of yesteryear, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security stated that the Kremlin's aim in 2020 was to undermine all public trust in the electoral process. The Kremlin had pursued that same goal in 2016 when it launched a coordinated campaign of hacks, leaks, and disinformation that culminated in the release of emails stolen from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And this last time, Trump's allies launched their own effort in tandem, in coordination with the Russians, with even the president's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, taking a leading role. Giuliani advanced another email scandal, this one targeting Biden and his son, in the weeks before the vote. And that operation was hardly covert. Giuliani advertised it on his YouTube channel, where he questioned his sources over whiskey and cigars about the alleged corruption of what he called the Biden crime family. Now, one of those sources was the Ukrainian parliamentarian Andriy Derkach, a graduate of Moscow's main spy academy, whom the U.S. government sanctioned in September of yesteryear as an active, hostile Russian agent. And in a final flourish on Election Day itself, Giuliani appeared on RT, Russia Today, the Kremlin's English-language broadcaster, to attack both the Bidens and the validity of mail-in voting. Giuliani's appearance on a Russian propaganda outlet seemed especially brazen and bizarre on the day Americans headed to the polls. Matthew Schmidt, who studies Russian political warfare at the University of New Haven in Connecticut, has emphasized that from Moscow's perspective, the spectacle was partly the point. The aim is to paint the U.S. political system as so weak and disorganized that Russia can manipulate it openly from a distance, using nothing more sophisticated than a social media campaign and a handful of willing agents provocateurs. Matt Schmidt himself confirming that Russia's operations are often designed to get caught. Russia wants its fingerprints everywhere. It asked, changing the outcome of an election is not the only purpose of these operations. What counts is the perception that the vote itself is vulnerable. During the 2018 midterm elections, for example, one of the notions spread by Russian malign influence actors was that Russia had gained control of all U.S. voting systems. That was according to the DHS, the Department of Homeland Security assessment of September 3rd. Now, such claims appeared to have been a Russian bluff. U.S. law enforcement agencies have said they found no evidence of vote tampering either by foreign or domestic actors, but that was, of course, under Trump's misadministration. Now, soon after retiring from espionage at the end of September, Alex Younger, the former head of MI6, the British Foreign Intelligence Service, told Time magazine that Russia plays up its ability to game Western elections precisely in order to discredit them, and it uses its intelligence services to that end. Now, Mark Polymeropoulos, who oversaw CIA operations in Europe and Eurasia before retiring in 2019, came away with the same impression during his interactions with Russian security officials. He recalls them having a weird insecurity about wanting to be equals, which showed in the way they tried to argue, even during meetings about counterterrorism and other issues of mutual concern, that the U.S. system of government was even more corrupt than the Russian one. Polymeropoulos explaining that it was always about tearing us down, finding a way to say, the American system is broken, it's incompetent. As long as the former U.S. president continued to advance that message himself, and does so now, Putin and his spy chief can sit back and enjoy the show. Polymeropoulos himself concluding such, and here I quote his T again, the Russians must be sitting back and thinking, this is beyond our wildest dreams. They must be handing out medals in the SVR headquarters by now. That feeling may not last. Joe Biden having pledged to impose substantial and lasting costs for any foreign interference in the vote if he emerged as the winner. U.S. officials from the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and other agencies have repeatedly testified that Russia was interfering in the 2020 vote, and the Kremlin evidently has grown concerned about the risk of an American backlash. So, while Biden was pushing democracy abroad, the Republicans were instructed to openly question it at home by their Russian overlords. Of course, President Joe Biden, while he was girding himself for that epic confrontation of democracy versus autocracy at his meeting with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin in Geneva, even as Republicans back at home here were openly questioning if democracy has much of anything to do with America at all. The defense of democracy has so far been the ideological cause of Biden's presidency. And in promising to pursue unity at all costs and defend people's rights to disagree in his inaugural address, Biden then said, "This is democracy's day." He's come back to that theme repeatedly, including in his address to Congress in April when he declared, "We have to prove that democracy still works." And earlier last week, as he brought NATO and members in the G7, the top industrial economies of the 7 leading nation states in line, he said, "I think we're in a contest, not with China per se, but a contest with autocrats, autocratic governments around the world, as to whether or not democracies can compete with them in the rapidly changing 21st century." Now, Putin's Russia actively hacks U.S. elections, persecutes its own political opposition, by all evidence harbors criminals who target American infrastructure, and repeatedly looks to take land by force. It is, along with the communist Chinese empire, where a bastardized version of communism has blended with oligarchy, become the autocratic antipode of Biden's vision of democracy. So this be much more than any mere clash of ideas. There's a realpolitik element behind everything. And even the genesis of this last summit started with a diplomatic element underneath its clash of ideas. To quote it from the writ of CNN's Stephen Collinson at some length, "The greatest success of the summit may be what it stopped from happening, not what it achieves on Wednesday. Biden surprised many in Washington by suggesting the talks. But the invitation came at a time when Russian troops were massed on Ukraine's border, with many observers fearing a full-scale invasion, and with the imprisoned opposition leader Alexei Navalny apparently close to death after being denied all medical treatment. The president's carrot offered Putin a platform he craves alongside the U.S. commander-in-chief that comes with the implied respect for Moscow some other recent U.S. leaders have discarded, and that will be maximized by Russia's propaganda machine. So, it's been all about stage managing everything." The two men met for hours, although never apparently alone, as Trump did with Putin, which never should have happened. He should never have been trusted alone with his handler. And of course, they did not conduct any joint news conference. Instead, there was a Herculean effort to control the post-summit perceptions. The Americans opposed a joint news conference, whereas the Russians pushed for it. But the Putin pundits were in for a disappointment. The Russian president and Joe Biden never planned any joint news conference. On Wednesday, midweek last, after their crucial summit in Geneva, they were instead meeting the press one after the other, which meant amateur body language decoders would never get to weigh in on Cold War-style cold shoulders after what was expected to be a tough-talking encounter. The U.S. officials were keen to deprive Putin of the kind of stage that he enjoys using to upstage American leaders, and resisted Moscow's push for a head-to-head before the cameras. And so, on Sunday of last weekend, Biden said, "This is not a contest about who can do better in front of a press conference or try to embarrass each other." Now, whatever would have unfolded in a putative news conference, Biden could hardly have done worse than the 2018 meetup in Helsinki, when then-President Donald Trump toadied up to the Russian dictator, amplified Putin's denials of election interference, and threw U.S. intelligence agencies under the bus. I mean, Putin, a former KGB agent, has long played the press. In photo ops, he sometimes fixes White House reporters with a penetrating glare. President Barack Obama's aides used to get frustrated that his traveling press pack used to interpret the content of meetings based in part on Putin's demeanor. Of Putin in 2013, Barack Obama said, "I know the press likes to focus on body language, and he's got that kind of slouch, looking like the bored kid in the back of the classroom. But the truth is that when we're in conversations together, oftentimes it's very productive." By Obama's second term, his reset with Russia, announced in another embarrassing news conference when Moscow got the best of the United States, had already gone sour. And Putin's antics had gotten old, which is why we've gone from Ronald Reagan and Mikhail Gorbachev appearing shoulder to shoulder in Geneva in 1985 to George W. Bush looking into Putin's eyes for a sense of his soul, to Biden and Putin finally flying solo. To quote us the writ from CNN's Megan Vasquez, the U.S. resisted because they did not want to give Putin a platform like he had after a 2018 summit with former President Donald Trump in Helsinki. Officials said they were mindful of Putin's desire to appear like he'd gotten the better of a U.S. president and wanted to avoid a situation that devolved into a tit-for-tat playing out in public. So 3 cheers for Biden not holding a joint press conference with Vladimir Putin. The White House was wise to deny Putin a joint press conference platform for lies and propaganda. But Biden should have pushed in private talks for truth on cyber attacks. I mean, again, give us 3 cheers that President Biden did not hold any joint press conference with Vladimir Putin after their summit meeting in Geneva. I don't mean to imply, as Russian and right-wing U.S. media do constantly, that the president has dementia and couldn't hold his own. Rather, I'm relieved we won't be subjected to a sideshow in replay in which Putin promotes self-serving falsehoods and not-so-subtle jabs at Biden. The White House decision to nix the presser reportedly came after a group of Russia experts with first-hand knowledge of the one-time KGB colonel's tactics and tricks advised Biden not to give Putin the platform to distort what happened in the private meeting. One of the experts, former National Security Council Russia expert Fiona Hill, predicted that if a joint presser had been held, Putin would have tried to pull a fast one. He would have been likely to raise Biden's age and use the senile shtick. Hill imagined a Biden retort that 68-year-old Putin would soon enough reach Biden's age in office since the Russian leader was making himself president for life. She also predicted Putin's public response to any Biden criticism on human rights would have been to turn the focus to America's flaws. If Biden said Russian political prisoner Alexei Navalny, Putin would say January 6th, the date of the Russo-cultic assault on the Capitol. That kind of whataboutism would have achieved nothing. Canceling the joint presser underlined the need for a frank private discussion between the two leaders to clarify whether any basis even exists for a working relationship with Moscow. It is past time for rhetorical games. And this White House maneuver also underlined the contrast with the infamous joint press conference at the 2018 Helsinki summit between Putin and former President Donald Trump. Putin lied about meddling in the U.S. election. He also made a bizarre proposal that Russian intelligence be allowed to question U.S. and British citizens who had annoyed Putin. Trump responded that he believed the Russian leader over U.S. intelligence agencies and actually waxed enthusiastic about Putin's proposal to let his intel agents interrogate Americans. Nothing like that happened this time. Moreover, the prevention of another Putin sideshow is a reminder that hostile rhetoric can box both sides into a corner, even if it pleases the home crowd in both countries. This is happening with Communist China, where aggressive wolf warrior diplomats pour out fake charges against these United States. Secretary of State Antony Blinken felt compelled to talk tough to his Chinese counterparts at an Alaska meeting, spurring a 16-minute diatribe from the other side. Meantime, Putin flat out denies blame for cyber attacks, poisoning opponents, and threatening European countries militarily, while posing as a champion of underprivileged Americans. And Biden concurs that Putin is a killer. True enough, but the US president had to backtrack on his words before the summit meeting. The Geneva summit also tested the premise that frank and serious discussions can happen in private if hostile public rhetoric is discouraged. Even if the noise subsides, there are huge questions about how to deal with a Russian leader who lies about almost every issue of joint concern. Catholic University historian of Russo-American relations, Michael Kimmage, has advised that, despite Putin's lies, Biden's United States needs to deal with Putin's studied dishonesty by initiating a working relationship and restoration of normal diplomatic ties. If not, you don't have a way to mitigate serious conflict. Well, that means resuming meetings between diplomats and officials at all levels, and perhaps negotiating the reopening of U.S. and Russian consulates. Yes, such regular contacts are needed. Yet I myself don't see how any relationship can be built unless Putin backs off from his constant lies. Ergo, you cannot improve relations. I believe the test case cometh with cyber. Putin has proposed, most recently in an NBC interview, for us to sit down calmly and agree on joint work in cyberspace. Had there been a joint press conference, he no doubt would have promoted this idea to the max. Yet the Russian leader continues to deny and make fun of charges that the Kremlin has used cyberspace to attack American elections, allegedly conduct the devastating SolarWinds attack on key US American agencies and businesses, and harbors cybercriminals who targeted the Colonial Pipeline, depriving the East Coast of gas at the pump. He even had the gall to suggest a joint Russo-American cybersecurity task force and an exchange of cybercriminals with these United States. Biden unfortunately bid on Putin's vague language, but his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, quickly clarified there was no interest in such a prisoner swap. Unlike in Russia, cybercriminals are held accountable in the United States of America. So in the end, the White House avoidance of a public clash does not diminish the need for eliciting some truths from Putin in private. Otherwise, the cyber test case will require a cyber pushback in kind. Absent a joint presser, each leader will relay his version of what has been achieved in a separate press conference. And comparing those two versions will provide good clues as to the possibility of improved relations with Moscow down the line. And Biden is no newbie to high-level diplomacy. He gave Barack Obama some foreign policy cred as vice president. But even earlier, he was a statesman as a senator. CNN's Christopher Hickey documented Biden's long history with Russia in a very good visual timeline. The part that surprised me was Biden's trip in the 1980s as Ronald Reagan's secret emissary, along with fellow then-Senator William Cohen, in which I read, And I quote therefrom, Reagan wrote in his diary that the two had been to Russia and are all wrapped up in arms reductions. I suspect that at least one of them, JB, meaning Joe Biden, doesn't believe I'm sincere about wanting them. That's what Reagan said. And back home, democracy is having some troubles. Back then, the U.S. might have smirked at the USSR about the impending collapse of the Soviet Union. Now, today, there are legitimate questions about the condition of American democracy. A large portion of Republicans either believe in a massive and ridiculous election fraud conspiracy or are willing to entertain the notion thereof. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell has a stated goal of obstructing all of Biden's priorities, and the Senate's Baroque rules will let him get away with it. McConnell teased that he wouldn't allow a Supreme Court justice to be seated, maybe at all, ever, if Biden is president and Republicans gain control of the Senate. There's a painful, ongoing conversation about how minorities have been locked out of the country's decision-making and how to view American history in light of that. If Republicans are to win control of the House and Senate in 2022, which is a very real possibility, it will be in large part because they worked doggedly to make it harder for people to vote early in key states and banked on the restrictions hurting Democrats. So all of this is leading to openly questioning the very idea of democracy itself. Add to all those facts the report published last Monday, wherein the Kentucky Republican Senator Rand Paul opened this last work week, publicly arguing that it was his job to obstruct the majority, so telling the New York Times that democracy isn't even what this country is built on. Well, to quote his he said, the idea of democracy and majority rule really is what goes against our history and what the country stands for. The Jim Crow laws came out of democracy. That's what you get when a majority ignores the rights of others. Now, CNN's Chris Cillizza has since pointed out that Paul's argument is in line with a similar point made by Senator Mike Lee of Utah in 2020, and that, yes, the U.S. is a representative democracy, but also that such disdain for democracy is awkward in a country that has "we the people" as the opening to its founding document. Well, that brings me, as a historian, I'm obligated to bring you the truth about Jim Crow. Because, more importantly, Paul's point about Jim Crow laws seemed incredibly off to me. So I called Stephen Reich, the name itself made me trust him, a historian at James Madison University, who has written about them. And he pointed out there were Jim Crow laws that segregated people, but also the concurrent effort to deregulate, or rather to regulate elections, and make it harder for people to vote, specifically disenfranchising black people. Well, that's a self-selected majority. And of Paul's pseudo-analysis, Reich said, it's just not accurate. Jim Crow came out of a complete manipulation of the electoral rules, which is something that sounds somewhat familiar, albeit on a different scale, if you've been following Republican efforts to change election rules in all key states. Now, I flipped the idea of democracy around and asked Dr. Reich if he thought Biden was wrong, given the difficulties of American democracy right now, to push the democracy versus autocracy narrative. And he said Biden should maybe be making a stronger case for pluralism, where everyone has the same equal rights and access to political power. And the time when the most people in the U.S. could vote is since 1965, when the Voting Rights Act passed the year before I myself was born. For all the difficulties, the most pluralistic the United States has ever been is right now, not in a romanticized past. And Juneteenth is the answer to Frederick Douglass's powerful question. The U.S. Senate's unanimous passage septimania, last week, of a bill to make Juneteenth a federal holiday commemorating the end of racial slavery underscores both the progress and perils of the struggle since yesteryear's protests following the murder of George Floyd. Now, legislatively inscribing Juneteenth as a national holiday, which I myself called for last year, becamest reality, with the House voting as it has on the Senate measure. And 2020, which made this not only possible but necessary, saw much of the nation then embrace Juneteenth as a Black 4th of July celebration, in which scores of corporations, including the NFL, the National Football League, designating the date a paid holiday as the nation scrambled to respond to the monumental calls for racial justice. 2021 is different in so many ways. Last year's Juneteenth celebrations drew the nation closer to the promise of multiracial democracy that first dawned in 1865, after the Civil War's end. Many Black Americans expressed great pride in this growing national acknowledgement. Many white Americans expressed deep empathy once they learned about the holiday. Juneteenth briefly becamest the symbolic center of efforts to understand and grapple with the history of systemic racism against Black people in these United States. Now, just 1 year later, troubling signs of racial backlash abound. White empathy over the deaths of innocent Black Americans at the hands of the police, recognition of the 1921 massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and celebrations of Juneteenth have curdled into resentment. The Russo collaborationist, right-wing Republican, red state concerted attacks on critical race theory are but an acceleration of long-standing efforts to whitewash America's past and prevent American schoolchildren from being introduced to both the grandeur and travails of our national history. The growing hysteria against the 1619 Project and other work proving that racial slavery fundamentally shaped American law and democratic institutions illustrates the very rough road ahead toward any kind of racial justice renaissance in this country. Juneteenth commemorates the June 19th, 1865 announcement of the end of slavery by a Union Major General in Texas. Now long celebrated in Black communities from coast to coast, it has been a Texas state holiday since 1980 and is a strong Lone Star tradition. Though in the years since, every state but South Dakota has decided to mark it in some way. Only a few of those states observe it as a paid holiday. But for myself, as a historian, Juneteenth is the answer to Frederick Douglass's towering 1852 address, "What to the slave is the 4th of July?" In Rochester, New York, where my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich of the United States Navy, Chief Petty Officer, retired, was born. In that same city did Douglass, an enslaved black man turned abolitionist, newspaper editor and publisher and outspoken civil rights activist, rail against the hypocrisy of a nation that dared to celebrate an ideal of freedom in an age of chattel slavery. And Douglass challenged his audience to recognize black humanity by embracing abolition democracy, which comprised not just the end of slavery, but required transforming America into a multiracial democracy for the first time in its history. Having Juneteenth as a national holiday offers a generational opportunity for Americans to discuss reparations for racial slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and the inequities of poverty, healthcare disparities, and violence that are their legacy. But 1 year after transformative protests and a widespread corporate embrace of Juneteenth, much of this country is showing itself to be unready or unwilling to have these conversations. A federal judge recently called a temporary halt to a $4 billion United States dollar loan relief program addressing systemic racism against black farmers that was part of the Biden administration's pandemic relief bill. This example is part of a wider pattern of racial resentment, with white business owners filing lawsuits against the federal government's efforts to prioritize racial and gender equity in the pandemic relief bill. None of this should be surprising, but it must be historically contextualized. History offers us a guidepost to understand our present. It rarely repeats itself, but especially on race matters, echoes previous instances and patterns of anti-black sentiment. The sad fact of American history is that at every time black Americans have organized and asserted themselves, white backlash mercilessly follows. Look no further than the echo between 19th century post-Reconstruction efforts to suppress black votes and the 21st century version of that endeavor playing out in Russo-collaborationist, rightist, red states-controlled state legislatures today. Juneteenth, in both its historical origins and contemporary resurgence, brings us closer to some uncomfortable truths about American identity. Racial backlash in our nation is not an aberration or paradox. It is at the core of whom we are. There has never existed a thriving capitalist economy, democratic culture, and national consensus in America, not based, at least in part, on depriving black people of their full citizenship and dignity. The good news, one that black people have always understood, and many white people have always failed to comprehend, is that it doesn't have to be this way. We can overcome this history only by confronting it. America does not have to institutionalize racist voter suppression policies every time black candidates threaten white power. Systems of punishment that imprison black women and men can be replaced with innovative social policies and investments that produce thriving neighborhoods. We can educate our children to be critical thinkers, strong enough to grapple with this history and come out through the other side with a deeper commitment to national service and a love for America unfettered by myths of exceptionalism. We are strong enough to be authentically ourselves by facing the shortcomings of the past and the present. The backlash that we have witnessed since last year is as old as this republic. And Juneteenth of 2021 was celebrated against this bittersweet backdrop but yesterday. Yet, just because we have been here before does not mean this is where we must stay. Juneteenth still offers a bedrock foundation to make yesteryear's watershed moment of racial and political reckoning into a transformative process that can last. But in interim, hate is haunting Asian Americans. Our fear underscores a racial reckoning that is far from over. You know, I can't even talk about this without getting so angry that I get physically ill. I don't think I can cover it tonight. But I want you all to know that the death of a 17-year-old Asian American in her Colorado home is now being investigated as a hate crime. Now I can return more sedately at this point in time to the fact that people laid flowers and prayed outside 3 spas in the Atlanta area while crowds across the country held signs declaring "Stop Asian Hate" in the days after the deadly spa shootings, when once again America mourned the killings of people of color. For those of you who have already forgotten, mid-March, 6 Asian women and 2 others were killed when a gunman opened fire at the spas. The mass murderer, a 21-year-old white trash piece of shit, immediately claimed responsibility for the shootings and is facing multiple murder and firearms charges. The calls for investigators to consider hate crime charges, as well as the outrage, sadness, and fear among Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have only grown amid a tsunami in reported incidents against Asian communities in these United States since the beginning of the coronavirus pandemic. But lawmakers and community leaders say racism against Asian Americans is nothing new. The recent attacks shocked a deeply divided nation that has been continuously pushed to talk about racism and inequity that plague its increasingly diverse demographic. For many, the attacks in Georgia were but another example of how white supremacy continues, forever shaping America. They came as Republicans try to roll back voting access and put new obstacles that will disproportionately impact voters of color in more than 40 fucking states. And 2 months after insurrectionists stormed the United States Capitol in their attempt to make The Handmaid's Tale a reality and establish Gilead on earth, a United States of hell. In the last year since, Asian Americans have been the targets of verbal and physical assaults because of misguided coronavirus fears, and after former President Donald Trump insisted on repeatedly referring to COVID-19 as China virus or Kung flu. The violence ranged from a cardiologist at a grocery store having her mask ripped off to an 84-year-old man from Thailand who died after being shoved to the ground during his morning walk by a violent black lunatic released from an insane asylum specifically for that purpose, to use coloreds to terrorize other coloreds in a typical divide and conquer tactic employed by the white community. Seeing the faces of the victims in the Atlanta area spa shootings prompted fear beyond the Peach State in Asian American and Pacific Islander, or API communities. Among the more than 300 Asian Americans who shared their stories with CNN, CNN was only using first names for their safety and to help prevent them from facing retribution in their own communities. When Ian, a 24-year-old writer who lives in New York, related that he has always been the target of racial slurs himself. To quote his T, "It's very difficult to describe this feeling of just like grieving, even if it's people you never knew, or never heard of, or never had contact with. Psychologically, it does a lot to your head to just hear about people being shot and killed because of how they look, because they look like my grandma, because they look like my mom." Some 4 months now after the Atlanta area shootings, the movement against anti-Asian hate continues to grow with protests in several cities, including Denver, New York, and my own golden-gated San Francisco. For Cynthia Choi, one of the founders of the Stop AAPI Hate, the country is seeing a period of awakening, herself so saying, "This is a moment that there is no denial that race and gender are factors in this tragedy." Now, in the past few weeks, many lawmakers, experts, and advocates have said there's a link between the anti-Asian sentiment, the Capitol riots, and the ongoing voting rights battle. Per Pawan Dhingra, a professor of American Studies at Amherst College, who specializes in Asian American studies, and I will quote as she, "Asian Americans are targets of this kind of hate, and we need to realize that just because they may have an image of being economically successful, well-educated, or quiet, it does not mean that they are seen as accepted or even as full Americans at all, if ever. In many parts of the country, some people want to have a more narrow definition of who truly belongs, of who truly has rights. And it is in this context that a faction of Americans have co-opted and weaponized patriotism to lord bigotry over immigrants, especially those this last misadministration had separated from their families. So I've gone from blacks to yellows to browns. I'm going to represent Paquan Morales' people now and take it into where we can close this last National Flag Week. And I've put up the links within the description of tonight's video, as I did the transmission before tonight's and the transmission before that, the links to Joe Biden declaring a National Flag Week, as every president does every Flag Day. Flag Day lasts for a week, which came to a close with Juneteenth this year. And, of course, our flag has become a symbol of hate. This is something I wanted to emphasize midweek during National Flag Week, but we got transitioned into what is a very pertinent and relevant occult topic of that world beneath our world. And since we spracketh on meta geopolitics, or geophysical politics, we are now going to speak upon a more closer at home mutation of ghoulishness. How flags become symbols of hate. In June of 2018, MSNBC correspondent Jacob Soboroff tweeted some of the first pictures from within Border Detention Center Casa Padre in Brownsville, Texas. An ironic name if ever there was one. And among the images of children contained in dog kennels, talk about your fucking child trafficking, was a mural of Donald Trump's face over an American flag with a quote from his book, The Art of the Deal, written in both the English and the Espanol, that read, "Sometimes by losing a battle, you find a new way to win the war." Now, for families, many fleeing civil war and internecine violence in their home countries, the trauma of separation was abrupt and unexpected enough. Parents described having no opportunity to even say goodbye. All said they were lied to, told that their kids were being taken to shower, but then never returned. Talk about child trafficking. Some said they were asked to help buckle their crying children into cars that then sped off without them being allowed inside. The one thing that truly struck me to the point where, when I was offered an opportunity to go down south and visit these detention centers myself, I said I had to refuse because I knew I couldn't contain myself, and I myself would go on a rampage of violence to kill as many of these keepers as I could before I was taken down. One of the things that would have caused me to go on that final rampage was the fact that Trump murals are painted on the children's detention centers. I don't know if those have been painted over with the Biden administration taking over, or whether he's even aware that they exist. But they were painted there to offer not a welcome, but a warning. In Trump's America, immigration is treated as invasion, an act of aggression. And while this deliberate psychological abuse isn't relegated to immigration detention centers, because Trump supporters have been exploiting patriotic symbols like MAGA hats and American flags to taunt and intimidate all marginalized groups since the early days of his campaign. The impact is the greatest on vulnerable children separated from their parents. As we witnessed from ProPublica's excruciating 8-minute audio recording of some recently separated children who were crying and pleading for their parents, the kids were distraught and completely confused. For those children, a mural like the one at the detention center I saw on video acts as a reminder of who is responsible for their anguish and suffering, looking down on them with a laughing face. They were kidnapped by the U.S. government, and whom they, from that point on, depended on for survival. Dystopian stories exploit this dynamic well. The relationship between the handmaids and Aunt Lydia, in The Handmaid's Tale, for example, demonstrates frighteningly well how an overlord psychotically straddles the roles of caregiver and cruel authoritarian. The handmaids fear Lydia and also depend upon her. She can end them and also provide us comfort. Though she creates and enforces the rules and consequences, she soothes the handmaids by telling them that if they would just be good girls, nothing bad would happen to them. Which is what Attorney General Jeff Sessions told parents, that if they didn't want their kids taken, just don't cross the border with them. Or the way that Trump acted a hero in revoking his own policy, as though he weren't the very reason these children were being tormented in the first. It doesn't matter that seeking asylum is not illegal, just like it doesn't matter how good a handmaid tries to be. There is no winning in psychological warfare, as I learned from the master thereof, Michael Aquino himself. After children were shuffled all over the country, from border detention facilities and into foster placement, an NBC News report profiled one Michigan foster parent who had been taking in unaccompanied children since 2016. Before Trump's zero-tolerance policy, these children were mostly adolescents who had crossed the border alone. Now children as young as 4 years old were entering her care, and their trauma was severe. Some cried constantly. Others went completely mute. All were forever confused. A striking picture in that story showed the foster children's bedroom in the family's home. On the nightstand between the two beds, an action figure holding a miniature American flag, the symbol of international terrorism, to haunt them as they went to sleep and taunt them when they awoke. For adolescents who cross the border without a parent or guardian, maybe that kind of decoration wouldn't elicit so much as a shrug. But for children who were literally ripped from their parents' arms, held in dog kennels, cages, where they could neither stand nor sit, but could only crouch on all fours, where American flags and presidential murals plastered the walls, and who were then shipped across the country to strangers' homes with little understanding of what was happening, I think insensitive would be an understatement. The context is different, and intended or not, so is the message. To traumatized, separated children, the flag represents their imprisonment. Meanwhile, in America, that flag has become a symbol of intolerance, a weapon deployed to convey entitlement. Political symbols derive their meanings from their impact. When flags are flown at certain events, in opposition to the values those events represent, those flags become symbols of that opposition. When they are flown symbolically at rallies alongside other symbols of hate and messages of supremacy. Those flags become synonymous with that ideology. And those symbolic meanings don't get left behind at rallies or isolated events. They are ingested as the intimidation and hate that they be intended to convey. In the 10 days following the 2016 election, the Southern Poverty Law Center reported that there had been nearly 900 hate incidents reported to their hashtag Report Hate page and in media accounts. In 2016, there were 6,121 hate crimes reported to the FBI, up from 5,818 in 2015. And according to information compiled by the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, hate groups rose for a second year in a row in 2016. Now, since that election so long agone, the election prior last, not only have white nationalist rallies been on the rise, but their presence at Black Lives Matter events, women's marches, and immigration rallies has increased as well. And those countergroups nearly always don at least one American flag, as if to say, your values of inclusion, peace, and justice are not American values. Ours of white supremacy are. Extremists always pair the American flag with Confederate flags, neo-Nazi flags, thin blue line flags, the monochrome, gray on black American flags, with that little blue stripe to divide whose lives matter and whose lives don't. Along Don't Tread on Me serpent flags. The Gadsden flag, as the yellow snake flag is known, was originally designed in the 18th century to represent the revolution and rebellious independence from Britannia. But, as Rob Walker pointed out in his piece about the Gadsden flag for the New Yorker magazine, no symbolic meaning is locked in time. Today, the Gadsden flag has become a symbol attached to the Tea Party and Second Amendment movements. Back in child detention facilities, flags and patriotic murals were hanging amid deplorable conditions. Inmates having described abuse, hunger, and being forcibly given psychotropic medications without their parents' consent. Most kids became seriously ill. None, per policy, ever received any comfort. And one child even died immediately after being released from a Texas detention center from the multiple rapes they had been subjected to. The patriotic symbols in these facilities are a consistent weapon used against vulnerable children who have been enduring horrific torture at the hands of our government. Under Trump, and I don't know how fast Biden has been to deconstruct this system of horror. But I do know that historically, political flags have been routinely morphed into tools of oppressive intimidation and worse. In South Africa, for instance, the apartheid flag came to represent the might of white minority rule. As the BBC, or the British Broadcasting Company, then reported, that flag was based on the Dutch Prince's flag and included smaller flags of the Orange Free State, South African Republic, and the British Union Jack, all reminders of the country's colonial past. That flag was later replaced by the current South African flag, while those who fly the apartheid-era flag today claim it is nothing more than embracing heritage. Well, does that sound familiar? The impact of flaunting that brutal history for black South Africans can be painful. Dylan Roof, the white supremacist convicted of the Charleston church shooting, massacre I should say, wore an apartheid flag patch on his jacket while he committed himself to massacre. In the United States, the Confederate flag is the symbol most associated with racist intimidation. Its battle flag, I mean to say. And while proponents of displaying that symbol also tout heritage as their rationale, it's important to point out that most people proud of their ancestry or identity don't usually install giant flagpoles on their vehicles to wave full-size flags honoring that identity. That tactic is unique to people displaying flags that represent division, supremacy, and neo-nationalism. The flags are big, they're portable, and they're intimidating. They're weaponized, and that's entirely the point. As we know from social justice movements, impact is greater than intent. When a patriotic symbol, such as a flag, has been used as an intimidation tool by extremists, it's hard to represent that same symbol and then hope another message shines through. Now, Germany is well aware of this, and of course, this is why it outlaws the swastika completely. Something I, of course, don't agree with, because there we have true heritage to be had. The swastika, the Hakenkreuz, the hooked cross, the first cross of the Christians, was used 5,000 years before it became visually associated with my father's Reich as what has been propagandized as a symbol of hate by the Allies. And of course, the word swastika, which is always misused instead of the German Hakenkreuz or hooked cross, as would correctly be used for the symbol, the swastika being the Vedic, comest from the Sanskrit meaning good fortune or well-being, because the symbol is one of good luck and auspiciousness. The propaganda machine of the Allies, however, has tried to render it impossible to reclaim that original meaning, because they have instead visually associated it with millions suffering and dying under it, as if that didn't happen under the hammer and sickle or the stars and stripes. But because the postmodern Germany buys into this and understands the detrimental impact of displaying what others call the swastika, Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, or the new United Germany, still has strict laws banning swastikas from ever being displayed anywhere. Even in books, they will burn. And yes, they burn books also. They will burn the books if the books have depictions of the Hakenkreuz within them. Now, you might think it would be difficult to say whether the American flag has or will soon cross that kind of threshold. But it's important to consider what effects political symbols have on oppressed peoples, which makes me know for a fact as a historian that the American flag cannot maintain itself as it presently stands and must remanifest, because as it stands, it has become that symbol, one which must be outlawed in America in the future, other than a redefinition visually of how it shall represent itself. The late misadministration locked kids in cages while lining the camps' walls with presidential faces and flags, all while our then sitting president simultaneously condemned those who didn't stand and salute. Like it or not, it's important to remember that we're sitting in a time where the American flag invokes feelings of terror for an ever-increasing number of people. And it's the most vulnerable among us that have experienced that terror the worst. Let me read from Aaron E. Sanchez, a Latin American who lives not too far from Pac-1 Morelos in his neck of the woods, Flint, Michigan. He says, "I am afraid of the American flag." I will read his letter to myself, to you now. He says, "When my neighbor across the street placed a flag in their front yard, I was taken aback. It was the flag's location, far from their front door or the middle of their yard, and more prominently in the direction of my own house. It made me pause, as it was meant to make me pause. It had appeared overnight, and I knew it wasn't just decoration, but instead a message intended for my family. The ubiquity of the Star-Spangled Banner keeps myself on edge. Flags on trucks, flags on hats, flags on shirts. It's not the goods of national allegiance that concern me, but the nationalism of those who clothe themselves within the flag. This is the nation that I watched my immigrant mother swear her allegiance unto. In its dirt, the bones of my Mexican grandfathers are buried. It is the place my children were born. We have no other home. Those who burnish the flag are the ones who seem so set on using it against me. They wave it in my face as a mirror meant to show me a reflection of my wrongness, my otherness. When I marched in defense of migrants' rights in Arizona, it was waved in my face as an angry corrective, a threat, as if they would suffocate me within its folds. When I marched in protest against the Minutemen in Texas, it was physically shoved in my face before I was spit on. Even when I buy fishing lures from Bass Pro Shops, it serves as the background of Second Amendment plaques, so that love of guns and love of nation are singular in their appearance. Wrapping yourself in the flag is a performance of patriotism meant to decorate and elevate prejudice with a veneer of national duty and affection. Flag hats, shirts, bumper stickers are patriotic and ultimately pathetic guilds papering over the deeply flawed and racist structures of our nation. They are a costume that covers complicity as devotion to the nation. Often they are worn with a cross to cover much deeper sins. I am reminded of the 1976 attack on civil rights attorney Ted Landsmark in Boston. Landsmark was walking through downtown when segregationist supporters attacked him, believing him to be a supporter of busing policies simply because he was black. Their weapon of choice? The American flag. Back then, black students integrating schools was an affront to the nation, and people felt empowered to use the flag as their weapon of choice. Today, it be obvious, nothing has changed. Except now the flag's colors have been reduced to a monochrome. For some, the black and white U.S. flag with a blue line through the center, that thin blue line flag, is a symbol of police solidarity. However, it has also been flown by white supremacists at gatherings like the 2017 Unite the White Right rally in Charlottesville, where a young breeding-age white female was sacrificed in the name of their mad gods. A blue line in the middle of that flag serves as the dividing line that separates which lives matter. Blue line banners replace stars and bars, but the message remains the same. Blue Lives Matter can be a more palatable slogan than white power. Yes, I am afraid of the American flag, because more often than not, it is a warning sign. That flag does not seem to cover us. We live in the shadow of flags meant to forever hide us, to remind us we do not belong. And yet, this is the nation that my Chicano father swore to defend. This is the nation that I watched my immigrant mother swear her allegiance to. Again, in its dirt, my grandfather's bones be buried. On its soil my children were born. There is no other home we have ever known. But draping ourselves in the flag in the same way is an ill-fitting costume that convinces no one. Even now, Latinos are the fastest growing community of color in the armed services. Over half of Border Patrol agents are Latino. They also represent 12% of police officers in the nation, just a bit under their percentage of the population. Latino kids should not have to promise to die for their nation to show they love their country. They should not have to be foot soldiers in a system of global apartheid. They should not have to participate in militarized surveillance that disciplines their own communities to prove that they belong. This is all a mark of a sick and sad relationship. It is not devotion. It is a mutated centrifugal force that pushes the borders of difference into the world and fortifies them with military might. While they may wear the flag on their uniforms, they make sure that those who use it against us continue to have the power to do so. Neo-nationalism is an imagined community. It has the potential to grow the circle of compassion or encircle it. My uncle believes that in this nation, every person deserves the dignity of a roof over their head, even if they suffer from addiction. So, he works all day as a social worker for dignity and justice for all. My mother translates the maladies of bodies broken by work and low wages. She works every day as an interpreter so that we understand the responsibilities to and connections with one another. Every day, my family and thousands like mine work to make this nation better. We may feel no need to plant a flag, but we do claim a stake in this nation. Again, that was a letter that I have finished reading that was sent by Aaron E. Sanchez. And again, pretty much in Pac-1 Morales' neck of the woods in Flint, Michigan, I believe. And I definitely need to try and put that into some context of course, I'm going to take a short break, perhaps. Oh, I'm considering one. Maybe I shouldn't. But definitely, I guess I might as well plow on. Because I'll bring this back, of course, to my own Asian community. But first, some points need to be made. Now, let me check how much time we have remaining. And we've got about 10 to 11, 11 to 12. We've got some time remaining, and I honestly am just, how do I say it? Let me gather my thoughts here. Because reading his letter, of course, it stirs up so much that I need to contextualize. I have to get it straight in my own head. Let me check some incoming messages, if there are any. And here we are. Check this out. See how everything is. All right. Quick check into how things are holding up. We're holding numbers. And with that, I shall continue. We've got 2 hours left and a few minutes. I remind everyone, of course, that I need your assistance to make it to rent this month and to make it through the next, with the costs piling up for these dental surgeries. So provide whatever help you can. And with that, I'll do my best to return to subject. First off, let's just say this much. The American flag should not be reserved for reactionaries. Whenever a mass shooting, violent racial conflict, or Capitol insurrection scourges American life, flags are lowered to half-mast nationwide. But this is never quite low enough to satisfy most leftists. Say if I tried to argue this from Peter's perspective. Now, low enough to these seemingly unpatriotic Americans would probably be somewhere beyond the base of the pole, detached from the pulley and completely out of sight. Or so it would seem, judging by the obvious lack of enthusiasm for red, white, and blue that many on the left exhibit. The shame that comes from living in a country where such a high frequency of injustices are permitted prevents them from celebrating the flag in any capacity, let alone allows any zealous pro-America sentiments to develop. By the way, this is completely unfair. It wouldn't be Peter's perspective on this because he's not a flag fetishist. Let's just say more from the, in this case, totally appropriate to say the devil's advocate stance, all right? Instead, if we were looking at this from a reactionary perspective, Black Lives Matter signs, LGBTQIA plus banners, and coexist bumper stickers are chosen to represent the emotions felt by leftists in the wake of these national tragedies. Now, this deliberate rejection of the American flag does not actually demonstrate a lack of patriotism. Rather, it is exactly that in the most positive sense. Not the fatherfuckery of your reactionaries, but rather a true understanding of a nascent and developing culture to supersede the present anti-culture. Leftists express themselves this way because they care strongly about having the United States align its values with their own. However, leftists might seem to forget that they are ultimately still fighting for the betterment of the United States as opposed to against it. The American flag could be a powerful symbol of virtue in the same way as it substitutes if only it were embraced with the same fervor the conservative personated reactionaries have. America has not reached its final form, and the ideology of the flag is yet to be decided. This is why I say ultimately we will take it as our own, but thereafter manifest its visuals rather differently from what we see today. Now, one of the primary reasons the flag is not utilized as much on the left is that conservative personated reactionaries have convinced leftists that they own it. Tulane Jr. Adel Nambudri, who identifies with left-wing politics for obvious reasons, well, because with a name like that, he must have been attacked by Americans on sight. He's quoted as saying, "I don't wear or fly the American flag. I don't resonate with that flag, with what that flag has come to stand for," especially, of course, with Trump Republican cultists claiming it. Now, it is completely understandable that Nambudri does not want to inadvertently promote opposing viewpoints, but the only way to undo this association is to reclaim the flag. You know, perhaps even in the same sense that the homosexual community owned the pink triangle and made that a symbol of queer identity. Conflating disapproval of conservative personated reactionary politics with disapproval of the entire country works against the cultivation of pride and decency leftists advocate for, and which this United States needs so desperately simply to survive. So the objective is not to strip conservative personated reactionaries of their loyalty to the flag, but to consider how it may not be exclusive to them. We all live here, and despite America's checkered past, the U.S. has gradually become more liberal since its inception, and will likely continue to do so. Waiting for every political demand to be met before feeling comfortable with one of the only innately unifying images of American politics is neither realistic or productive. It will likely feel awkward or traitorous to adorn oneself with the American flag as a staunch leftist, but take solace in knowing this action stifles conservative personated reactionaries from deploying their favorite accusation that liberals hate America. Turn their weapon into your shield. This phrase, hate America, is in and of itself a political weapon designed to bait leftists into peacocking their courage. Leftists want to feel righteous, so they agree irreverently, but this is just what conservative personated reactionaries want to hear. The response is artificially generated by the person making the accusation to prove, quote unquote, that having leftists run a country they admittedly hate would be dangerous. However, leftists do not hate the country they live in. They simply refuse to accept that it is perfect by accident. America requires work, but the flag can be made to represent the country's ability to change for the good. As James Baldwin said, "I love America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually." So what we need to say, take this from a radicalized centrist, myself, we all need to say, those of us who oppose the radicalized right, which is determined to exterminate us all, we need to say, stop the steal ourselves, stop the steal of our flag. Because wrapping yourself in an American flag does not make you a patriot any more than going to church makes you a Christian. The people who stormed the Capitol on January 6th were not true nationalists, despite their chants of USA, USA, and their weaponized American flags, and the blessings of a man who would be their king. The true nationalists at the Capitol on January 6th, this 2021st year of our Lord, were the Capitol Police and the DC Metro Police. They defended the members of Congress against the murderous mob who, unchecked, would have lynched, for they had installed a gallows, sitting members of the United States government, including the Vice President. The flag-waving mob, that flag-waving mob consisted of revolutionaries, insurrectionists, seditionists, rebels, thugs, racists, extremists, criminals, sovereign citizens, rogue cops, war-trained veterans, domestic terrorists, conspirators. The initial report said 1 in 10 of them was military. The reports more recently released confirmed 1 in 5 of them was military. It is now known the overwhelming majority of them were fucking military. Not a goddamn patriot among them. Every single one of them a baby raping Satanist. Oh, to be fair, you could say many of the people in the riot just got caught up in the moment. Mob mentality, mass hysteria. They probably thought they were in the right because they truly believed Donald Trump had won the election. After all, since last summer, Trump had been telling his supporters the only way he could lose the election was if it were rigged. And when he actually did lose the election, he refused to accept the results and whipped his cultists into seditious frenzy by claiming, sans any evidence whatsoever, that the election was stolen from him. Aided and abetted by journalistically bankrupt right-wing media and self-serving politicians, Trump still sustains the big lie that he won despite overwhelming evidence that he lost. The big lie is a tactic chillingly articulated by Joseph Stalin, architect of the Holocaust against the Ukrainians, killing millions of them through government organized and conspired famine. That if you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come as to believe it. There are people who used to believe it could never happen here. I was never among them, and I always knew they were wrong. It is happening here. By grandiosely and mendaciously repeating the big lie that he had won the election, Trump and his media sycophants have fooled and made fools of millions of credulous Americans. How many thousands and still counting rioters? Hundreds of them facing federal charges ranging from misdemeanors to felonies to sedition. Fooled by Trump and the radicalized alt-right media. Foolish for taking selfies. The election is over. Time to take down your Trump flag. Maybe we're all numb after 4 years of dealing with an abusive president who makest policy through late-night tweets and treats opponents as fodder for derision. But there seems to be a lack of awareness over just how close we came in this last election to witnessing the undoing of American democracy. Because unhappy with being a loser, a term that for Donald Trump is the ultimate insult, the president has filed lawsuits, tried to bully lawmakers, and spun one lie after another in an effort to cast doubt on the legitimacy of Democrat Joe Biden's overwhelming victory in the 2020 presidential election. For now, at least, it looks like democracy and the principle of self-determination have prevailed. The Supreme Court swiftly rebuffed an effort to challenge the results in key battleground states. Republican lawmakers in states Biden carried rejected the president's efforts to have them override the will of the people and appoint electors who would have voted for Trump regardless. When the Electoral College voted for Biden on December 14th, a even longtime Trump ally, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, camest around for that. But we have learned 12 lessons over the last several months. Lessons that demand action. First, our democracy is far more fragile than we are willing to admit. What if Biden's win had been sealed by one key state instead of 4? All Trump might have needed in that case was a Republican legislature willing to ignore their constitutional obligation, or the right judge in the right place, or a key election official willing to put party before country. Trump tried to weaponize the safeguards that are supposed to assure a fair election and stage a coup d'etat from within the White House. It didn't work, but it could have. Second, there are way more people out there willing to trade freedom for power than you might have thought possible. Even in the face of overwhelming evidence that there was no widespread or any systemic fraud, Republicans across the country lined up and parroted Trump's lies. More than 100 Republicans in the U.S. House endorsed the Texas lawsuit that sought to undercut the results in Pennsylvania, Georgia, Nevada, and Wisconsin. In tiny little Connecticut, Russell collaborationist, Red State Republican Party Chair J.R. Romano dodged the Trump question on several occasions, saying he was more interested in talking about the local issues affecting Connecticut voters. But imagine if he didn't have that modicum of professionalism to steel him against Trump's subversion. The whole concept of American democracy is built on the principle that we get to choose who represents our interests. To safeguard our democracy and prevent a repeat of 2020, there are a number of steps that need to be taken. Connecticut provides the example with their moral Republican leadership. That state still remains one of the few without early voting. That needs to change. The pandemic pointed up the weaknesses in their current system. And while state election officials pivoted quickly to change the rules for absentee ballots, a thorough examination of the entire electoral process must be undertaken now. Next, it'd be time for a hard look at how Electoral College operates. The state-by-state winner-take-all approach serves to disenfranchise all too many voters, and thereby all of us. And as we saw in 2016, that current system allows for someone who wins the popular vote to lose the presidency. There is any range of options for reform. that tiny state of Connecticut needs to lead that conversation because they're a red state and they're small and they still have all representation, all out of proportion with their tiny little population. And finally, it's time for the election to be over. Trump's continuing tirade against the election is destructive, both to the fabric of our democracy and to America's standing in the world. You can help. It's time to take your Trump flag down. This I say to any on the radicalized right who dare to listen. But let me bring the arc of narrative back to what matters to me, and ultimately matters to you. Because just as the Starship Enterprise, or any starship, is worthless without a Vulcan, as your Vulcan intervention on Starship Earth, I can tell you that what matters more than anything else is your Asian minority among all minorities, the minority of minorities, other than Native Americans. And the Asian population is so small at this point in history, Native Americans are neck and neck if they don't outnumber us. And this isn't the first time we've been treated as a threat. When I read that letter from Mr. Sanchez, all I could think of is when Asian Americans have to prove we belong. Because the coronavirus pandemic has unleashed a torrent of anti-Asian racism in America that shows no signs of abating. Asian Americans have been spat on in the streets, harassed and insulted. Even children have been attacked, as our fellow citizens blame us for a virus that threatens our families no less than any other household. To the point where, as I said, we have a young girl in Colorado, 17 years of age, who died attacked in her own home by some white trash or white trash pieces of shit, either in the plural or the singular. And this is not the first season of darkness for Asian Americans in this country. Nearly 80 years agone by now, Nikkei Amerikajin, or Japanese Americans, were forced from their homes into barren internment camps. It certainly did not matter then how long they had lived here, how many generations, or what they had contributed. They were still considered foreign by dint of their very ethnicity, dangerous to their neighbors, and a threat that had to be contained. And today, as then, Asian Americans are wondering how to respond. The former presidential candidate, now mayoral candidate, Andrew Yang, on All Fool's Day, the 1st of April, when I myself entered hospitalization, called on the community to show our Americanness by pitching in to fight the pandemic, invoking, of all things, the example set by the Japanese Americans who proved their loyalty to white America by volunteering to fight on the front lines in World War II as the sacrificial vanguard, where they retained more casualties and, of course, consequently won proportionately more Congressional Medals of Honor, neck and neck, of course, with the atrocity squad that slaughtered American Indians and was awarded some 20 Congressional Medals of Honor back in the frontier days, in the massacre at Sand Creek. The Japanese, however, instead of killing, got their Congressional Medals of Honor for dying. And books and movies have since memorialized the dramatic story of those soldiers who made up the 442nd Regiment of the U.S. Army, again, the most decorated American unit from the war. But less known is what happened after they're sacrificed, when Japanese American leaders leveraged the regiment's heroism to end a ban on Asian immigration and to win naturalization rights for all Asians, who until the Japanese saved their asses, all Asians were considered non-citizens by dint of their very ethnicity. But that political fight had no happy ending. Appeasing white America did in fact achieve some victories, even major ones, for the Asian American community. As a strategy to defeat racism in the long run, however, it fell painfully short. The chief architect of that plan was Mike Masaoka, a son of Japanese immigrants who grew up in Utah. He was 26 years of age when the U.S. military placed his family in an internment camp. And working for a group called the Japanese American Citizens League, he told terrified families to cooperate with evacuation orders and lobbied the Pentagon to allow second-generation Japanese Americans to enlist in the military. Now, not all Japanese Americans were on board with Masaoka's strategy. After the Japanese American Citizens League's leadership endorsed military service, fights broke out at an internment camp in Manzanar, California. But Masaoka dismissed these protests, arguing the most effective weapon against Japanese Americans being persecuted would be a record of having fought valiantly for our country side by side with Americans of other racial extraction. And among the first to join the 442nd Regiment, Masaoka participated in one of the unit's most daring episodes, the 1944 rescue of a battalion of Texans in the Vosges Mountains in eastern France, in which the regiment suffered about 800 casualties. Fatalities, really. Casualties being injured, and these men all died. And the dead included Masaoka's older brother, Benjamin. When the war was over, and with Japanese American sacrifices on the battlefield still fresh, Masaoka believed there would never be a better time to demand equal treatment. You know, it's hard to imagine now, with Asians, the fastest growing racial group in America, as small as we are, but in the first half of the 20th century, we were largely blocked from entering the country and prevented from becoming citizens after we arrived. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 had banned the immigration of Chinese laborers, and in 1924, but the year after my own mother was born, Congress enacted a new set of ethnic quotas dreamed up by eugenicists aimed at maintaining their conception of America as a white and Anglo-Saxon nation, by designating some races as more desirable than others. The law sharply restricted Jewish and Italian immigration and banned all Asians. In the years that followed, a small group of Jewish lawmakers fought to abolish the quotas. By 1952, when it was legally enshrined that Japan had won the Second World War, Congress embarked on its most ambitious overhaul of the country's immigration system in decades, part of the victory conditions demanded by the victorious Japanese. And then they recognized the Jews and the Japanese, their best opportunity in a generation. Masaoka joined the fray, lobbying for a provision that gave East Asians the right to naturalize and for an easing of the nearly comprehensive ban on all Asian immigration. But defeating the overall quota system proved more difficult. With the Red Scare at its zenith, lawmakers were wary of admitting Eastern and Southern European immigrants whom they associated with radical political activity, and so, to the dismay of Jewish leaders, lawmakers refused to abandon ethnic quotas, giving preference to countries like Great Britain instead. Nor were African American leaders pleased. By the end of World War II, more than 250,000 black immigrants from the Caribbean had settled in these United States, mostly in New York City and Chicago, counted within the large quotas of their colonizers, the British, the French, and the Dutch. But the 1952 bill aimed to cap this flow of immigrants at 100 a year from each of these European colonies. So, nothing was gained. It was a proto-Trumpian result. And now that is combined with a rise in anti-Asian attacks. To call our numbers, as they consider us animals, before we reproduce. A torrent of hate and violence against people of Asian descent around these United States thusly began last spring, in the early days of the coronavirus pandemic. The background being that all community leaders concur the bigotry was instigated by President Donald J. Trump himself, who insisted on deploying racist language like Chinese virus to refer to the coronavirus. The data emitting therefrom, as sourcing from the New York Times, using media reports from across the country to capture a sense of the rising tide of anti-Asian bias, found more than 110 episodes since March of 2020 through to the next month, in which there was undeniable evidence of race-based hatred. Literally, within 30 days, 110 episodes of life-threatening hatred. Underreported hate crimes are part of the phenomena. The tally was known to be only a sliver of the violence that month. The violence and harassment given the general undercounting of hate crimes, but the broad survey taken then captured the episodes of violence across the country that grew in number amid Mr. Trump's comments while fresh. In New York itself, a wave of xenophobia and violence was then compounded by the economic fallout of the pandemic, which dealt a severe blow to New York's Asian American communities. Many community leaders there saying racist assaults were completely overlooked by all authorities. Of course, we have what happened in Atlanta. 8 people, including 6 women of Asian descent, were killed in shootings at massage parlors in Atlanta on the Ides of March, St. Patrick's Eve Day, the 16th day of that month. A Georgia prosecutor said that the Atlanta area spa shootings were definitively hate crimes and that she would pursue the death penalty against the suspect, who at least was charged with murder. Now, Masaoka himself did not relish having the interests of Japanese Americans pitted against those of other immigrants. But to secure gains for his community, he decided to abandon the other groups to support what became known as the McCarran-Walter Act. Winning the act to naturalize, winning the right to naturalize vis-a-vis the McCarran-Walter Act, was a watershed moment in Asian American history, made possible only by the Japanese. but the fight left others bitter. An analysis conducted by the American Jewish Congress concluded, "It is impossible to compute the amount of harm which the Japanese American Citizens League and that Jap Masaoka caused to effective opposition to this legislation." This was the source of the Jewish conspiracy against Asians in America. It would take 13 more years of pressure from Jewish lawmakers and activists and support from the Irish Catholic Kennedy family before race-based quotas were finally abolished from the country's immigration system. John F. Kennedy basing his acts on the inspiration of Adolf Hitler, who, as I published on my timeline on Facebook, you can see his quotes in praise of Adolf Hitler as his inspiration for this very multiculturalism. The success of the Black Civil Rights Movement also provided moral momentum for the cause. In 1965, the year before I entered this vale of tears through the loins of mine own womb matron, my Cyrus Diana Dietrich, President Lyndon Johnson signed the Immigration and Nationality Act, abolishing the race-based quotas once and for all. The 1965 law proved much more transformational for Asian Americans than Masaoka's own 1952 effort, opening the gates to non-European immigration, especially from Asia, in numbers that this country had never seen before. But Masaoka's own battle was not inconsequential. Once Asian immigrants became citizens, they were able to take advantage of the law's preference for keeping families together by bringing relatives living abroad to American shores. If Masaoka had not previously won Asians the right to naturalize, far fewer of them would have been able to settle in this country. Yet because he decided to go it alone in his fight, Asians, or rather Asian Americans, lost a precious opportunity to build an alliance across racial groups, a pattern that persists to this day, where all other minorities hate and attack Asian Americans as the only successful minority. And of course, the Jews fluctuate calling themselves colored when it's advantageous to them, but otherwise passing off as white and enjoying all privileges that whiteness brings. In this context, the recent attacks have exposed the fact that Asian Americans remain dangerously isolated politically, estranged from not only one another, but from all potential allies, conspired against by a vengeful Jewish conspiracy. This current spasm of racism must be taken as offering an opportunity for the tenuous Asian American community to come together as never before and demand true equality for itself and for others, because the battle cannot be won alone. And we have a Russo collaborationist, red Republican, radicalized right-wing insurgency, a Russian insurgency upon our shores that no longer stands for law and order. Now, I can tell you, my late and sainted sire, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, the man who raised and guided me, he was religiously a Roman Catholic, and he was politically a Republican. He was a Republican till the day he died. If he were alive today, this party would have chased him out with ideology that was good for the Republican Party, but very bad for the country he had sworn to defend. Lawlessness would have been the first factor to come as to his mind. The party he belonged to once stood for the rule of law. Now, nationwide, the Republican cult stands for the exact opposite. Please note that there is a unbridgeable difference between the republic that is the United States, my father swore to defend, and the current Republican Party sworn to destroy it. If my father were alive today, he would have to leave the party of Abraham Lincoln, because that party has left Lincoln himself. My father was averse enough to leftist tendencies towards tolerance of communists like Bernie Sanders that he would have probably rendered himself independent, alas, and I would have only hoped I could convince him out of that. And indeed, while both parties, the party of Lincoln and the party of red rightist radicalized republicanism, have major flaws, both would have been seen by my father as still being alive. This baffles me. George Washington, that slave-owning, propertied man of privilege on his own retirement from the original presidency, warned us against falling into the trap of party politics. We ignored him. Now here we are. We have a Republican Party that does not believe it is subject to the laws of this country, and a Democratic Party that is all over the map. Now, my father would have likely concentrated his attentions on his failed party. I would say failed, and I'm sure he would have agreed, because the Republican Party he was part of failed to live up to American values he grew up with. It is much more important for our nation to lead the world and prosper than it is for one party to do whatever it needs to do to remain in power, regardless of the wishes of the people. Were my father still with us today, he would have been appalled at the lawlessness of his former party. If things don't go the way they think they ought to, they change the laws to grossly favor the Republican Party. Gerrymandering comes to mind, among other changes in the laws at the state level, the red state levels. They draw election maps that concentrate Democratic voters in small areas, even if those voters have a plurality. This has been going on for 200 years, for over 2 centuries, and both parties are culpable. It has to stop. The people's voice must be heard. It doesn't matter whether we all agree with it. If any of us think they be wrong, then it is our duty to persuade them through intellect, not force. My father once told me that he thought his Republican friends were smart folk. He enjoyed engaging them. They would have had invigorating discussions on a variety of topics. And as they moved into the Trump era, my father was mercifully dead before then, those conversations would have become dogmatic. If Trump did not approve, it didn't matter anymore. It's like the law was changed. Whatever came out of the former president's mouth now, well, that's now the law, instead of codified laws that have glued this nation together for more than 200 years. The National Bolsheviks, the Bolsheviks of Soviet Russia, what was to become Soviet Russia. The term Bolshevik means majoritarian. And they were actually the minority. Their rival was propagandized as the Mensheviks, which is the Russian word for minoritarian. Reality was so reversed in communist Russia that the minority was called majority and the majority was called minority. And in this milieu of infernal inversion, the Bolsheviks, who had lost all legal votes, took power through force and obliterated all the laws of Russian Empire. Sound familiar? It almost happened here on the 6th day of the opening week of the first month of this 2021st year on the Christian calendar. We need to be vigilant. This is a big deal, folks. I don't care what political party you belong to. If you want the United States to survive, we must never empower people from the fringes of our society. When I was in POST, P-O-S-T, Peace Officer Standard Training, for the San Francisco Police Department, I wrote a white paper on the rule of law. That rule requires all of us to obey the laws of our nation, those of our state, and our community. What I discovered in researching the rule of law is that it is the glue that binds this nation together. All of us obey the same laws. Without the rule of law, if I have more guns than you do, and people to carry them, I can take everything you own. If I don't like a particular law in this country, I need to obey that law anyway, until it is changed. That did not happen on January 6th. Now, a good portion of radicalized, rightist Republicans, the Red Republicans of Russian insurgency, claim the entire election was stolen. State and federal courts have dismissed all Trump's claim of election fraud over and over again. This claim has been dismissed by all the courts of this nation as bullshit. That is because there is no evidence of any electoral fraud. Indeed, it looks like the main perpetrators of voting fraud were folks who voted more than once for Trump. That is a fact. These courts include judges ruling against Republicans who were themselves appointed by Donald Trump, but not willing to revise America's laws for his benefit. Our country is in danger from the lawlessness of the radicalized Republican, Russo-collaborationist insurgent cult. Blather to the contrary is shown to be nonsense when light is cast upon it. Trump and most of the Republican Party have ignored the courts. If my father were alive, the man who raised and guided me, in disambiguation from my biological father, Adolf Hitler, he would look at his former party and he would ask a simple question. Do you believe in these United States or don't you? If you do, obey the laws of this country. If you don't, move someplace else. He would then almost certainly inform them that Canada is probably not a good option, which would leave them all Russia as their only recourse. This is your reality check, people. I must be emphatic here. Not only does Trump continue to promulgate the big lie, he has mesmerized millions of Americans into thinking they're patriots. And these zombie patriots have appropriated the American flag as if only they were entitled to it. All that I've articulated comes down to this, in conclusion of National Flag Week. There is nothing patriotic about overthrowing our legitimate government. And it is oxymoronic to use the American flag in support of insurrection. All together now, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. There's a whole lot of cognitive dissonance going on here. Some very pretzeled anti-logic, alternate reality, as promulgated by the Russians, who have said reality is what you make it. But it is a fundamental law of the universe, no matter how much they deny it, like gravity. If you jump off a building without some sort of buffer, you're going to die. The more you ignore reality, the more it will work against you. Just ask the folks in jail. I like to think some Trump cultists were shocked back into the real world, ashamed of what happened on the 6th of January, and beginning to realize what Trump and his echo chamber have played them. American democracy marched forward and certified the election of Biden and Kamala Harris despite the riot and Trump's histrionics. They saw Trump impeached again, this time for the high crime of inciting insurrection. He should rightly have been executed. They witnessed a lopsided trial where the House impeachment managers proved beyond doubt Trump was guilty. Depressingly, but not surprisingly, 43 Republican senators ignored all the evidence on the 13th day in February and voted to acquit. Perhaps they just want to ride Trump's insurrectionary gravy train to its dead end. Or maybe those faithless Pauls are afraid of their Trump-loving and clearly violent constituents. What was encouraging and surprising on the 13th day in February was that 7 Republican senators, Burr, Cassidy, Collins, Murkowski, Romney, Sayce, and Toomey, broke ranks and voted to convict Donald Trump. They risked political suicide by rejecting partisan politics and upholding their oaths to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. As Senator Mitch McConnell so eloquently and hypocritically put it after he voted to acquit on an inane technicality, There was no question Trump was practically and morally responsible for inciting the January 6th insurrection riot. Real patriots vote their conscience. Real Republicans accept the results of legal elections. They suck it up if they don't like who got elected, just as the Democrats did in 2000, 2004, and 2016. Real patriots don't betray their oath of office and vote, even after the riot, not to certify the free and fair election of Biden and Kamala Harris. The 18th century British pundit Samuel Johnson so noted, "Patriotism is the last refuge of the scoundrel." Former President Donald Trump is a lying, power-hungry scoundrel, and the people who blindly follow him are not patriots. By their actions and rejection of reality itself, they have forfeited their right to call themselves patriots or even to display the flag of the country they betray. The election was not stolen, but the flag of these United States was. It's our flag, and we want it back. That is the conclusion of National Flag Week. I'm glad I was able to get that far tonight. Now, pretty much exhausted myself, and I'll ask our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, if he's still with us, to take the stage for a bit, take us to the top of the hour, and we'll figure out where to go from there. Let's see if our man's still there. Dear Jameson? Oh, God, I hope he hasn't fallen asleep. Good Lord, Jameson. You are there, are you not? Come now. Oh, God. Brilliant. Okay, this might be one of those few nights where I end early. I've fairly exhausted myself, as you might imagine. Now, that's a pity because we still got numbers up. And hate to leave when we have that. And, well, I do think my point's been made. But still, let's see if our man Jameson is around. Jameson! Hello? Oh my God, Amanda Ute, if you're there, come and save me. Or how about our man, Mr. God, Peter Moon. Let's see if he's around. Okay, let me ask him here. Let me see if I can even type something. Oh yeah, that's right. I can't do that until I get rid of these little things on Facebook here. Oh, there we are. Be ye there, Peter. Okay. And Jameson Reese, be there. There we are. I want to thank everybody for their patience with this. And, oh my God. This is a time, of course, when I wish Derek Talley were around, but of course... Oh, he's there. Oh my God. Oh, yes. Oh, may I bring you on? Here we are. May I bring thyself on? There we are. Oh my God. Let's see if he's in the mood to play, so to speak. I guess. Oh shit. Okay. Just jump on the call. Just jump on the call. Jump on. There you are, Peter.
You are hard up for friends at this late hour?
Oh, yes, I am. I've been abandoned by Jameson Reese. He's fallen asleep on me, and I need to take a short break. I was hoping that you could take us to the top of the hour at least, and then I'll figure out whether or not I'll end the show an hour early or, continue for the hour thereafter. But you're so good at, talking as you are, just as I do. We could even continue the conversation till, the final hour of like we did with the last transmission, which you did so well on. I'm hoping you can, like I said, I'm hoping to take a break and leave you alone on the stage for about 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Is that okay? Can you handle it?
I just got up. Why do you have to stay on these long hours though? I mean, just to stay up for the delivery?
It's there's that actually. It's kind of like a factor, really, to tell you the truth, because if it's one of the reasons I carry the show on to its 12-hour limit is because it gives me less time to kind of totally conk out before the delivery happens. It's not that big a deal, really. Honestly, I could probably, and have done in the past, left the delivery out through the day, and like it was out there for several days when I was in the hospital, but nobody took it. So
How about an alarm? You can do a computer alarm, online alarm.
Oh, yeah, I could do all that, but it's normally just been, how could I say, just almost a habit. It's become like a habit to go through the full, 12 hours. It's no big deal. I can end an hour early, but we had all those good numbers going, and so I hate to just shut down on them.
All right, if I talk, can you hear me in the background?
No, because I got the earbuds on the microphone, and if I took the microphone, I don't have that kind of setup where I have speakers. So, no, I couldn't hear you in the background. Why do you ask?
Because I could talk to you. In other words,
Understood. No, that wouldn't help because, basically what I need to do is just go to the bathroom and refresh myself, and it would take, about 10 minutes to the top of the hour or something just to do that, just kind of throw water in my eyes, etc. And, but I guess I could end the transmission now. And
what I would talk to you about is, there's as far as information,
mm-hmm.
like your information is so broad-based and you broad shoot it. Mm-hmm. It's very broad. Mm-hmm. And, that can have its own value. Mm-hmm. But and this is no different than the editing process I do with your books, but it's like if it can be, I guess what you'd say, filtered, refined, composited, and calculatedly put out, it's like, wow, it's a lot more powerful because people don't have time to listen to 12 hours.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
They don't have time to listen to 12 hours. So, you have incredible volume, and it's like, there's a lot of power in the information, and and like what I want to do, like I was hoping to be working on my Qigong mini course, which got obliterated with the computer crash.
Mm-hmm.
And I was really hoping to do that during this time. Well, I don't have time to even think about it. Mm-hmm. But one of the things I wanted to do to help promote the book was put out little snippet videos that would show the visuals that you've provided, the many visuals that you've provided, with little bullet points, such as the 1952 Treaty of San Francisco.
Yes, yeah.
It's just like put out 1 minute, 2 minute videos, and people like a 1 or 2 minute video. They love it.
Yes, that's their attention span. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, good. And then if it provokes, more attention, and they'll go get the book, and they'll understand better. Yeah, so that's one of the things I want to do.
Sounds good.
Boy, I never wanted to, like, I don't share
Mhm.
certain things that I know when it comes to martial arts and stuff. And even before I learned martial arts, somebody taught me a technique of how to kill somebody
Mhm.
with the fists. And I will never say what it is because I don't like to put that stuff out there.
Of
you
course
know?
not. Yes.
And yet, this is what we've done, but not purposely. You know what I'm saying? We're telling history.
Yes. Yes.
We're telling history. I would also say my Qigong teacher, he'd say, if I teach you to be powerful, I will teach you to, like, virtue. Virtue in Taoism is power. If I teach you to be powerful, it's not his responsibility what you do with it. You better do the right thing. He says, you better do the right thing. He says, because if you don't, I will seek you out and find you, no matter where you are in the universe. Doesn't matter whether he's passed on or not. He will seek you out and find you if you misuse what he taught you.
Mhm.
So, but because people, if you give them an instruction on how to fix themselves, they will generally alter it and mess it up,
Mhm.
just because of the nature of communication.
Yes.
So teach them how to kill somebody. Maybe they'll actually save somebody by messing it up. But I don't know. But that's good. So I really don't have much to say. I can talk to you, but I like talking into the wind. Man.
Oh, shit. Oh, no worries then. We'll probably shut down transmission comparatively early today and wish all of our listeners a good day. And you and I, of course, will speak soon, just kind of catch up with each other.
Before you go, tell me what you talked about after I left. Were you done with the ghoul? Or did you keep going on that? That theme's kind of been mostly exhausted.
Oh, I wouldn't say it's exhausted. I found it interesting that you didn't actually pursue the topic of the Oracle Child that I had brought up when you were with us at the time that I was talking about that earlier in that transmission.
Wait, the Oracle Child. You talking about the one in Mongolia?
No, I'm talking about the one in Africa that I was talking about. At that time, you were very tired, and it was just before you signed
I
off.
don't remember the Oracle Child.
Oh, okay. What I'll do is I'll put a timestamp on that, and I'll put that into your message box. As a matter of fact, I'll give that to you now, just so I don't forget. Let me.
You know, it's really funny. I was looking up Oracle probably while we were speaking. Maybe I did hear you say it, and I was like looking because I saw that an old friend of mine from Scientology had cancer, and they said he said he was okay, and I wrote to him and said hello, and he didn't know who Peter Moon was, so I PM'd him, and he is I guess inherited his grandfather's place in Oracle, Arizona.
Wow.
And he's got this property out there that he's been managing. It was like, and he did really well with Scientology. He left at some point, and I was very happy to hear that he did so well. It was neat, because so many people struck out.
Right.
He struck out in 4 or 5 times, and he didn't. And it doesn't surprise me that he didn't really, because he was a counselor of other people, and I remember one time he came to me in tears, as I recall, and because he couldn't get anywhere with this one pre-clear, and I went in and intervened. I had the power to do that in the session, and I went in and I dealt with the guy, and the guy was being forcibly held on the ship against his will.
Wow.
And not by this guy. And he was, because he'd heard, oh, okay, I'll join. It sounds good. And he joins, and then he gets there and he finds out he doesn't like it. And the ethics department wouldn't let him, they were holding him against his his will, and I just said, okay, no. I stopped everything. I went up and, basically told them they had a big problem on their hands and they better handle this right. And they did. Stupid asses. You just have this like will of insanity that had nothing to do with L. Ron Hubbard, had nothing to do with anything. It was a cult dynamic that was generated by the cult members, not from management, not from Hubbard. And I'm just sitting there, being humane and having common sense.
Yes.
And fortunately, I had the influence, if not the power, to just overrule all the nonsense. But
thank goodness. Yes. Oh my God. That's
the type of insanity that would ensue. And a good one was in San Francisco. The ship had gone to San Francisco, and they had been recruiting all of these ne'er-do-wells, homeless. And the reason they would recruit them is because somebody got a statistic, a quota, And the guy who did this, who was responsible for this, was a guy named Larry Wallersheim. Larry Wallersheim sued the church. Finally won after 23 years or something, or he collected money.
Wow.
And by the time, I think he should have gotten a lot more money, but I think it was ruled as $8 million finally. But most of that was interest. I think he got $23 million settlement.
Holy shit!
And then the judge reduced it to something like 2.5.
Oh God!
I don't know why. And then they wouldn't pay it. Now, when they wouldn't pay it, it was getting up huge interest. So the interest accumulated to about $8 million, as I recall, $8 million and change, as I recall. And by the time he collected it, it was like 23 years after he instituted proceedings, and he paid it, and they paid him, but he said that most of it went to attorneys and people who had helped him. Over 23 years. I don't think he was lying. He was very good at business, and but at one point he was doing outrageous things as a Scientologist. He was outrageous. The first time I had seen him, he had just been, right after he had just been, I think, put in jail for not having a driver's license or something like this, when he was signing up for the Sea Org. And I said, he was a really nice guy, but he had a very nice personality, but he was like recruiting these people en masse. He put up a sign and say, free room and board. But do you want people with free room and board? He was getting his statistics up when he was really degrading the whole procedure.
Yes.
So a lot of these guys were on the ship in San Francisco, and they'd turn the lights off at night. They'd shut down the generators, and I would stay up late to write up my sessions. Whoever was counseling or auditing would write up their sessions under candlelight usually. And then we'd go to bed. We'd be the last ones to go to bed about an hour after. And I go to my locker, and there's I think, what are these blankets? I'm kicking these blankets, and it's an old homeless black man.
Oh, God.
I turn on the flashlight, and I go, what are you doing? And I had to actually use all of my powers, like what does it say in The Godfather?
Yes.
And they want to take Sonny to the morgue. He says, I want you to use all of your powers to fix him up so his mother doesn't see him this way after he's been bullet hole. So I had to use all of my powers and influence of persuasion to get him to get off his butt and give him a bed. There are plenty of beds, but he wouldn't take a bed.
Right.
He was not worthy.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on, but I said, first off, I didn't want him in front of my locker, if only because, he was in the way.
Yes.
He couldn't maneuver.
Yes.
And so I, brought him up, gave him a bed, and then I was the only one on the entire ship that squawked or screamed. And I didn't scream. I wrote this up, and I got the person in charge of technical department to start getting rid of these people because they didn't fit in. What are they doing?
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing.
And then senior management particular person in senior management, Alan Buchanan, he reversed it because it was hurting his statistic.
Oh,
He
God.
was in charge of all personnel all over the world. And I said, what a fucking idiot this guy was.
Yes.
And he later proved that. But, you know, I mean, this is the type of insanity that one had to deal with on a personal level and on an administrative level. And then you had a guy who was doing this who would later end up blaming the church for everything in his life.
Yes. Yes. And suing them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that he didn't have a cause, but a lot of the things he blamed them for, I think he was doing or perpetrating himself.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And saying so his whole, but I mean, this is, and you know, this was, as I say, it wasn't like this stuff was like killing me because it was just a part of my day.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just a part of my day, but I was like fighting up against things that people would just not act. They just wouldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Because they're going about their stupid business.
Oh, that's so funny. Well,
yeah. So anyway,
that was, by the way, the homeless guy, he probably didn't want the beds because they were too soft for him. They're so used to sleeping on the hard ground that.
But he was not on the ground. He was like sitting up against the bulkhead. You know, he was like, his back was against the bulkhead, and he's like with his butt on the floor.
Oh my God!
His legs are out. I think he had some blankets.
Yeah.
He was just like, you know, like he was holed up in a bus station or something.
Yes, of course, because that was what he was used to. So every place is like a bus station to him. Oh my God! I'm so glad that you came on, and honestly, it helps me, close down so much better. I'm going to close the transmission. What I'll do is. Because, really, I just have to kind of refresh myself and just, bring myself down into, I think, what's happening is that because I came on to tonight's transmission, actually effectively drunk. I mean, basically, it's all starting to crash on me now. So I'm beginning to feel that.
Are you going to see your son now? Are you going to sleep and then go see your son or what?
Oh, no, that was over. We did all that throughout the weekend. That was going on throughout the weekend. And oh my God, it was like I explained after you had left. That was pretty much what happened. It was after you had left, I had gone into, well, first off, I had, I probably continued on a subject a little bit. Matter of fact, no, I don't think so. I think what happened was, before you came on, we were discussing Derek Talley and why he's disaffiliated. And then we went on to, when you came on, we just kind of covered what we did. And the subject pretty much ended with that. But like I said, I gave you a timestamped in the message box, a timestamp part of the transmission before tonight's.
Oh, already I see it. I can go right there and start listening to the Oracle.
Yes, that's right. And then see if you remember it. You'll probably vaguely remember it then, or it might all come rushing back. But and then what happened was that I was speaking mostly about the geopolitics of the Biden-Putin summit, and then and all of the implications of that. And then it took me into closing the American Flag Week. It was National Flag Week, and so I just closed the subject on that by talking about different aspects of the politics of the flag.
I would propose a sword fight, an 11th degree sword fight between Biden and Putin to see who would win.
There we are. Yes. Oh, that's...
That would put everything in true context.
Yes, that's so funny. And, well, I love you dearly. I want to thank you so much for helping to, close this transmission down gracefully. And so we'll be speaking again soon enough. I'm sure we'll talk maybe even before next transmission just to check in. And but definitely Wednesday is just like the day after tomorrow. So we'll probably be back here, so to speak, on Wednesday. And other than that, you have a blessed day, okay? And thank you so much for...
I'll start looking for the timestamp right now.
What's that? Oh, yeah, okay.
I'll start listening to your timestamp right now.
Sounds good. Okay, thank you so much, and you take care.
Okay.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And to all our listeners, goodbye to you all. We'll close transmission fairly early today, and do join us on Wednesday. And yes, how could I forget? Except, of course, I'm basically in this transition moment where I do have to kind of go refresh myself and just too exhausted to go on, but I really do need your help. So make certain that you go to douglasdietrich.com and you can hit the red donate button, which will enable you to use any other credit card or debit card in the world other than PayPal, and that way you can render contribution without worrying about any middleman. If you do use PayPal, use paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich and indicate myself as friends and family. They give you only that choice, but by doing that, you eliminate them compromising your contribution by taking an excision. They excise this blood tax from it. You don't want them to do that, and you can avoid that by indicating myself as friends and family. We are all friends here, or you wouldn't be sponsoring myself, and we're all extended electronic family. And aside from that, of course, you will find the oh God, I got to get this done because, of course, I am paid for this. Anyhow, you can find a way to send me a check and a money order at my home address if you want to do it via that method, which is always welcome. Never send cash, always instead a check or a money order if you don't want to use the credit. And of course, you'll find my my home address is going to be at the douglasdietrich.com website. And let me see if I can scroll up a bit to tell you exactly where to go for that. And oh my God, let me see here. It's douglasdietrich.com something. I don't even care anymore. Just my home address is 1242 Green Street, 1242 Green, San Francisco, California. And the zip code is 94109. So there we have that option. And you'll find that at douglasdietrich.com/donate-2. So that's where you can go to find my home address. And again, just because I'm paid to do this, I might as well get this out of the way now. I had forgotten all about it. One among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer, Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com for excerpts from his book, yet-to-be-published books of the same title, The Unfinished Man, but you can also see scenes from his cinematic documentaries currently in production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For this tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell it as Tucson, Tucson, put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben personally to privately guide your tour at 1-520-4/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. And of course, remember Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Contribute to the struggle at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings, incorporated at douglasdietrich.com. And just make certain to do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation, which be the objective of course, the cult of the Kings of Edom and their Herodian insurgency. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolfus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com /2019 /05 /08 /Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a while there. A footnote on mine bio, sire. And just let it be known, take it upon yourself to spread the word far and wide to all and sundry, that the scion of Adolf Hitler, Douglas Dietrich, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions and encourage others to do so at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich. For people are forever asking, Renegadus humanus arma ab maza erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have that new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make us donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go us to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button to eliminate any middleman and use any credit or debit card other than PayPal thereby. If you are using PayPal, use the yellow donate button and then make certain to indicate myself as friends and family, because there's no other option. And in case you find that distasteful, you have the red donate button option so that you don't have to do that. At any rate, of course, all of my audio and video records that we could gather all sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame, Diana Lindsay-Jin, Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated nigh immediately aftermath, the Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against Fukushima Daiichi, the Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the Greater Japanese Empire, was conducted shortly after my mother's murder, and in fact, just before her murder. And that was, she died shortly thereafter, doing some angel work, no doubt, going straight back to the home islands. And it was then, 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. Of course, when it comes to all those videos that you can access by simply registering yourself into the archives by pressing that yellow button to take you to the homepage of showsdd.com, you will then be able to visit them and access them at your leisure thereafter. They're not on YouTube anymore, where on the intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed by yourself within 48 through 72 hours of registering yourself into the archives, and that's when you'll provide yourself unlimited lifetime access. And don't forget as well, of course, to subscribe to our YouTube channel, the one that you're listening to now. If you haven't subscribed, please do so, and make certain that you hit that notification bell or whatever it is. You click that in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. And even if you be subscribed, you will only receive notifications if you select all in notifications. And after that, make certain to tune in at 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That would be 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time every Sunday and Wednesday. And of course, you've got the situation down now. Subscribe and support at douglasdietrich.com. And donate at paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich, indicating myself, friends, and family, so that they don't cut into your contribution and take their pound of flesh. Okay, my love be unto all who support myself. Thank you all for joining us throughout the night. my best be unto thee, and join us again midweek on Wednesday night, where we'll carry you through more than likely to the top of the last hour. This time I brought you down to the bottom at least. And Mr. Oh, Jameson Reese is back. Where the fuck were you? Oh my god, you can't talk? Are you on mute? Oh my god. Okay, and WTF says, much love, Douglas. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, sir. Oh, so Jameson, if you're with us, maybe you can hold the stage for a while I refresh, and then I can take it to the top of the hour. Sarah Thomas gives us all her hearts. Unless you feel you can't talk at all, Jameson, then I'm happy to close the show, really.
Yeah, I'm more or less about to pass out.
Oh, let's do that then. Okay, let's do that. Love you dearly, son. All right, let's end stream. And so there, we end that. And let me close down the